thousands and millions of people. It's still a tragedy. So like measuring like a yard instead of a food farm, I gotta see how. No, I don't think I'm minimizing it. You guys are taking it so when his statement was about minimizing it, bro. It's not about minimizing. We're not talking about the people who are in this room. We're talking about the person who said the statement in this room. No, I understand English. I disagree with the way that you're taking it, and the reason why is because they're not doing something positive. I'm not saying that he's doing something positive.
Well, I think it's just your opinion that you understand English because I asked you earlier if you knew the difference between an opinion and a fact. He didn't know the difference between an opinion and a fact, and he just keeps talking like a motor mouth, like how I'm doing, and we just keep talking over each other because one of us must definitely have a mental health problem.
Take a few phone calls and do a few meetings because I'm trying to control the media and the banks and the world and Donald Trump and polio. So we're going to go one at a time. Universal, please don't interrupt. So for those.
Oh, I just wanted to be a part of the conversation. Sorry.
But it's all right. For those who didn't know, Holocaust minimization is a classic anti-Semitic trope. Why? Because it's part of this whole idea that Jews are controlling the story, and Jews are controlling the media, and Jews are playing victim, and Jews are lying. That's where that whole thing comes from. So you have fallen victim to a classic, really it's a Nazi trope. And when black folks in particular begin to parrot Nazi anti-Semitic lies, it's particularly disturbing since black folks too were the subject of discrimination and racism and oppression historically, like the Jews. Now, do we have to keep drilling down into this nonsense of Holocaust denial and Holocaust minimization, or can we move on to something slightly more intelligent?
I don't think you guys care about progress. The reason why I don't think you guys care about anti-Semitism.
Was talking. What were you going to say?
This is what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Before Abby got on stage, I think I was misunderstood. I was trying to basically build a bridge with not Jewish, but have a conversation with some Jewish folk and kind of tell them, hey, there's a lot of people that you guys are calling anti-Semitic that are not anti-Semitic. This is the worst thing that you can do because it helps the conspiracy theorists because when you start to deny, oh, we're not overrepresented in the media, or if you say that Jews are overrepresented in the media, right, you have to feel like you're committing a crime. Like there are certain things that you guys are doing that aren't strategic in my point of view, and people that gives you like has more credibility because you guys can't even have conversations. All you guys.
Do you remember welfare queens? Remember that term?
What does welfare queens have to do with?
That was from Ronald Reagan. That was from Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, I wasn't alive during that time. I know you were alive during that time, thank God, but I wasn't alive to witness.
I wasn't alive either, but I know that term.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with being like?
He's talking about the proselytization. He's talking about the proselytization from.
Yes, Israel, you're also an anti-Semite. Like
it's an anti-black trope. It says that black folks are overrepresented in welfare. It's a lot.
They are.
But they are.
I agree. This is what you don't understand.
They are. I agree.
You're talking to people that agree with you. Like
alive during the Holocaust. How could he even know about it? Look at
One at a time now, everybody. We can't all hear ourselves if everybody's talking at the same time. Moderators, let's just do it one at a time. If somebody wants to talk out of turn, just put them in the goo, because nobody can hear everybody talking at the same time. It's like a bang room. It's no point in everybody talking at the same time.
We got control. I'm trying to teach you about racism, and you're proving impervious.
But here's the thing, Norm.
Why don't you try a different strategy?
People say this, right? People say people are racist against white people. Black people don't like white people, right? And I tell them, do you realize only a small majority of white people like white people? Where do you get that from? Bro, can you shut the fuck up, please? Like, no, you can shut the fuck up. You shut like a nigga.
Who is that talking? TC, please go with the thought.
Fuck you cut me. Black people like, bro, you realize only a small percentage of white people owned slaves back then, right? I'm that type of person. I'm not caping for anybody. And I'm telling you, that 6 million Jews, that's been a folk tale in the Jewish community.
Not a folk.
Bro, before you cut it out, bro, I'm here to listen to you, bro. Just let me say what I say, bro.
Okay. All right. I mean, thank you for your participation. It's enough already. It's a folk tale. It's a lie. It's the Jews are the control. Enough. I'm here to tell you that it's a folk tale. Okay, it didn't happen, right? I mean, my mother lived through it, but she must have been dreaming. And by the way, all those dead Jews, any minute now they're just resting, and any minute now they're fixing to get up and walk. So, thank God for that. They're all coming back to life. It was all a big misunderstanding.
The craziest part.
Can we
It's
move
the
on?
most documented thing ever. These motherfucking Nazis, they were proud of it. They didn't deny it when they were put on trial. They said we were following orders, but they didn't say we didn't do it.
They did
It's
something.
it's like October 7th, the terrorists who go out there and they're videotaping themselves raping and killing people, and then people say, "Oh, they didn't do it." There's always going to be somebody. I mean, God bless Kanye. Kanye said that slavery was a choice. I guess this guy must agree with him that slavery was a choice.
Yeah, but
the only explanation is right.
when Kanye said that, I believe that people get to say like things that they believe, but in some instance. But at the end of the day, y'all can talk all the shit y'all want, but people notice patterns. And
At the end of the day, we got pattern recognition seekers, distributors of hate speech like NPC, low IQ baboons that don't read poetry. NPC, what's the last poem you read?
you're going to start alienating people who just have questions.
Yeah,
And when you alienate people who just have questions, it makes have conspiracy.
Oh, yeah, you're trying to provoke Jews. So you say the Holocaust didn't happen, or it's a tale. 6 million.
Wait, that was the other issue.
We don't have a story about.
DC didn't say that. DC didn't say that.
But whoever said that it's a 6 million is a
That person's been
read that in the book. But they didn't. But there's no source for.
I didn't mean to say baboon there. Could have just said dumbass. That's really what I meant to say. I just seemed like that was the next logical word for me.
Chicago Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Brandon Johnson. Chicago Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Prophecy to you was a mafia propaganda organization for Jesus. Brandon Johnson. Open the books. Johnson is the tax. Johnson is the tax. Johnson exists. For black it's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft affordability is a Abortion greyhound buses are murder for profit. Johnson is the tax. Johnson is the tax. Stop it. Chicago Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Johnson is the tax. Johnson is the tax. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. It's a scam. Abortion breakdown parties on. Jackson! Jackson! It's a scam. Jackson! It's a scam. Johnson. Johnson. It's a tax. Johnson is the scam. Johnson is the scam. Johnson is the scam. Just socialist. Chicago, Mayor, Johnson is a fraud. Chicago, Mayor, Johnson is a scam. Chicago, Johnson is a it's a criminal. 1 3 billion to give to crony nonprofits to teach you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the king. Open the books, transparency. Tracker. No! Johnson, it's the tax. Johnson, it's the tax. No! Johnson, it's the tax. It's the tax. It's the tax. Johnson, it's the tax. Elections. It's a tax. Socialist. A tax strategist. Taxation is not the problem. It's a abortion. Greyhound. Busing. You stand up paychecks, smile, for the cake, for the change, what you have back. Your friends at the table, now the back, stuck in the checkout line, going to mad. Now to you pocket my dreams, and you die. It's free, free, free. We wake up letters with the red screens. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Randy Johnson is attached. Where's the one who put it back? All the building on the spin. That goes out with nothing. So we know what the it's Randy Johnson is attached. You call it for the people. The girls stay through. Same names on the contracts. Every story we tell. You preach about French. You told. Oh, chocolate. Just a feed. We're tired of slogans. Pretty blue style on the time. We're done with fiction. This is our line. Brandon Johnson is a child. All the building on the spirit. That goes out the rocks. Open it up. So many numbers. Transparency on it. Johnson is attached. Who wants to see? Johnson is the truth. Patience with a smile on your face, call it care, call it change while you pass the hat. Friends at the table eating out the back. Stuck in the same doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sunday, free, free, free. It's a tap. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same on the country, story we're told. You picture back for the phone. What's out the soul is on a drink, on a jagger in real time. So, Johnson is the top. What's new with Google Ads? Google AI. Justin is the top. Big bills on the kitchen table. Red leaf, same name. You want to say share? I call it shake down. Smile on the podium. Hands in the playground. One green in the dog rules passing. He's like up hands out. It's like a script from a plan. This is the part from the best. President Johnson is the top. Affordability, just a thing on a fire. Rent's flying. I don't know why you call me to the fire. You brought me to let's do the math. Just you got it. Johnson. It's not pretty. What is it? What is it? What do you mean? What is it? I'm like. Is it in the U.S. government? Is atheism within the U.S. government? I just want to know. No, it's a secular government. Would you choose a president that's an atheist? I mean, if they want freedom, then yeah, for sure. Okay. Simon is an anarchist. Yeah. Yes, you are. Anarchists are fucking. Yes, you are. Everything in Bishop's anarchist. You said you didn't call him. You said you lied. You said you were fighting. I said. Take over. Not being an anarchist. I said when it comes when it. I said. That's what the Democrats do. So you have social media is to blame. I said people when it comes to. I'm not going to say you reject the laws of logic. You're stupid. Like that's not what I'm saying. But if you're an anarchist, especially an anarcho-capitalist, you have evaded so many facts that you cannot like. again, I'm being tongue in cheek when I do call them retards because I know a lot of them, but I think that they hold a stupid and very evil position.
That's projection. That's Simon projecting, obviously.
Start from the beginning, and you actually tell us something substantive that we can like bite into here, right? To compare Christianity to, because you're not really giving us much to.
He doesn't have anything to give, by the way. He just gave you his projection. That was all he gave you.
Wait, John, how
On and on in favor of capitalism.
Again, let's repeat back to him what he just said. That was his projection. He gave you what he has. That was it. And as we can all see, there's not much there. He's like a wet sponge.
So he's still a Christian.
mashallah, brother.
Where's your he was a Catholic. Yeah.
I mean, I was never
Catholic always a Catholic. So
correct. Years old, and like God made no sense.
same for CM. God made no sense at the age of 7. What the fuck did you know how to do at the age of 7?
He knew how to determine that he was an atheist because obviously now in his 30s, he's even more intelligent than he was when he was 7 years old. He's grown in intelligence, as you can see.
I was tying my shoe at like 4 or 5. I was tying my shoes at like 4.
Is this your first time meeting Simon as he whispers in his closet as his fiance or girlfriend sleeps in the other room? This is what he does. He comes here, he says nothing, and you guys are wondering why you're frustrated? The man has nothing intelligent to say. Just challenge him to say one smart thing. He can't do it.
Just gonna ask the question.
Exactly. That's why I say he's like a wet sponge. There's just nothing there. You could squeeze it all you want, but you're not going to get anything but some water out of it. There's just no intelligence there. The man is like autistic. He's autistic, basically. He's neurodivergent like Abby, but like unlike Abby, Abby escaped an actual biological lab in Ukraine near Chernobyl, and thus you see the mutant rat freak you know is Abby.
Not from there. She's
Oh, Simon's not far away. Simon was made in the library near the Ayn Rand section, and Simon actually, anyways, if you guys are looking to discuss God, read a book. If you want to be annoyed, talk to Simon or Abby. I am complete.
something annoying. Simon thinks he eats 7,000 calories a day and still lose weight. 7,000. Oh yeah, he eating his girlfriend's box. He's doing that. Ew. Okay, that's disgusting. That's false. Anyway, that got debunked, by the way. That was we're not 7,000. Nobody can eat 7,000 calories. Are you kidding me? Questions he asked today?
Not only was I actually tracking and giving you exactly like the pictures of what I was eating.
Yeah, we tracked that money. It was like 3,000 or something.
Oh, that's you universal laws.
Not really.
It's another one of those amazing claims where he just asks questions all day long. Maybe he'll send you a picture or something. But again, if you think you're going to actually gain any kind of intelligence or anything useful or have any fun talking to Simon, you will be mistaken. It's not fun talking to Simon. It's not informative talking to Simon. He can't persuade you of anything. It's literally like talking to a wet sponge. Hi, wet sponge. What's new today? Squeeze. Nothing there? Great. Moving on.
Is it Neil? Megatron came all over the wet sponge. Yeah. Yeah, fuck that. Of course. And at the age of 7, you already knew and understood the Trinity.
He knew all of 2,000 years of history and philosophy and worldview just by 7. The guy's Mozart.
Prophecy that led up to the Messiah. You could debunk every single polemic at the age of 7.
No, that's not what I said.
So then how did you know that it was bullshit? What do you mean it didn't make sense?
I said it didn't make sense to me. My mom would say there's this.
You're lucky if Voltron makes sense to you at 7, let alone the fucking Bible. Are you serious?
Exactly. I mean, again, I'm not saying I was this like a genius kid. I just said the way it was described to me, it didn't make any sense.
I still don't understand Voltron.
Who does?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, let's just admit he's the Mozart of R words on this app. He learned all of human history by 7. He learned all of philosophy, mathematics, everything. By 7 years old, this guy figured it all out. So I want to welcome you all back to the Roast of Simon. Let's start the barbecue.
Not a Christian because at the age of 7, Thomas Aquinas was just so boring.
I think Thomas Aquinas is like one of the best things.
Oh, see.
I actually really like Thomas Aquinas.
Great, you Christian.
All right, Simon. A little bit of time went by. I'm just kind of wondering what your worldview was.
PTR Megatron. He's an objectivist while being very subjective.
Imagine being like a 7-year-old and saying, "Dad, why do you believe in God?" And he's like, "Well, son, I've been alive for 55 years. You've only existed for 7 years times 365 times 24 hours. You haven't actually read as many books as I have, son. You haven't experienced life the way that I have to know that miracles exist and that intelligence comes from books, my son." "But Dad, God is an illusion. You're just using your imagination." "No, son, I've been reading books, and you're only 7, son. Please wait till you're at least 50 and read a lot of books and experienced a lot of life till you make your final decision and determination. Thanks, son." "But Father, I've read Ayn Rand in the library. Ayn Rand changed my life, Dad. And you never read Ayn Rand. You don't understand about Anne. She's a genius, Dad, unlike you." "Well, son, that's just like your opinion." "I hate you, Dad. I wish you were dead, Dad. You're so stupid, you're delusional, Dad." "Okay, son, take it easy, son. Take it easy, son." No!
So here's where the real critique is going to come in, right? So I'm looking at what he's given me here so far, and I'm looking under what objectivism is and precise. So it says metaphysics, reality. Reality exists independently of perception, objective reality. Epistemology, reason, the only valid means of acquiring knowledge. She rejects faith as a method of knowing. Ethics, now this is the interesting one. Rational self-interest. The individual ought to pursue their own flourishing as a moral good. Now that's kind of interesting because that same pillar almost mimics the one from the Secular Humanist Manifesto. So right there on that, rational self-interest. Anybody can rationalize themselves to anything. And the individual ought to pursue that as a form of flourishing, as a moral good, or as a moral good. It's not always going to narrow down to that, dude. That's not objective at all. That's actually kind of subjective and selfish. What do you think of that, Simon?
Currently editing a video, and my girlfriend is in the other room sleeping, so I'll have to whisper. But if you haven't read Ayn Rand yet and determined the difference between object and subject and object, then you don't know how words work.
and I don't have enough time to explain it to you. Sorry, my girlfriend's sleeping, and I gotta whisper in the other room.
You know what we should do though, Universe? We should study her for like a week, and I guarantee we'll know more about her in a week than he's known the whole time. You want to do it, Universe? Let's see who can reach. Let's see who can reach the epic levels first. All right. When do we start it? Start it now.
Start it now.
I'm up. So you're gonna have a head.
Honestly, that would actually be really
The
fun.
fucker's buying a book. He's buying her book right now. Guaranteed. Scumbag. He's buying her book right now. Piece of shit. And don't buy it on Kindle either. That's cheaping out. Because then he doesn't have to wait for it to deliver to his house. He's gonna have it like in 2 minutes. Fuck. I'm not even home yet. Rabbi, do you think you could know more about objectivism than Simon in a little time? Because this is his worldview, is this objectivism. And this woman, Anne Rand. Is that her name? Anne Rand?
No, Ayn Rand. I'm buying the book right now. It's called Objectivism, The Philosophy of Ayn Rand by Leonard Peikoff. When we read this book, Simon will become so irrelevant, he'll just disappear.
Yeah, we're gonna know it. And what's today? Monday? Yeah, by Friday, we have to give a full thesis on this. So,
I mean, it's too bad. That would be really important.
I'm in. You're gonna know more about this view than you do in a week.
Okay,
Guarantee
cool.
it.
I've been studying it formally for like 8 years, but okay.
Have you?
Yeah.
Years.
Well, some people read the Bible their whole lives and they never even understand it. So, what does that tell us exactly, Dr. Simon? Okay, I just bought the book, Ayn Rand Library, the Ayn Rand Lexicon, Objectivism from A to Z, and we're going to test Simon's knowledge of Ayn Rand philosophy.
We're gonna own him on him. Like, I'm gonna become an objectivist by Friday.
Sure, let's do it.
I agree. I can't wait to see Simon disappear.
Wednesday morning, I'm gonna be debating Universe on this. Like,
Oop, just bought another Ayn Rand book for $4 called The Virtue of Selfishness, the 50th anniversary edition. Have you read The Virtue of Selfishness, Simon?
Yeah, multiple times. You should probably read the Objectivist Epistemology, the Intro to Objectivist Epistemology.
I'm sorry, you were mumbling. What did you say?
I said you should probably read the Intro to Objectivist Epistemology. That's
What does epistemology mean, Simon?
the study of human knowledge.
And what does objectivism mean?
Objectivism is just the name of the philosophy.
I know, but what does objectivism like? We have the word object, and then we have the word ism, correct? Because I don't think a lot of people know that objectivism is just materialism, like the drum right here in front of me, or the table that my phone is standing on. Those are called objects. And so if I believe in an object, well, clearly I'm an objectivist. If I open up a book on philosophy and it's about a subject, well, then I guess I'm a subjectivist. Can I be a subjectivist and an objectivist? Hello?
hello? Hello?
No.
I can't be an objectivist and a subjectivist. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the R word who's been reading Ayn Rand for 8 years and can't even explain it because he's an R word. And that's okay. There are autistic people that live in facilities for their own safety because they can't actually take care of themselves. But Simon here, amazingly, actually, he works. He has a business or he has a job. But yet, again, it's just not fun talking to him because there's just nothing there. I mean, but I could be mistaken. Maybe he's got a hot girlfriend and that redeems him. I hope so.
7,000 calories eating box. I mean, shit.
It's amazing how stupid you can be that you can say there is no God, but yet the word itself exists, and so you can try to define it. Other people can try to define it, but you just say that that word is an illusion. It's just in your mind. It doesn't mean anything. Meanwhile, the word God itself can be translated into so many different words. What we're really doing is dealing with highly argumentative people that hate your choice of words or opinions of words. And these are stupid retards, ladies and gentlemen. People that should be despised in society because they're so obnoxious and so stupid and so fucking petty and retarded, like Simon.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. I think fall under the rationalist camp when it comes to their epistemology. So they'll say words, give descriptions, but they can't actually. But they divorce the concepts from reality. So that's why like people start with definitions of what God is and all that because they're missing the observation to tie the words to the object in reality.
Thank you for your projection on why you don't understand that God exists.
The sun is a god. Okay, you still haven't defeated that, and that's using an objective.
Using what? Sorry, you completely cut out.
Approach is a
Well, the sun is not a god because just because the sun is the source of all light, and without the energy and the warmth, we wouldn't have life here on Earth. That doesn't prove that the sun is a god. My objectivist philosophical glossary and definition told me so. And so, I've refuted your claim with evidence, and I am not complete. Ayn Rand is a goddess, and if I could do Kundalinis on Ayn Rand's toes and every other part of her body, I would have loved Ayn Rand. She would have been the perfect wife, and I hope to God that one day I meet a woman like Ayn Rand who can make all my dreams of marriage come true. I am complete. It's a good thing to be selfish, and if everyone was selfish, then there wouldn't be any selfishness in the world, and no one would try to commit crimes or do anything evil or wicked or harm other people or abuse other people because everybody would be practicing their own form of selfishness. I am complete.
Why is it when I say the sun is a god, they're like, well, that can't be a god because he doesn't have a personality or a person. Like, what is that? Is that
I think it's just because people aren't objectivists and they don't understand science and laws of nature and mathematics and philosophy and chemistry and biology. And therefore, we have a failure to communicate true definitions. I'm complete.
wait, math, logic, those things are transcendent. So obviously, I could just use that as a god also. With
I know, but you'd have to present evidence to support your hypothesis. If your experiment can't be repeated, well then it's not the scientific method. Without the scientific method, we don't know what is true. That's just your opinion. You don't understand the difference between truth and opinion. Then I think we have to first define what is the difference between truth and opinion.
truth of it is based on facts.
But is it your opinion that these are facts, or are the facts just merely opinions?
Sure. And there's also
You see, it's a fact that you're in the matrix. It's not an opinion.
ask you one final question before I
Well, I think we've proven here beyond a reasonable doubt that Ayn Rand most definitely was the closest woman to ever achieve a union with God because God is very selfish and objectivist and not a subjectivist. And therefore, again, I have to assert that if we could maybe get a genetic sample of Ayn Rand and bring her back to life, she could possibly be the Mashiach that we're looking for.
Trauma.
Wait. So wait a second. So what view are you taking of hers? Because I'm taking a theistic view of Ayn Rand. I'm taking the studies on how they apply the things to hers.
Well, I've just ordered over 20 different Ayn Rand books, and by Friday I will be a subject matter expert, and then I will obliterate Simon once and for all.
I'm home yet, so he's got a head start. That's why I got to keep talking to him.
I have been studying Ayn Rand since I was 7, when I found out that God wasn't real, just like Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy, and when I realized that it was my dad dressed as this.
Logic is my God.
You can say that, but that's totally subjective, not objective, and it's your perspective. And so, what we're trying to do is find out whether or not there are universal truths, just like there are laws of nature.
Laws of nature, yeah. Sometimes they're universal. I don't even know what I mean. Laws of nature universal. What is that?
Well, look at your PTR. Clearly, something's going on there, and I would say that that is reminiscent of the laws of nature, symbols and hieroglyphics, like you said, transcendental, just like Ayn Rand. Because when Ayn Rand had an orgasm, it was the best orgasm that a woman has ever had. Now, some might say that's subjective, but I witnessed Ayn Rand have the most exotic orgasm that a woman has ever had in a menage a trois. And see, sexuality and life choices, those things all come into play when we're determining whether or not Ayn Rand is the true Messiah.
A real philosophical question on the laws of nature, right? Like Newton's laws of motion, general relativity. The twist here is, but these real laws, if these laws govern reality, these real laws that govern reality, or are they just descriptions and patterns we observe? What are they?
Well, you could go in a ratchet ass trench room, what we would call a bang room, and they will definitely say that they are pattern seekers and they recognize patterns. So, since we all recognize patterns and people bring up the fact that they are pattern recognition seekers and pattern recognition observers, like everybody else, clearly they know the truth. My N word.
Science assumes universality, but it doesn't prove it. It doesn't prove it. Modern science runs on assumptions, like experiments done here apply everywhere. No, they don't apply everywhere. They don't.
Well, have you ever taken the polio vaccine? Because I was just in a room with a Democratic APEC lawyer, Abby, and she was saying that the Jews cured polio, and then an African American gentleman said that the Jews also created polio. So who's right? Who's wrong? What's important?
Like, do you remember? You can look it up. Is he still here? Hello? Hello?
Isn't that just like the distance that it takes light to travel between point A to point B
Oh, wait.
and back? Whoever said anything about going back?
Wait. No, we don't measure it that way, my friend.
How do we measure it then?
Sure. Maybe not sure. I'll go back into my dark office.
Hey, Grok, how do we measure the speed of light?
Simon, tell us.
Actually, I'm looking up a lot on this stuff, and I'm like finding that this philosophy is actually kind of been debunked in a sense. Like when you actually, like I can't remember the other philosopher. I can't forget whose rule it was, but it's a particular rule where you can't violate your own inference rule. So even on the epistemology of the very said, philosophy that you're looking into here, Rand claims reason is the only means of knowledge. Faith is invalid. So like the counter here would be the claim itself cannot be proven by reason alone without circularity. So like you're violating your own inference rule there. And then it's a philosophical axiom, right? So we're getting into Agrippa's trilemma there. So you're falling under one of the horns of that, and it's not empirically or deductively proven as a result. So like, the system depends on an unprovable standing point while denying all others, like faith, that special pleading. So you even have an epistemic faith within this work in itself. Oh, fucking Rand.
That's all it takes, buddy. That's all it takes.
That's part one.
Well, I don't really have the time right now to debate you on this. I'm busy with my girlfriend, and I gotta whisper so I don't wake her up so she doesn't break up with me. But what's important about Ayn Rand is that she was a publisher, and she wrote a lot of books about basically being selfish and conservative because the liberal left woke mob, which has taken over society.
That's what she looks like.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Don't judge a book by its cover. No. You don't understand objectivism. And you haven't read enough. You're still just getting home. You haven't read enough Ayn Rand books yet.
Saying that, like, ethics based on self-rational interest, which I actually critiqued earlier, just kind of getting into it, but it says Rand says the moral good equals what advances the individual's life. So if morality is grounded in self-interest, then that's if you have conflicting interests, no objective resolution based on conflicting interests or power or advantage can redefine rational. So you can push the line and say if two rational agents benefit from harming each other, what adjudicates that between them? That's the same shit in the fucking Secular Humanist Manifesto. I'm pretty sure, like, that's it's not put as like rational self-interest, but it's like this democratic, like, collective good for everybody type of thing that has the same kind of circular thing going for it.
It's trannies living in a commune. That's all it is. That's what it is. That's what it turns. That's what it boils down to.
Dude, I should make a music album called that. Trannies in a trailer park or something.
Nazi. They call them Nazi trannies. So it's such an idiotic thing. Skinheads. Bob, he's got a baby in the background. He's caring for a child, but he hates life. It's like, yo, dude, like, how smart does he think he is? I can't wait until his baby is going to transition. Let's see how much of he is gonna promote transgenders. Yeah. No, not even. No, Abby, it's worse. These gay parents don't even want gay children. They want to have grandkids. Think about that. He has gay parents? No, I'm saying gay parents don't even want their kids to be gay. Yeah.
That's not true. From an objectivist perspective, Ayn Rand would say that gay parents want their children to be happy, and that just because the parents are gay doesn't mean the children will be gay, and that they should pursue whatever sexuality that their soul tells them to pursue. And we've got Caleb down there who marries men underneath the chuppah, even though he's breaking Torah law, and he thinks he's just trying to make people happy, and he thinks he's doing good in the world, but really, he should try to he should try to teach them that why having, anal intercourse with another man and sucking another man's cock is like totally gay. And you should like pursue a woman who will love you. And like they should also understand that natural law means that man and woman together is the true symbol of God, because in the Zohar it says that where a man and a woman are united, there you will find the Holy Spirit, the Paraclete, the Shekinah. And so, if you truly want a union with God, or if you're a solid sloppist, or you believe in Gnosticism, you got to get with a woman. You can't do it with a man's booty hole. Hello. I did come to the conclusion the other day that basically solipsism is just Gnosticism translated into sloppicism. If you think that Gnosticism isn't the exact same thing as sloppicism, solipsism, I mean, I just don't. Can you defend that? Hello?
All the nihilistic, solipsistic, nihilistic hard determinists that think they're in a brain of that. Solipsistic, nihilistic hard determinists. That's what they are. Oh my god.
Wait, you said they think they're in like a brain vacuum or something?
Well, they say they could be a brain in that.
A brain in a what? A brain in a vat? Oh, got it. Well, you know what I really like is books because books prove to me that time is a concept and that the now is all important. However, history books are a motherfucker, especially the ones that I'm looking at right now from 1946 because there are a lot of dumb motherfuckers on this app that want to say a lot of racist shit. But when I show them the books and I show them the pictures and all the research and the hard work that these publishers put into these books, it will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they are trash and that they are just here projecting hate speech because they're losers. And I've got books. I'm not saying that I'm privileged. I'm saying I got books. And a lot of people on this app, they can go fuck themselves. Real bad. Fuck themselves real good. Because they're pieces of trash. Human trash.
Why are you starting to leave? Oh, what should we call it? Go over this woman's metaphysics.
Okay, one of her philosophy is when you see a child drowning in the water, you're not gonna go save it. You just let it drown.
She wouldn't have a fence. She wouldn't have a fence around her pool if she has a child.
No, like maybe natural water. She will just let the child die.
Crazy.
So I Googled what are Ayn Rand's most controversial statements. This is what it says.
This is the objective reality, the metaphysics. Objective reality doesn't lead to her ethics. Rand starts with reality is objective, fine, but that does not logically entail like capitalism, or it does not entail egoism. This is the gap you move from what is to what ought to be without justification. This is the ought problem famously articulated by David Hume.
Government is a menace. She regarded government as a dangerous threat to man's rights, arguing that its only legitimate purpose is to protect against physical force, as discussed on. Yeah.
I figured that one. That's yes,
Also, on religion, she equated believing in God with not believing in life, claiming that placing a higher power above one's own life is a sign of lack of self worth. As they like to say in the community, worth.
Toofs. They got teeths. They got two toofs.
She defines femininity as the essence of femininity is hero worship, the desire to look up to men. That's how she defined femininity. She wrote, I swear by my life and my love of it that I will never live for the sake of another man, nor ask another man to live for mine. That's from Atlas Shrugged. And when Abby was saying that, Anne Randians wouldn't save the dying baby in the river, I think that's a little ridiculous, but that's what Abby does. It says here the virtue of selfishness. Rand argued that pursuing one's own rational self interest is the highest moral purpose, rejecting the idea that people should sacrifice themselves for others. So it says it's the highest moral purpose, but is it the most intelligent purpose? Hello?
She negates altruism, so there's no altruism in any of this.
Oh, Steven's here. No, she had 16 abortions. Unfortunately, she couldn't menstruate after the 17th abortion. She was a big member of Planned Parenthood. She herself was an abortion doctor part-time. She got a pension from Planned Parenthood in 1965. Anyways,
Muslim, because then she would have to go through the Iddah period, and she would never get a period. So then she couldn't get married to a Muslim.
speaking about
Oh, on this kind of just this whole thing just reduces down to like metaphysical individualism. So that's
yeah. I mean, isn't all of religion, I mean, I would hope that your transcendental religion would be personal, selfish metaphysicalism or transcendentalism or anyways, what we're trying to say is, oh, Cora's here. Hi, Cora. Don't worry, Cora, I won't hit my bell. Welcome to Is Atheism and Ayn Rand a Worldview?
It says not ein.
Well, Regal's kind of busy right now. Don't worry about it.
isn't like a view. I don't know.
It's objectivism. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another word for atheism.
Did I spell that wrong? No, you spelled it right. Did I spell it right?
Yeah.
Ayn Rand? No, you got it right. No, you got it right. It's Ayn Rand. Yeah. Ayn Rand.
See, my complaint is that people just don't like the LARPers Club, the book club, the poetry club, the debate club. And so they just declare, there is no God but man, and that objectivism is the truth of the earth. But then that denies subjectivism, which is just subject. So if you just believe in object, but you don't believe in subject, well, then you must just be a deaf mute, a retard, a Down syndrome sufferer, someone who hates the book club. Hello?
Self doesn't exist in like a real sense. It's just an illusion.
No, I believe in the self with the little s and the self with the big S.
It's illusional, then there's no real distinction. Everything is just one. That's all the ancient.
I don't think that follows though.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Okay. So explain your monistic view.
Because you can just say that it's like a monism with like emergent pluralities. So it's not actually one in terms of its essence. It's one in terms of its like negation or contradictory elements.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, that would be necessary to its identity.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's not crazy if there are true contradictions.
Well, everything has a contradiction. Every argument has its counter argument, just like action and reaction, or art critic and artist. And so there is this dualism and this non dualism. The non dualism is what we're talking about when we talk about slopicism or solipsism and Taoism, or even Enlightenment, transcendental mythology, and mysticism, like Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the greatest comedian and mystic who's ever lived. Hello?
Yeah, but Barth, you could just hold like non-classical logic for that sort of view to work.
You see, Mahat.
Defragging myself that can believe in true contradictions. So I'm gonna have to operate in the real world.
Well, the point is that like there are examples of true contradictions in the real world.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Graham Priest gives like plenty of examples. I'd be like sympathetic towards his view.
I mean, I'm putting the tarp over my, foundation. They said it's gonna rain. Do I definitely know it's gonna rain? No. Am I gonna take the chance and having to pump out all the water of this ditch instead of just putting a tarp over it with a pump? So that if water does get in there, I don't have to go crazy doing this the next day when I get there in the morning. And I'm still hiring the guy to get there at 5 to check the pumps. So what if it never rains? Is it a contradiction? Yeah, never happened.
Well, again, I just want to go back to the book club, meaning that there is a chemical or a literal biological experience that is happening, which is subconscious, which is the neurotransmitter in your brain as a result of using this app and having these conference calls with other people. And to me, that's the most interesting part of this, that through our words and communication, or our displeasure with one another and our personalities, we can actually create an experience, a happening. And unfortunately, there are just so many people on this app that are just learning English for the first time that you have to realize it's just an ELS support group app for people that don't speak English so good and stuff, kind of like, you know, um, Zoolander. Yeah, it's a Zoolander nonprofit book club for kids that can't read good books so good and stuff. And so I have started a nonprofit here on this app and with the state of Illinois to raise money and help people read books again instead of talking endlessly to generate the dopamine. Because the truth is, it would be better if we just read books to each other instead of, yelling at each other and just passing off emotional discharges instead of actual intelligence. I am complete. Ooh, look at Kitty's PTR. You went full blue steel.
Did you see Hillary? This is a perfect example of the abundant hypocrisy of the left. I love this one.
I think we gotta have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows if they've committed a crime.
Well, it looks like we have achieved a catharsis of complete and total relaxation. I would just like to read from the book Muhammad, Charlemagne, and the Origins of Europe by Richard Hodges. This is page 55. It says Heraclius's victory distracted the world from the birth of a religious and political movement which was to overwhelm large parts of Asia and North Africa, Islam. When the Prophet Muhammad died in 632, he was barely known beyond the Hejaz. Nevertheless, his movement, reinforced by the economic conditions in the Arabic Peninsula, produced an explosion almost without parallel. Within a century, Islam had tens of millions of subjects from the Atlantic to the Indus, attacking simultaneously on several fronts. Small bodies of mounted zealots ripped into old empires of Byzantium and Persia. By 640, the Islamic hordes attacked the Byzantines, and they had lost Palestine and Syria. In 642, they lost Alexandria. Between 673 and 677, Constantinople faced a series of attacks. 698, it was the turn of Carthage. 12 years later, the Arabs crossed into Spain and struck northwards into Provence. But at the same time, in 717, Constantinople faced its most serious siege yet, which lasted 12 months through a severe winter. After the Arabs withdrew, Leo III, from 717 to 741, the newly crowned emperor, held the city. We may speculate whether this or the victory of Charles Martel at Poitiers in 732 was the event that symbolized the end of the Arab expansion in the West. In the mid-8th century, the vast Islamic empire suffered its first political strains, and the Umayyad dynasty of caliphs was overthrown by the Abbasids, who shifted the Islamic capital to Baghdad. The Abbasids.
Okay, thank you. That was John Kitover. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Cora, you still there?
Yes.
Hi, how's it going? How you doing today?
I'm fine.
You're fine. When you think of that, do you think atheism is a worldview?
No.
Fair enough. Yeah, we were just having this discussion with this guy Simon, and he wasn't very clear about that. That's how all this came about. And then he said this is kind of what's supporting his views here.
You can't build a worldview on the answer to a single question.
Sure. Anyway, I think I'm gonna jump off for a few. Do you want me to donate the room to you? You can change it around or make set the topics if you want. I'm gonna jump off for a bit. I gotta make dinner, dude. Can't stay on here all day.
Okay.
Hello?
That's Americans or Americans who sacrifice their dollar.
Away NGOs. Think about it. If we took away NGOs, there'd be less confusion when it comes to moving digits. My opinion.
No, but it's still unrealized.
Apologize for interrupting. But I'm hearing a lot of great dialogue talking about issues in California. But but the big thing that needs to be brought up is why is taxation so aggressive over there? Because let's take the most simplistic thing, like we're talking about the forestry. Okay, North thing paper he said about it, about basically controlling the ecosystem by eliminating dead, which naturally is fire. Well, let's take about this. Why wasn't it? Why did they deny controlled burns to destroy? Why? Because someone convinced a politician that it's going to be bad for the environment. I mean, you could trace it down to, have a good sense of humor. Figure out, break down everything that's asked from the state of California, from the federal government, or if not from the federal government, but in the taxes. And then if you look where it goes into that element, then do a FOIA report, a FISA report, and then realize, hey, Why is it kicked to an NGO? Why is there multiple NGOs handling a specific subject? And then when you dive into it, oh wait, why do we have third party contractors coming in to do forestry surveying? Why do we have third party contractors coming in doing biological engineering or biological survey? Why are we third party in it? Why? So that way we can find out where the money's being funneled. You're paying so much taxes because, in my personal dumb opinion, and you guys probably going to tell me I'm dumb for saying it, is when you have NGOs excuse to move money around, that they're going to have to, instead of a FISA report, they're going to have to go to, they're going to subpoena documents, subpoena the books, figure out where the money's getting tracked, and we all know that could be a 12 to 24-month process. That's simple as that. That's just my dumb opinion. Thank you for the 30 seconds.
Well, where did the $25 billion for homelessness go? We don't even know.
No, listen, it doesn't matter how much money the government wastes. It doesn't matter how inefficient. We have to keep coming up with examples. Anybody else have examples? You have to prove how inefficient the government in California does. You have, does anyone else have any examples?
I don't know,
because we don't share very much. Because life is as simple, politics is as simple as this. Get more money from the rich and everything else is going to solve itself. Once we have more money, it's just going to solve the problems.
No, dude. Minimizing it down to just that is like being disingenuous about what's being said.
Management of more money and wealth, that's the problem. How do we manage it? How do we tax people with a lot of money? It's like it's something new. It's a new phenomenon. It's like, how old is it? Within the last 10 years, people are like billionaires. We haven't seen this before. How are we going to deal with that? We have to.
When you say that, France did it, and the millionaires and billionaires from France. That's what happened.
Yeah, and like I don't know what the like people aren't living in reality. Someone just said that Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet. If you believe the reason why my name is NPC is for people like you. If you believe that Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet on the planet doesn't even report their income, and they're probably somewhere in Saudi Arabia or some shit. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like when I say these like really extreme things, that's what y'all is saying. Because when you guys talk about taxing people, you speak in a way as if the government, whether federal or state, has a track history of using that money effectively. If this was like fucking like a Robin Hood, if this was a situation where you're actually taking from the rich and giving to the poor, maybe you could justify it, but that's not even happening. You talk as if that's happening. The government takes $1, it spits out a nickel, gives a nickel to the poor person, and then the 95 cents goes somewhere else.
It goes to administering the 5 cents.
It goes, and then you guys, it's like, then you guys see this. If a person wants to low taxes, they just are helping the rich. You're going to make poor people poor, rich people.
I mean, like,
poor people and then giving it back to Elon in the form of subsidies? Because that's what's happening. You're saying, why would we tax rich people? The government's not going to use it efficiently to give it back to poor people. Well, why the fuck would we tax poor people and give it back to rich people inefficiently?
Poor people pay taxes. So,
you know Elon is rich because of subsidies, because of taxpayer money, and
he got rich right before he died.
He's
poor people in California absolutely do pay taxes, by the way.
I'm a poor person and I pay taxes. Like, I'm a person and I pay taxes. And y'all, when you buy or say I have income taxes. I have no idea why I have income taxes, but there's something. So y'all, he's not norm. He's not to do so. So y'all,
When you use
what I'm saying.
hierarchy structure that works. and it worked because it was based on something. The whites created it, and it worked. And those were like the old type of white people, mainly European, with some aristocratic background, but like a pedigree. And when suddenly Americans, like idiots like Bill Gates and Elon Musk, they come into the picture, and then they become like the new types of riches. But that's what communism, like China's communism, is benefiting from. It's like that sort of power structure have now somehow been diminished where it actually worked and they could have nothing against it. But because of these fucking monkeys like Elon Musk, okay, so what?
Wow.
He copies fucking time. He does like what?
Unbelievable. Just because Musk.
That was filthy. We don't know.
See, she's not even coherent.
It's like it's a mismanagement of the minorities. And
We need to make the whites great again in America. Can y'all? All right, so Bibi. No, she interrupted. She literally interrupted me. Literally to be her point. Literally, nothing she said, and I let her say because I wanted to see where she'd go, but she's completely coherent. Like she's in my heart. This is what she said. Nothing that she said. So why can't I land? She's incoherent. Cannot interrupt me. So at the end of the day, if giving governments more money solves problems, the only thing I'm saying is this: the way that the progressive tax system is now, a philosopher can go over if it's fair or not, but we all know that increasing the amount of money that people are paying in taxes, first of all, it's the biggest lie that they don't. These taxes end up hitting everyone eventually. The second thing is that increasing the amount of money isn't going to solve the problem. So if increasing the amount of money isn't going to solve the social problems that we want money to do, then what's the point of increasing the thing? That's my only point. If we know that, hey, increasing the amount of money is not going to lead to the result that we want, then what's the point of increasing taxes? If it did, I'd have no problem with increasing taxes. We're going to end up with people.
Statement to you. Just a minute one. The reality is, okay, yeah, we have taxes, but a smart man knows how to play the taxes. They just read to you. If you want counseling, bring in a simple Edwards guy or gal will sit there and talk to the public worker. You don't have to be a small business guy or gal. You just gotta be smart with your money. I'm just trying to help. I want to say this. Orange 16 when he was asked, but your friends all got the same government tax rate. Why? Because it's that you don't have to be a billionaire or millionaire to get the same subsidies like Mr. Jarl was complaining about. You just got to be smart and learn how to read a little bit and learn where your state politicians that are trying to be crooked on the back end. You just got to learn how to put them out there in plain sight because that's how they got to operate.
You just need a clever lad. You just need a clever.
Well, I want to put to rest this idea that Elon Musk got all of these subsidies from the government. Yes, he got money from the government. You know what he got it for? He got it first for SpaceX because he was doing something the government couldn't do. Now, the left likes to talk about all their NGOs and all of these organizations that get billions of dollars of government to carry out policies that the government wants to get done. And when it's doing something like helping feed poor people in East Mongolia who need education on the difference between leftist and right, and leftists, need to be educated on leftist queer artwork in New York City as it developed in the 1950s. They're happy to fund governments like that. But when it comes to Elon Musk,
I want to see pictures of lesbians doing scissors.
funding him because of SpaceX and all of the satellites and everything else and the advancement in space technology that he was provided. The second thing they funded him for was for Tesla, which what has the left been pushing for years?
Electric vehicles.
Yeah, vehicles. And so they gave him, like every other state, like every other locality, they gave him tax benefits. Why? Because if he didn't do it in California, he was going to go to Tennessee or maybe Arkansas. Guess what? There was competition between the states. So, yes, he got money to do those things. And
that's right.
So that people, us the consumers, would benefit, number one, from the space technology that the government couldn't do, and number two, from electric vehicles. And those are things that I think, forgive me for my extreme example, but I think those things are more beneficial to us as Americans than, say, trying to teach a mother in East Mongolia about the history of leftist.
They're drag queens. Drag queens.
Thank you.
Drag queen story are in Afghanistan.
What? What is that? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
So the U.S. government funding the U.S. government funding like transgender plays in Brazil. These and all that. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I mean, like that. Wouldn't that just come from a different part of the budget?
Yeah, that really comes more from
Like,
it's still taxpayer money in spirit. But my question to you is what do you think about? So it's not.
I'm just asking.
But no, this is outlined. No. The Congress, this is outlined in the budgets that of this weird spending for shit like that.
Sure.
Well, even if it goes abroad.
No, wait. So this might be. So I like to have real conversations. So Xerxes, given what everyone has said, let's assume that let's assume for the sake of conversation that increasing, just for the sake of conversation, increasing the amount that we tax rich people isn't gonna solve our social problems when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to education. Let's assume.
Can you let him ask the question? Thanks.
So my question is, if we are looking to tackle these problems without raising taxes, where would you start? Or do you even think it's possible?
Reallocate funds from the police.
Police?
Number one. Yeah, this is not. Well, this is not like a,
never mind.
This is not like a defund kind of situation, but I do know that there's like an immense amount of like unnecessary. This is not. If you guys are going to ask me a question, please at least let me answer. Okay.
Why would you take money away
So
from the police?
I'm going to explain it. Explain it.
Okay.
Explain.
Yeah.
So I know that
working men and women.
No, I'm taking money away from things. So like extra. Oh my god, you guys do this all the time? I'm sure they do. So helicopters, new fleets of Teslas and Chargers, things that are like not actually necessary, and like can you shut up, David? Can you shut up? Can you shut up? Did somebody ask you this question? Thank you.
Your judgment.
Just taking like, shaving off a little bit each year and just reallocating those funds to somewhere else, to lots of other places. to schools primarily.
Yeah, that's nice. So built into the question is the premise that money can't solve the problem.
Yeah.
So
No, money.
Like
I mean, dog. I made the hypothetical. How are you going to tell? The hypothetical is that adding money won't solve the problem. So
Correct.
taking away money from a police officer's new Tesla, or making sure that the sheriff office of Bay County doesn't get a new tank, like taking away their like making sure that they don't have any access to nukes and taking away their money, like the police making sure that they're gutted.
Okay.
That no, because they're a terrorist organization. We're talking about the police, the worst people in the world. So taking away money from those people, that's not going to do anything. My question is, money can't help the situation. How can you help other than money? No matter how much money you add,
and risking their lives every day for like people like me. So I don't know whatever kind of mindset you come from, but I don't think that's fair.
I didn't understand. Story short, the hypothetical situation is you can't add money anywhere. You can't take away money from anywhere. Adding money is not going to solve this problem at all. What would you do to help the problem?
They tried it. Nothing moves. Sorry. That might work somewhere else, but it
doesn't help. For example, improving spending, the more you spend on a school doesn't mean it's going to do better. In fact, there's like a minimal amount you need to spend. But Bill and Melinda Gates ended up figuring this out well over a decade ago, and they ended up realizing, well, it's you have to focus on a lot of things outside of the school to really make any kind of fucking difference. And often that could be well. It's so there's so many things. What control can you have? Like, for example, how were you raised? What kind of parents do you have? Are they even around? Do you have what kind of environment do you have? Money can't even change that.
I mean, it can.
No, it can't actually. I mean, for example, I work. No, it can't. I'll tell you why. When I was working with the mentally ill population here in my county, you had the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community, which has very large casinos and spring training facilities. They bring in a lot of money. Everybody gets a per cap check every 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
They make a lot of money. Now, they had a lot of issues. This is intergenerational. What they ended up having to do is once the per cap checks were coming in, they're like, oh shit, they're partying. There goes the domestic assaults, the drunk driving incidents, everything. But they're still not doing any better. The kids are still fucking up. They ended up having to put a whole bunch of these people on forced payees to make sure that they don't go out doing drugs with their money. They had to get a bunch of services basically to help the kids and to do a lot of foster parenting, honestly. And so and we don't have the ability to do this for everybody in America. So it's
California. What everybody else in America wants to do is fine. Yeah. So when I say like putting things into schools, this means like reintroducing like post-elementary after-school programs, something that I think actually disincentivizes young people to continue their education, to stay engaged. They don't have places to go, so they run the streets. Like things that like people like Alan and Alan and Normo kind of had these structures. It's not about what the school's job is. They asked me how else could it help, right? So like when I say school, I'm sorry, Normo, I didn't hear what you said.
What structure do I have? I didn't know that.
Oh, like, okay, so like back in the before times in the 1900s, like you guys had like social programs, right?
I don't think so.
There were no.
We had a lot less social programs in the first half of the 20th century than we did in the latter half. a lot of people don't really realize this too. A lot of those immigrants that you saw come here from Europe, a big chunk of them ended up having to go home because there was zero safety nets for them. And so poor people were a lot poorer back then. But even then, you can save money and all these. But why is one of the poorest communities in New York City? Why are their kids? Why did they outperform every other group? And that's the Chinese. Literally, more than half of them live under the poverty. Yet they do better than every group.
I don't know, dude.
It's because the Chinese control over the media. I mean, that's a whole part of that.
Cultural pressures from to achieve.
Well, then maybe culture is a change in America too, because it seems like it's not money; it's got culture.
Wait, you say the oppression to achieve?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I said there might be cultural pressures to achieve. Like this is like a common narrative amongst migrant, refugee, and immigrant people who live in.
You're right, but like so my thing is like, all right, so we don't really have any answers on what to do other than add more money and the problem's gonna go away. But
what? No, I was in the middle of giving more answers before I got jumped on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like incentivize more I guess like extracurricular support for kids that is like low to no cost. And this is not like just like straight up babysitter shit. This is like, oh, let's build leaders type shit. You know what I mean? Like if the world's gonna be STEM, let it be STEM. If the world's gonna be politics, let it be politics. Definitely increase civics classes and make like that compulsory learning, like up and down, offer free classes. Okay, yeah, and that's cool. So make sure that the opportunity for competition.
This doesn't improve.
What about the current? Because like,
oh, you don't want to know homelessness is probably gonna make me the worst person.
No, I mean the current homelessness, like current homelessness.
Okay. PC. Othello, did you have something to say? I'm sorry, I'm talking so much.
No, I was saying that they don't want to know any of your thoughts because they keep talking over you every time you speak.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. I have a twin sister, so I'm used to being.
I'm just curious though. You see sleeping in tents and that kind of homelessness out in California. Like once again with that job that I had, this is something that was always talked about, and California is kind of a dumping ground for a lot of those people for reasons. These are what we consider long-term homeless. The vast majority of homeless people never end up out on the street like that. These are people that are seriously drug addicted, but oftentimes both, and that is a population that is incredibly hard to deal with. So like I can give you an example. You can put the seriously mentally ill here, like in my county, you can find a place for them to live. We have funding for that. Now, if that seriously mentally ill person wants to do drugs, they can't do drugs where they live. Staff aren't gonna, they'll get kicked out. They can't have drugs at a program. And so where do they go? On the fucking street? And it's, it's this very sad situation, but a lot of this is it's not as simple as it looks. But in when you look at California, they waste so much fucking money. It is, I mean, tax robbery.
In this case, is it okay for the government to scoop them up and fuck them somewhere else and not let them fucking shit all over your streets, bring the fucking property values down, and like it's like almost like they're doing some political parties bidding, and that's why they're allowed to be doing these things, because to be honest, they probably could, if they wanted to, if they really wanted to, they could be rehabilitated, but sometimes these
usually takes multiple attempts for that's the reality.
Why do they have to do it in fucking prime location and shit on everybody else's parades?
I put it in.
Okay, so Pepe, I'm just gonna address quickly what you said, and then we can move on. Like homelessness for me is like a different type of issue. As a person who was homeless during the pandemic, I learned a lot about homelessness. I learned how invisible you feel and how people treat you. And I wasn't mentally ill or drug addicted. I definitely lost both my parents during this time and 5 of my family members. And so, if I were built of tougher stuff, I think I would have easily sunken into the place that's claimed, more than 260,000 people in California. So to me, the way to address this is to do it before, right? So, like, for the people who are about to lose their home, they're likely mostly families or struggling whatever entertainer thing. Create pathways so that is not as much of a future for them as it definitely is here. I can't just think of what those things might be right now, but I'm sure that it's better than asking for money and then being like, poof, it's gone. I understand what everybody's been saying about missing money and promise projects and stuff. So this is one of those ways. Like, homeless prevention is a way to prevent, like, not just family, but people entering into a space where now you are drug addicted, now you are mentally ill, now you're slipping. And for a lot of people who are homeless, you don't want to leave homelessness because it offers you a pathway to freedom, as opposed to being locked up in a system where you have to follow people's rules, and that's not something that you've been used to for the, I don't know, X number of years you've been homeless, right?
I can kind of I just want to make one point, and that's that this when I say mental illness, that's you're almost always referring to the SMI system, seriously mentally ill. So that's going to be schizophrenia and that kind of stuff, which always precedes the homelessness and the drug addiction. Usually, I don't know if you've known drug addicts, but it's often and their life ends up spiraling. They end up not being able to keep,
Yeah, I'm aware. It's incredibly hard for sure. So I would also bring back mental health facilities, aka like the loony bin, but make it like less inhumane and more ethical. You know what I mean? The reason they closed down in the first place.
The problem is that our fucking population is like spiraled out of control. It's like maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago, it would be easy just to put people away in like these asylums that were like almost like, like 4-3-4-star hotels. But today, it's like there's so many of them.
I don't know what I mean. Maybe that's a waste.
So even if it's like, let's say society was trying to like deal with like that part of their communities, it's like, how are we going to find funding for that? Where are we going to put them? And it's like, but maybe some more emphasis
she's like
on this instead of like, maybe we have to come to that. Sorry.
Well, what she said she felt invisible when she was homeless. Now, that is almost entirely true of the homeless and seriously mentally ill population. They tend not to be civically engaged. They tend to have no fucking voice anybody will listen to. Nobody is gonna, unlike, I don't know, some of the lobbying groups who are gonna fucking hound all of the politicians to get, favors and, spending on things that will benefit them and help make them more money. The homeless they have nothing.
I mean, yeah, unless and it's hard unless you are a person who is like was civically minded before you entered homelessness. I mean, like once that time in your life levels out, you become, I've seen, incredibly self energized to to speak on other people's behalf. But yeah, I mean, like, it's a grueling process, and like, I'm kind of split. I think a lot of people come to California, especially Southern California, to just kind of use it up for its wares. I wish those people would go back to where the fuck they came from, instead of being on meth in 6 months and becoming homeless. I wish that this wasn't a city of dreams that makes people delusional, so that they could go back to Iowa, Montana, Idaho, Ohio, like Kentucky. Like, course, because it is actually climatically more lucrative for people to be, you literally will, I mean, like, weather wise, you are less likely to die. Other people, good luck to you, but at least you won't die in the snow and nobody will find your body until it thaws. Okay, so like, I understand that part, but it it can't continue to be like that with just no services for those people to actually actively engage in, right? And all of that takes active work, and it takes people who actually are dedicated and really care about the state. And I don't think, the one criticism I will make right now of the government in California is that I think we have like some politicians on both sides and in the middle. Shout out independents and fucking libertarians who just don't give a fuck about the state, and they care about power, and they care about their voice, only theirs, right? And their families, and like the intents of their of their legacy, their lineage, or what they came from, or whatever. And really, the state's too big for it not to be a collective effort, and for people not to, kind of not maybe not work together, but just be down to be progressive and move forward, trying whatever. So there are a lot of solutions that could help a lot of things. Is it any of that shit gonna happen? No. People only respond to suffering, so may the best man win.
And sometimes I remember, so I have this one coworker. She doesn't eat any processed food, okay? Our office is on the 13th floor. Okay, we have elevators, really, really high tech elevators. Every single morning, she elects to use the stairs. Okay, she's rich as hell. Like she's rich as hell. She's like 65. She's like the most healthy person I've ever seen. No sugar, no processed foods, and it's not because she's diabetic. She's just super, super healthy for some reason. And she saw me eating a Pop Tart, right? And when she saw me eating the Pop Tart, it was like I was eating sewage. Like she was like, "Oh my god, how can you handle that? That's too much. That's too sweet." To me, it was heaven. When you look at some homeless people in California, they're in heaven. There isn't any money that you can give them to not make them an addict, because that's what addiction is. Coming from a former addict myself, like that's what addiction. It's a mental health issue. So the reason why I asked you the question I asked you, Xerxes, is because through this conversation, we're starting to realize that there are so many human problems that are much bigger than writing a check away. And the homelessness is one of those problems. They actually have access to services. A lot of them don't want to live within the perimeter to receive those services. You can't force them to. You can't put a gun to their head. The other problems we're talking about, the home issue. The reason why the homes are expensive in California is because the people who are upper middle class who own the homes are really the middle class is keeping the lower class out of owning homes. It's not even the rich. It's not even BlackRock. It's middle class people wanting to have their homes appreciate, so they're just against multifamily properties in their neighborhoods, which increases artificially the price of homes. That's why the single family home issue in some parts of California is the issue. And that's because of democracy. Like, people voted for that. So you can't take that away, because it's not rich people who are doing it. It's middle class Americans who are fucking doing this. So there's so many problems. Just point money at it and then it goes away. These are humans with different interests and free will.
But that's why, again, it's the minimizing of just pointing money at it. Like, this isn't just when I say reallocate funds, or when I say tax whoever, right? It's not just like suck up the money and then like.
So if we just have money, then when you waste money, or
please listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying
Discussion's over. Hi, Monica. You can go anytime.
Yeah. When I say that, I mean like there has to be a flow of where the money goes. It has to be efficient. People who are trustworthy and not crooks, which is a problem in different places here, have to be in charge of this stuff. And there has to be like a set of checks and balances and an efficient model of getting this stuff rolled out, not just because the World Cup is coming, not just because the Olympics will be here in 2 years, because people are suffering, whether it be in the sun or in the shade. So
the dude, his name is Sam. He's the dude who created FTX, and he's in jail for stealing all
Altman?
that money. Yes, Sam Altman, right? So this is what makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So what makes me uncomfortable is that certain people have a higher sensitivity to the greed of the private market, but they don't have that sensitivity to the obvious corruption, greed, and the same things happen within government. No, at least in the private market, when a person's being greedy, they're greedy with something that they earned. They might have earned it by cheating, or a lot of them don't cheat.
MTC, can I just say something? I just think.
No, BB, no, BB. I asked the question, not, no, you can't. No, you can't say something. And then Monica's after me. So the only thing I'm saying is that.
For you. But
Monica, you want to go now? Monica.
yeah. Hey guys, Scotty, is this your room? It's a great title. Very interesting. Y'all are on homeless in California though, so I do want to talk about the topics. Are y'all ready for us to circle back, or you need me to wait a little longer?
No, that's what we're talking about.
You're insensitive, Monica. Right. So I think it'd be foolish for Trump to resign now. Joe Rogan was at the White House Saturday morning talking about ibogaine, which has an effective mitigation rate for addiction at the first dose, 80% allegedly. We should investigate that. It also might be effective in depression, and we know that liberals, strong leftist liberals, has a higher rates of mental illness in our society. So that will be great. Yeah, I think it'd be dumb for him to resign. I'm ready to see what's next in store for us.
So, okay.
You mean like liberal-minded people have a higher rate of mental illness because they're diagnosed?
No, so my sort of my 2 cents to this would be like, well,
I think it's because they're crazy. That's what they're saying.
no, but it's like they don't do unsubstantiated claims. There's
Even if you prove it, it's going to move on to something else. Yeah. Let's have. She's just going to say that we get more and we ignore ourselves. But my thing is this. It seems I just rather prefer if people were just against big money. It doesn't seem like people are against big money. They lost $20 million
against big money. That's what makes the country.
You just said you wouldn't. Why are you interrupting me? It drives me crazy. Like, it actually drives me crazy when you do it. Because the way you communicate is so schizophrenic. You're the person. Stop interrupting me, please. Stop it. Bad. So the only thing I'm saying is that you look at $50 billion. $50 billion. We can only account for 25 billion. So let me put this into communist language for you.
The homeless population went up during that period.
It's $25 billion. Imagine if Elon was 25, if he took a clone machine and put 25 Elon Musk, 25 Jeff Bezos, 25 rich billionaire white, 25 Donald Trump. We're not talking about unrealized gains. We're talking about liquid. And every single time she does this, I feel like I have to restart, and it just makes my submission so much longer. I should not be talking this long. It's weird. The only thing I'm saying is that it seems like, given a person's political disposition, they're against corruption in the private market, but they're not against the biggest. If this ever, how do you lose $25 billion in the private market? If you lose $25 billion, that's going to be on the front page of Forbes, and every single NBA is going to learn about it for the next 100 years. How do you lose $25 billion? We're talking about liquid money. We're not talking about, oh, you're a billionaire because you have stocks that haven't been sold yet. We're talking about $25 billion liquid. And these billion, and these are the same people who are like, huh, just give them more money. They'll be fine. Just get a person who won't fuck it up. They already fucked over $25 billion on homeless niggas. Yes. And it didn't even go to them. So my question to you is like, like, where is, do you ever have the critiques of the government when it comes to that? Like, is there a difference between private corruption and public corruption? How
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I mean, like, as a civic-minded voter, I mean, I'm hella critical on all politicians, whether they're on my side or not, whether they speak to things I want or not. Well, I'm a Democrat, but oh no, man. Yeah, I'm a Democrat, but I mean, like, I grew up in a politically subversive household. My mom was a Black Panther. My dad fought in Vietnam. I've been reading Kafka and Ayn Rand and all of this stuff since I was like 10 years old, bro. I'm not new to the game. I don't trust
Hey, so
any
why
of
do you act like the government can save you? You're for revolutionaries. You don't trust the government.
Because what I've learned in my history of activism is that there are many places for many people to fight, right? There are public places for people to fight, and there are inside places for people to fight. And I prefer to break things from the inside using their own tools. So I will do that, and I do that, and I encourage people to do that, right? So I believe, despite, I mean, I don't know who else is like Black, but NPC, if you've ever heard like other Black people say like, I don't vote because our votes don't matter because the government doesn't like us, blah, 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 XYZ thing, right? I'm the person that's like, have you heard that before? I don't want to just...
Yeah. So okay. I fuck with your ideology.
I'm the person who's like, no, dude, this is what they want you to believe. The more you believe this and the more you proselytize this, the worse things get, not just for you, but for every person, okay? And I take it further and yeah, so I take it further and I do things, I create things so that I can stay safe, because I was like a public activist. I've been shot with rubber bullets, zip tear gas, all of that stuff. I don't really want to do that anymore. Really dangerous. I love breathing and living, but I still do want to fight. So every election year, whether it's the midterms or federal elections, I will create entire voter guides, and I will call every single person that I know in a state who I think doesn't understand legislative text and explain them and ask them, do you understand? Do you know how to do this? Do you know how to engage? And they can take that information to other people, right? Because I care about what things do.
I love that. I love that you created a Warnock.
No, but I like your history, but I don't think that. What about government? Because when it comes to the lack of trust for private actors, we understand that people can be greedy in a private market. But what about?
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, I've spat in the face of governors on the steps of my city hall. Please don't think I'm like playing games with these people. If I see corruption anywhere and I have the ability to speak or do something about it, I do it.
Okay, so the way that California is right now, they don't have to raise a single increased tax dollar. They can solve all their problems right now without raising taxes at all, and that's just
okay.
The matter. How? So if your mind abundance, there's a book out right now called Abundance by Ezra Klein. Read Abundance by Ezra Klein, and you can figure out how to be a successful integrationist. And the way to be a successful integrationist is by having a government. You cannot be a
what government?
My bad. Efficient government.
Oh yeah.
You cannot be an integrationist without having efficient government. Because if you don't have efficient government,
gaslighting everyone who's smarter than you.
What?
Okay, he'll stop now. He promises. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you don't have efficient government, what you're going to have are people who criticize the government justly because they're inefficient. And they're going to have people who defend the inefficient government just because they're status quo. But you're going to have what you have right now. So you get the worst of both worlds when you have inefficient government. You don't get the benefits of a government, and people who want to tear the system down are legitimized, and chaos doesn't really help that many people. So this is the issue with Democrats. They don't treat government inefficiency like the crime against humanity that it is. Because government inefficiency is what I'm calling it to be nice. The majority of this shit is not inefficiency, it's just corruption.
Well, I think inefficiency,
right next to
sorry.
I'm about to land.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is the worst person who was ever born, right next to maybe Jeff Bezos. Right up there should be government inefficiency. I want you to hate government inefficiency just as much as you hate Jeff Bezos.
Yeah,
that's what
I just I think the grace that you have heard from me, you guys have heard from me, is my thoughts of like, well, if I, there's always the question of if you were in control, right? Like if I were to do it, how would I do it? And the thought becomes suffocating over time. I've been asked this question several times over several years, and it makes me like consider the complexities of different offices, right? Like, what could I actually do? Even just knowing some people who work in government now, right? Like, one of my friends who I used to dance with was running for office, and I yelled at him. I said, "Well, like, why? Why would you want to work for these people? What do you mean? Like, are you okay?" And he's liberal, but still, I asked the question, like, like, I don't know, like, is your soul good, bro? And he was like, I just want to expose these motherfuckers. And I was like, oh, you're never gonna get anywhere if that's your goal, right? And I'm happy I was wrong, because he absolutely did get elected, and he has been exposing these motherfuckers left and right for like a few years now, so much so that they want him gone. He's young. He doesn't give a fuck. He uses all of the things that the young people like to see, big old billboards, memes, all of it, to just expose the corruption. No, these are real victories, because he's showing people raw data of like charts of how much money is being spent in the county on different things, and how little of that goes to us.
No, but
and what they can do.
Your friend is amazing.
Well, a lot of people don't.
No, but
no, a lot of people.
Xerxes, even when they find out, one of the reasons you're different, you actually you're a good sport to talk to. Most of the times when we tell people who are left leaning about the inefficiencies of California, it's almost like they act like they don't hear it. Like people know it's an open secret that California is probably the worst, least efficient state government in the country.
Well, I mean, like, I have to be honest. This is like, it could be true for any people who are, I guess, like, nationalistic to their state, right? Like, I could say the same thing about Kentuckians who refuse to believe climate models despite the fact that their shit got rocked 2 years ago, right? Like, you literally are living on stick huts because of floods, and you think like, oh no, like, let's not even hear any of that, right? Our governments believe the same thing, right? There's no such thing as climate change. We don't have to prepare for shit. Okay, what I do is just stop talking to them about it. That's what you want, that's what you want, right? I do this with liberals in my own state, conservatives in my own state. You guys know, I'm not gonna waste my breath on people who are willfully ignorant. I'm gonna talk to the people who want to move. Again, things I learned from being an activist.
It's a new brave world, by the way.
Oh,
You ever heard
he's-
that?
He's talking about what's called a persuadable. He works on a political metric known as persuadables. People whose lives she can make a difference in, and with the information and experience she has that she provides.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I don't really care like what like side you're on either. Like, although I exist, on the left, I don't, unless you're actually just being a fucking like bigot, racist, or an asshole, I'm still gonna give you the time of day. I'll still engage with you, honestly, in good faith. All of those things, we can talk about it. We can walk away, shake hands, be friends, whatever it is you want. We can do all of that stuff as long as it equates to like movement. right? What I can't do is people who are stagnant in their ideas. I don't care if your ideas are like the only people that matter are women and we should only fight for women's rights. This is the most important thing. To me, that's stagnant. I'm sorry. Like there are tons of people suffering. As a woman, I understand the plight of females. And it's real, right? I'm not dismissing it, but like also, what else though? You know what I mean? Because the what else is what gets us, to tie our shoes and to start walking. I'm just not, I'm no longer interested in people who are just here for a fucking ride, bro. Like,
you know what? Something that you said kind of, and maybe y'all want to talk more. I haven't seen a climate
and peace. You know what? I really hate that about the people within the black. Also, that it's a proof of low IQ because it doesn't lead anywhere.
don't take the bait.
It doesn't take you anywhere. All it does is always just take you back to square one, back to square one, back to square one. Because it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. I don't know if it comes from a.
Like 200.
But even if you're proud of something, it's like but then you're like, oh, okay, something is being done wrong in the wrong way, but because I'm proud, I want it to be done in the right way. But I don't know. So what is it?
That's subjective.
What is it? What is it? No, what is it with you? It's like even your women can figure it out. Like no, but you keep trying and you keep trying, and if it doesn't work for you, you just gaslight, and then you're like, oh, it's the Jews' fault, oh, it's the whites' fault, or it's Trump's fault, or it's like whatever. But it keeps, and then you get on an American side, you get overrun by the fucking.
Why don't we stop fighting for those fucking
to be like lawn mowers. They even have more credibility than you fucking people who had credibility by birth.
Just so you know,
But
we have not had Mexican immigration in the United States since 2005. People we captured,
why people like put you up, like on a.
Nobody put me up. I live on the border, lady.
No, Marshall, Marshall is that talking like audience or just ignore her because I think you're wasting your brains.
We should what you were gonna say, NPC.
I think it's time. That's what happens.
And you weren't gonna do any moderation without top left's permission, Mark.
That's what happens when you come in these rooms with a certain agenda and you fail to follow. And so, BB, man, you have this agenda to attack black people, and it's like we're not even there.
I love black people.
She loves black people. She's never racist to black people necessarily.
Let
her talk.
I'm a fucking person. I know when my
Bro, Jason, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we're talking about American issues. Stay on topic, girl. Go start a room if you want to like hyper focus on. That's fine.
Look, if we just
I'll just finish what I'm saying.
Sick, awesome.
Put a button in it.
Yeah, just have to nip it in the bud. Stay on topic, man.
Some of y'all have amazing listening skills, but when a person's being completely incoherent, they might as well be drunk. Just treat them like a drunk person. Don't try to go back and forth with them like they're saying anything coherent because they're not.
Hey, be nice to them.
Yeah, so the only thing that I'm saying is that I was going to pivot over to climate change because I haven't seen a climate change room. And Xerxes, you were talking about climate change, and I haven't seen a climate change room in a minute.
I thought it was global warming.
Yeah, I just
it was global warming, and then they had to update the lie.
Well, I don't talk about it anymore because for people who don't either understand or have a firm belief in climate change, it's just there's nothing really to say at this point. And for people who do, we all know that, I mean, it's pretty much a wrap.
Let me ask you two questions. Is the climate changing, yes or no?
Well, the climate is always changing every
No,
years.
is the climate changing, yes or no? It's his face.
Yes.
Okay, correct answer. And spending more tax dollars solve it?
But money can't solve climate change, and we are far beyond the point of solving climate change. It is now about mitigating.
What is
Please let me finish my answer. So now the conversation, at least for the people in the north, needs to be about mitigating harm and potential fatalities.
But why is most of the agenda, at least from the governmental part, about increasing taxes if money can't solve the problem, if it's already too late? Whatever reason, whether it's natural, whether it's man-made, the same scientists that you believe in have said that you can't reverse it.
Yeah.
So what's the point of increasing taxes because climate is?
That's a good point.
So when you, I'm assuming that the tax dollars, or whatever fund is accrued, would go to like research and mitigation for harm.
But you said
Research for why am I forgetting what it's called? But like just like disaster prevention. Disaster prevention. Preparedness.
one
Prevention, disaster prevention.
But money won't solve it.
That's not true.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter how much money you give the state of
That is not true.
At a certain point, it's still going to be what it's going to be in 100 years. It doesn't matter how much money you give the state of Louisiana.
That is not true.
Maybe, but then you said something that's even better.
Yeah.
You said assume. Your parents are like Black Panthers, like, so you're assuming.
Well,
first of all, you're assuming that the government. You're assuming the reason why the American government wants to tax more people is because it proactively, 100 years before, 200 years.
Oh.
All this research is the government. Our government's known to be proactive. Like, you believe that the American government is trying to help its citizens to.
I think that some governments maybe not our government as
No,
much.
I'm just thinking about our government because I only know the climate lobby in our government.
Yeah.
I think you can kind of get the main idea that the climate lobby. Prescriptions that it gives doesn't match the illness nor the medicine. Like none of it.
Well, I mean, the climate lobby and climate scientists would be speaking to people who, largely for 40 years at least, maybe even more, who like initially don't really understand the concept that they're trying to describe, right? It does just kind of set in as panic or fear mongering, and then you go into like a 30-year lifespan of greenwashing and making people believe that they're doing something when really these things, they help your immediate surroundings, but what's actually happening, what's been done, it doesn't help that.
But even Bill Gates has pulled away from the climate situation. Like it's not and nobody cares at this point. So
but this is what I said about having debates surrounding climate change. I don't do it personally because what am I to say to people? It is just kind of like, we'll wait and see then.
Causes more harm to the world than a million cars. I mean,
that has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with climate change. But bringing up volcanoes is
what kind of atmosphere has to do with climate?
Yeah, when
so I understand stuff. When people are talking about climate change and climate science, they're talking about human impacts on the climate, not geological disasters.
Cause more destruction than all humans on Earth.
It's
not an issue.
That's an insane thing to say, but you go ahead and have that statement to yourself.
It's like, how's that insane?
I think there's a fair take that, like, if we're going to put, hundreds of billions of dollars into mitigating a risk, that to keep the temperature 1 degree lower. But there are these other risks that we just can do nothing that can raise the temperature by 1.5 degrees. Then maybe we got to think differently about this problem.
Correct. So this is what I said, Jason. It's about mitigating risk and harm to like fatalities, right? So this isn't like risk and harm to like take down the percentage of the earth cooling. This is like, how do we create or focus on infrastructure models that help people survive things like Hurricane Katrina, the floods in Appalachia, like, if we're going to take it out of America, the numerous floods last summer and the summer before in the Mediterranean and the global south. Like there are people who live at the most exposed points of these things, of these kinds of disasters, which would be at the equatorial countries and at either side of the tropics. And these are some of the poorest countries. They are leading research on this because they know that they are the most at risk, right? So when I listen to people talk about these things, and it's gone past a belief in climate science. You don't have to believe it in order to know that something can take you out that is because of this thing. You can choose to ignore it, and then you'll be the person that's you can choose to ignore it, and then you'll be the person on the news saying, I didn't know that this could happen. This hasn't happened in X amount of years. I heard about this from my grandma. We're just going to be rebuilt. You can be that person till the end of time, until it gets you or it doesn't, whatever.
But till it gets you, or do you even understand the models that you believe in? Because none of the models say that anything. Well, like you guys remember the movie 2012? Like, you guys remember 2012? But like, none of the things in 2012. Yeah, none of the things in 2012 happened within our lifetime. And even if they did happen, it wouldn't happen like that. Like, what? Yes, this is what I mean. What are you talking about? Like, none of. So I'm talking increase in intensity.
Asking about an increase in intensity of climatic disasters, right? An increase in the number. I'm still speaking. The increase in the number of hurricanes, the increase of the intensity of the hurricanes, the increase in the number of tornadoes, the increase in the intensity. But nobody's expecting 2012 was a movie.
I know it is. What? And you said you didn't know what it was, but obviously know what it is now. What I mean? I know it's the sea levels. We're talking about Louisiana. We're talking about certain parts of Florida. We're talking about yeah. We're talking about the type of climate change that has been sold to us that certain American cities won't about a really, really harsh storm. We're talking about the sea levels rising to where some cities aren't
it's all a
cities
part of that.
anymore. That's not true. That's not going to happen.
I mean, you can say that now because it's not true right now.
No, but you don't say that. Science doesn't even show that.
If you rewatch, who's the vice president? What's his name? Al Gore. You watch his Inconvenient Truth. What he proposes in that movie, based on studies that he was referencing, we should all be underwater by now. But it's
no, we should not be underwater.
Be across the country, they're all going to be underwater. He showed that animation. That was part of the.
Tell me, tell us the year. David's wrong. He doesn't know anything. But tell us the year tell us the year where it's going to be estimated that certain American cities are going to be underwater. Tell us the year.
I don't know if I am clairvoyant enough to say that.
No, but the science. We're not talking about
science. Oh,
science.
I mean,
what common predictions about that?
Oh, I don't know. Okay. Did you want to answer, David? Go ahead.
He's not good with anything, but I think the broader point, the point I appreciate MPC raising, okay, is he's ultimately saying, well, look at the tax policies in developed countries, in California, in America, in Canada, in Western countries. What are all these northern countries? What do they think they are accomplishing these low population, in many cases, very low population countries, what do they think they're accomplishing by taxing gasoline at the pump? Okay, this will accomplish nothing for the climate. Zero. It will just, it will haul a bunch of money into the government. But that amount of money coming into the government, it's not earmarked for anything. Okay, to do with the climate. They're just like, they're just spending the money. Okay, not that carbon taxes. No, they are not, David.
No, I mean
there are
the gas tax. I mean,
no, there are specific gas taxes in some of these countries for the environment.
oh, well, that's stupid.
Okay, yeah, well, you just don't know what you're talking about, so shut up. So these kind of taxes, they cannot accomplish anything. Okay, they are theatrical. All right, and they are a way though for the government to get big, which it loves to do. Okay, the government just loves to take money and get big. That's just a natural thing for it to do, based on this climate story and many other stories of like goodness or justice or whatever are leveraged in the same way. Okay, and that I think is a really fair point here. All right, you can't just be like, it's nice that the government tells me a nice story about something that's a problem, and they say, okay, there's a tax about it, and it's like, okay, what is this? But then the part about like, well, what does the tax have to do with doing anything about it? That part of the story is left out. And are we asking this question? Are we insisting on any kind of relationship there? No, we're not.
Okay.
So why don't you become a Republican and support Donald Trump? Okay.
I would never do that. I prefer the presidents having the ability to read. Yeah.
That was a perfect way to end that line of questioning, dog. That is, I got some. I got so fucking. So I got some ideas for this. As a landowner, there's differences in the climate, increased droughts, sometimes heavier rains. But two things we could do in my area in particular: mangroves to hold the coastline together, which is really important, and then plant seagrass. Like we have a place called Laguna Madre, and Laguna Madre is basically all seagrass. That promotes oxygen in the ocean, which helps the atmosphere. Apparently, we get 2 out of every 3 breaths from the ocean. So those are 2 things we can invest in that are natural and would be a really good thing, and help produce more oxygen.
But this doesn't matter, Marshall.
The carbon tax went immediately to funding an institution that made pollution less, because plastic, in my opinion, plastic pollution is the single worst thing that we're doing to the planet. The microplastics, if you catch salmon in the middle of the Atlantic, it's still going to have fabric softener in it because of what we do to the planet. So, like, in my opinion, I feel like climate change is dangerous. And the reason why it's dangerous is because it flattens what it means to care about the earth. Instead of caring about things that are really actually going to move the needle, not a fucking solar panel that's going to end up in a landfill that we have to destroy the plant to even mine the materials for, not a fucking windmill that's going to kill all the birds and kill all the whales, not none of those, but actual things that change the planet. We're not focusing on nuclear energy. We're not focusing on thorium reactors. We're not focusing on getting plastic out of our lives and off of our planet. But instead, we're focusing on a big tidal wave that's not going to come when or how they say it's going to come.
I mean, you can't, just like I can't predict if it's going to come, you can not predict if it's not. Right? So I think we should maybe stay out of the realm of hypothesis.
Scientific models that you love show it's not.
You have this really interesting way of framing things that are intentionally antagonistic, and while I'm not provoked by them, I do find them a nuisance. I think the projected model is for 2050, and that's the one that I have learned for, I don't know, 3 years.
Okay, great. So in 2050, Miami's not going to exist. Lafayette.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible, right?
Yeah, so how was the answer? You said you didn't know before, now you found the study. So before, basically I'm 27 now. So before 2050, yeah, I'll still be alive then, hopefully. So most of the people in the room are going to be alive when it's absorbed by the climate monster.
I mean, it's possible. It's also, there are a myriad of things that can happen in between then and now.
Yeah, there are. But government policy can't be based on like, well, we don't know if it's going to happen. We don't know if it's not going to happen. So let's take everybody's money for the tidal wave that may happen or may not. You got to have a good reason to take people's money.
Yeah, so
and we got to push back when we don't have a good reason.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with you in the sense of like it should be direct and clear about what, funds are going to be used for what, and those plans immediately go into action. They absolutely incentivize those communities, maybe even, by way of making jobs for those communities because somebody has to put the shit together. And, all good things. I just don't know. I don't know. I do know. Often when people say things like this, they say this in effort, and I'm not accusing you of this, Jason, but they say this in effort um, to cripple the argument that things should be done at all. I don't.
That's true, but I'm not saying that.
I didn't say. I don't want you to believe that I believe that you're doing that. I do not. But I have seen the ways that different communities in different countries have for this whole 30 years because they've been enduring things that are not inside of the normal things they understand climatically, done things to change, even poor countries. There's a reason why I talked about houses on sticks, stick huts. It's because in places where people can't build strong foundations because they likely don't have a ton of materials, time, money, whatever, they just build their houses on sticks so that the floodwaters can pass and they're less likely to endure hardship or death, right? It looks like this, right? So when people are talking post Katrina about levees and stuff like this, it looks like that, right? It's not like this grandiose, nebulous, imaginary thing where the money just goes up into the sky and maybe comes down as
it's coming in 2050. You just made an assumption. You're giving the government an assumption. So you said you don't know what they're doing with the money. You said that, and you gave them the benefit of the doubt, and you gave them the benefit of the doubt that hey, maybe they're using this money for preventative measures. But you're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Why would you give a government the benefit of the doubt that just wasted $25 billion on the homeless crisis, which is an actual crisis that's hitting now? On the real, because the real crisis that's hitting now.
Relax, bro. You don't have to yell at me. I'm listening.
I'm saying, but the reason why I'm elevated is because the real crisis. It's not free. Yeah, I'm having fun. The real crisis that's happening now. Yeah, $25 billion gone. You're saying that I'm going to give the government the benefit of the doubt that they're taking up this money 30 years in advance, but they're doing the right thing. They have our best interest in mind. They just need more money.
It's a little bit different here where I live. So climate scientists and climatology and earth science studies and all those things are as native to California as a poppy. There's a reason other than just elitism, tech bros, fintech homies, fintech regulations, the myriad of other things that people hate California for. It's also because we institute for a while instituted EPA laws, right? Things that go to save the planet, right? And you guys, the rest of the country can decide now in this time whether or not they want to follow those things. I'm sure everybody can find their way. That's cool. But here, we the Tourette's from you is getting annoying. It really is. Did you want to just have the floor to speak, David? I can yield for you.
No, I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. Where we focus on things, or at least the government does, right? So cliff faces falling off, mitigating harm. There are regulations that say you can't build on those places, regardless of the view and how beautiful it is. We now know it's just harm. Instituting geological surveys for people who are buying homes, regardless of where you're buying those homes, super important to the landscape, super important to the safety of the people buying those homes. Instituting laws like these, right?
They already have some laws in places in multiple parts of the country.
Yeah. Oh my god.
But they already have those laws in place for most of the country already.
Okay. How do you mitigate an earthquake? How do you mitigate harm from an earthquake? Disaster preparedness. It's something that we just learned. We like native.
Earthquake is gonna happen once it happens.
Yes, and there are ways that you can save yourself, and there are things that you should not do. Right?
Like what?
Somebody.
Send us to a window, I guess.
Yeah.
Mitigate actually quite a bit.
Yeah.
But a lot of them talking about has already been implemented in society already. It's not like we're zero mitigation, and then she's like,
That's not what I'm saying, though.
So we have to go.
It's not gonna have this big of an impact.
The government taking money for these illusory, non-definite gains, because NPC is right. NPC is right. You have there's this law of diminishing returns. I mean, you can't make building codes that much. Okay, we have basically identified the money that easily collapse, and that you can't. And we're pretty much done with that process. I mean, honestly, the only thing we can do after this is say, look, New York is a low-lying island. Get off of it. Nobody can live on the coast of Florida anymore. That's basically all that's left. Like, we picked all the low-hanging fruit in terms of places you can't.
Yeah, but everyone likes
building and things like that.
So
this is assuming stuff in 2050. This is all assuming that it's always acceptable.
Or anything.
Or what if the asteroid hits the water? Then
oh my god!
You need to use. Okay. David, stop resisting. Stop resisting, David. Okay, use force. I'll distract him.
Was that why they say that? That's crazy. I'm actually new here as of today, so I won't be removing anyone. I'm so sorry. I don't think that's really my place. No, but you know how I got this being.
The reason why I find this fun, someone was like, "Oh, you fun."
Yeah.
I find it really, really fun. The arguments that people make, even though they know the truth. Because Xerxes, we started this conversation by both of us agreeing. 2 questions. You got both of those questions correct. We both admitted that whatever momentum the climate has, there's nothing that we can do to stop it.
Yeah, the climate's going to do what it's
but then
things that we're witnessing, and then you're going to these like really, really fringe ideas.
No, it's not fringe, bro. Like, because we exist as humans, the thing that we care about is important, right? It's why is it important? It's because people want to live, right? So now we move past the point.
No, but just we just came to the conclusion that we're not stopping the catastrophe.
You cannot.
Catastrophe is so catastrophic that the damage control that you're suggesting is going to happen won't even fucking matter because you won't be able to.
That's not true. You're not qualified to make that judgment. I just have to put that out there.
You just remembered.
I hate to break it to you, but
sure,
NPC is a citizen.
Sure,
that's the quality you need to make decisions in this country. Okay.
Yeah.
The citizens who are sovereign in this country. No one has a qualification to make a decision other than us and the people we elect. We are here.
It's not about decisions. It's not about decisions. I didn't say he wasn't qualified to make a decision. I said he wasn't qualified to make that decision.
be fair to you, Xerxes, there's a lot of assumptions that you've made that verbatim in this conversation say, I'm about to make an. You literally said you made several assumptions, and like you made an assumption that the state you gave the state a benefit of the doubt, which is something you called a assumption verbatim, and you said they're probably using the money. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that they're probably using the money for preventative measures. That's what you said. You made an assumption of how the state was allocating money.
But my assumption is based on things that I've seen, right? Is yours?
My assumptions are based on the things that I've seen. I've seen
Really? How?
Yes, I've seen states use benevolent causes to absorb money to not use a single cent.
No, but what was the statement that you made, NPC?
Which one?
The one that we are arguing about currently. What was the statement that you made?
The first thing I started off with was the two questions that we agreed on, and then I started to out. And then when I started to pick your brain, you said, I'm gonna go out on a limb and kind of assume that hey, they're doing this. They're gonna take this.
Now fast forward to 5 minutes ago.
Okay. My only point is that are you asking me my point?
Yes.
Hopefully. No, yeah. Tell her my point.
Oh my god.
My only question is that my only question is this. Genuinely speaking, you're not a super person. We both know that this problem, we can't stop it anymore, no matter what we do. Knowing how inefficient the government is with money, seeing how many times the government has manufactured a crisis, absorb the money, yeah, they do that. Black Panther do that. Like your parents know about that. So
I don't know what you mean by that. My parents are.
You never heard about manufactured crises from the government?
I don't know what you mean by that.
You never heard the term like a manufactured crisis?
I've heard that, but I don't know what you're referring to.
So, like, if you look at the word manufacture.
No, I mean like a specific instance. I know what it means.
Specific instance. Manufactured crisis. So.
No, climate. Okay. Use something that isn't climate change.
No, but climate change actually.
Okay, use something that isn't climate change.
All right, I can use 9/11.
Oh, okay.
I can use Pearl Harbor. I can use manufactured crisis. I can use. Oh yeah, the easiest one, fucking COVID-19. That's the easiest manufactured crisis. It's actually manufactured. The speed actually have. The paid app is another manufactured crisis. Because when you look at minutes, easiest when hours worked. It's very. Yeah, so she's very NPC, but it's very, very.
No, I'm really not.
Jason is also.
Like, I'm clearly not.
Yeah, but let's just everybody relax. You know,
you literally just got here. We're fighting for fun. If you don't like it, like it. Honestly.
Hey, wait, chill out. What's the attitude for? I know.
No, I like the fight. Don't.
Oh, well,
don't tell her
fight too.
Sure, Night King. Would you like me to play the recording of you singing? Sure. We could fight over that.
We could play.
The pay gap is a great example of a manufactured crisis.
Yeah. I just wanted examples.
People talk about all the time.
Okay.
Another one is the shooting of unarmed black men by police, for all these liberal politicians, it's an epidemic. Turns out not to be real.
No, it is a real epidemic. It's one.
Police do not shoot hardly anybody. They're not a leading cause of death for anyone.
Like, I want to come to this phone and just.
Black people.
No, this is.
Yeah.
Okay, so NPC.
Just for the record, about
go ahead.
one
1,000 black men and boys can expect to die at the hand
Oh no! Who's the catfish in here? Who's the catfish? No, who's Tina?
I'm putting out the hook. See who's gonna jump on that hook, baby. And I'm gonna reel it in.
She said that she's a ballaholic. You better be careful. Yo. All right, guys. Let's get it. They got like 5 minutes before I turn up. Get it.
Have y'all been to Vatican?
I'm a vegetarian. I like
Thanks to Basilica for nice workout, but
that nigga got quiet. Quiet. Let's stir.
How can you think love will end? Diego, I will haunt you till your grave. My name is Scarface, and I tried to bomb an elevator shaft with Hamas and Hezbollah. Jihad, Princess Sia, long live Palestine. Diego! Yeah, hot takes for you and your Nazi racist ideology, your extremist bigotry and low IQ Jew hate. I miss you, Diego, and I love you.
How's the house or whatever you're running for race going?
Well, I was kicked off the ballot for Congress, but I'm running for mayor now in Chicago.
You're running for mayor. Do you remember that I got an audio recording interview of you? What you wanted to say to your constituents?
I already interviewed him. It was like it's on my I interviewed him a few days before. It's not on here. Before my accident happened. Kitover, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, what is it? You want to call Diego or something? You want me to text Diego?
No.
Okay, what's your favor? Hello?
I'd like for you to delete.
Who personally reached out to me saying if I'd be able to play.
That. It's the middle talking.
Wait.
What do you mean wait? I was in the middle of talking.
It's Princessia's World.
Oh, it is.
Rick.
This shirt green for the fraudulent, so. All right, sorry about that. Just had to remind Alistair that, he was interviewed and he is on record talking to his constituents saying that he will be back. So continue.
Yeah, go ahead, Princessia.
The day that I was rage baited by you.
Rage baited by me? You think I rage baited you?
That's how I feel.
Okay.
The day that recording is on Clubhouse. I'm sure somewhere on YouTube.
I'm sorry, but I don't delete content. I'm a historian and I create content for a living, and part of my rules is I never go back. I only go forward.
Condition for you to be in rooms.
Oh, that's fine. Just kick me. I'll come back in anonymous. Technology has beaten you. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Anyways.
It's gone. Oh, there it is. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta quickly kick him out.
Wait, what was the audio or video?
Are you looking for the one that is Tim Robertson racing faces off as more of a terrorist?
No, I think
26.
no. But yeah, I just want him to delete that. I think if he does that, then I think that's a good, like, gesture of goodwill, and we can let bygones be bygones and be cool on this app. But for the time being, I guess you can just stream us on YouTube if you'd like. Oh. I want to start running, but I'm just gonna walk. I don't know if you could hear the background noise from the cars. It's loud. Huh? Are you working out? Yeah. I'm walking to the gym. Nice. I was gonna run, but I didn't really feel like, I don't know, putting. It's not necessary to run right now. Yeah. But yeah, so I worked when I wasn't supposed to work. I took the bus home. I chilled for a little bit, talked to Mr. Johnny the Best, and then now I'm talking to you all and walking to the gym, and then I'm gonna get some groceries and walk with the groceries back.
Damn, you know that. Way.
I know, she's doing really well.
Soft count it in your chest. Let the shoulders fall. Nothing to impress. Eyes on point, steady as a stone. Thoughts drift past, you let them go. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathe, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. Notice every inch where the tension hides. Send your breath in, feel it loosen, slide. Neck like a swaying in the wind. Mind like a lake, quiet from within. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, push you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. One thought out, nothing extra, nothing loud. Just this moment, just this round of easy breathing.
Easy now.
Where you go? Where's your hat? Where's your cattle? Where's your house?
Steady now.
Where's your cattle? Where's your hat? Aren't you Pritzker's Democrat controlled opposition?
Soft inhale, count it in your chest. Let the shoulders fall, nothing to impress. I
Lucian. What should do?
stone, thoughts drift past, you let them go, bend like water, follow gravity. Slowly breathe, roots you to the ground. Focus like the flame, still all this sound. Like water, you will not break now. Notice every where the tension hides. Send your breath in, feel it loosen, slide.
Choose fraud, scam, lies, and ignorance. Fraud, scams, lies, and ignorance.
Quiet from within. Water, follow gravity. Slowly breathe, roots you to the ground. Focus like the flame, still so water, you will not break now. One thought, one thought, nothing is true, nothing, just this one, just this easy breathe, easy now.
You Democrat controlled opposition?
Full of brand new dawn. So keep breathing through asks you to climb. Focus like a flame, still inside. You are steady now. Ask you. Slowly count it out, 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be. Knees sink heavy, the ground doesn't move. Mind keeps talking, you just watch it pass on through. I walk, flow around, people follow me. Inhale slowly, count it out, 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be.
She's about to be arrested.
The ground that doesn't
She's about to be arrested for you.
talking, you just watch it pass on through. Bend like water, flow around, you can't hold. Follow your breathing, let it gather, let it go. Every small distraction, just a way that rolls on through. Like water.
Another loss for a RICO criminal org like CTU.
Quiet room, heartbeat drum in my chest. All this noise fading down to breath. I feel the flow, holding every step I've taken. I close my eyes, watch my worries go vacant. I breathe in peace, I breathe out love inside. I breathe in strength, every child, every time. I breathe out love, soft blue sky, even with scar, like a map where I've grown. I bless the grass where the gentle light is
is pouring, I bless the past for the way it keeps informing. I breathe in peace. I breathe in war inside. I breathe in strength. Every time I breathe in joy, let it rise above. I breathe in love. I breathe out love. Every name I call myself, I every tear that never fell, shining on my skin. I am open, I am open, let the healing in. I breathe in peace, I breathe out the war inside. I breathe in strength every tide. I breathe I breathe out. One more breath, resting in the quiet now. Stronger, softer, learning how to bow to the peace, to the strength, to the joy I'm dreaming of, to this endless, wordless ocean made of love. Quiet room, heartbeat drum in my chest. All this noise fading down to breath. I feel the floor holding every step I've taken. I close my eyes, watch my worries go vacant. I breathe in peace, I breathe in inside. It's every tremble, every time. Rise above. Soft blue sky, even with my eyes closed. Every scar, like a map of gold. I bless the cracks where the gentle light is pouring. I bless the past for the way it keeps me. I breathe in peace, pour inside. Every time Every hurt helps scars. So every name I call, every tear that never fell, now it's shining on my skin. I am open. Let the healing. I'm ready. Every time. One more breath, resting in the quiet. Softer, learning how to go. The peace, to the strength, to the joy you're dreaming of. It's endless, wordless, ocean made of love. Breathe in all the scattered pieces. Breathe out every borrowed fear. Hands open to the quiet in your chest. Let the shaken part settle here. Peace in my body, strength in my bones, joy in the spaces I once called unknown. Love in the center. Breathe in all the scattered pieces. Breathe out every borrowed fear. Hands open to the quiet in your chest. Let the shaken part settle here. Peace in my body, strength in my bones, joy in the spaces I once called unknown. Love in the center, soft but so strong. I am and Googled that. I didn't tell the patient I didn't know. I just went over there and Googled it, and then I knew exactly what it was. So don't fear, people. Do not fear. If your doctor is sitting there with a blank look on his face, and you come in there with a whole bunch of stuff, he's probably think you're like, oh look, you think you know what you're talking about. And they spent one day in science, so they probably got that look on their face because I get it all the time. So that's all I'm going to say. You guys don't be afraid of your doctors. We, as a black community, brown community, white community, we don't go to our doctors the way we should be anyway for our annual checkups, our annual labs, our annual workups, or whatever. We don't take our medication the way we're supposed to. We don't monitor our vitals and our blood work. So please don't get the fear of going to your physician. As a matter of fact, go more. Go more. Amen. Thank you for the time.
I want to say that people are fearful to go to their physicians because I told somebody if you incentivize, like a friend of mine is on a plan, they will pay her so much money. I don't know what it is, but she gets so much money to go, to have this checkup. Or if you have a colonoscopy, they'll pay you this or whatever. And I said, okay, but not everyone has this so-called incentivized plan. But it did make me think it would certainly benefit, a lot of Americans if there was ways to help, especially those who are low income. They have these programs, but a lot of them are either being obviously cut or what have you. But yeah, a lot of doctors and things like this, Lisa, you're on point. Don't be fearful either, and all of these other things. I think things will be all right. I don't think either with this. I don't think that AI will necessarily take the place of my doctor. And yes, people do need to stay up to date on their checkups, but a lot of people absolutely cannot afford sometimes even go to a doctor. That was another thing that one of my friends. Amen.
That what Lisa said is a reassurance for you all because we know how rapidly advancing these things are being advanced. How and even if it messes up tomorrow, they're gonna fix it the next day. This shit is astronomical. So I do agree with Lisa, but I do want to push back and let y'all know if they fuck these robots I told y'all that's running faster than everybody. They were literally slow as fuck 3 months ago. Some of us didn't even see. So the one thing is, it's gonna keep happening, and we need to be figuring out ways to do. Because that doctor said he was scared, not me. The patients weren't. He said that.
What a doctor is scared. They already have robots. Because we already have robots already. We've had robots for 20 years in the operating room. I can't speak for a doctor. That's one thing I cannot speak for. But I can speak for people who work in the operating room and for myself that puts patients to sleep. There is not going to be a robot that's going to be able to put a patient to sleep under anesthesia. It's just, they're not going to be able to make one. And if you are looking forward to that happening, I suggest you guys just all go out, get educated.
I'm not looking forward to none of this shit. I'm telling y'all to wake the fuck up and get ready.
It's here. It's actually here.
20 years ago, robots we talking about in that medical room is not what we seeing today.
No, okay. Listen, that's not what I'm saying. You're so busy trying to prove me wrong. Somebody preach with your mic. I'm saying that they want to prove you wrong. We're reassuring these people. Y'all need to be scared. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm trying to wake you up. Saying that the robot that we started out with in the operating room, the Da Vinci, it was there 20 years ago, and every 3 years, I think it's been upgraded and advanced. So we have the latest technology one right now in there, and it doesn't look like the one I first saw. I first saw my first one 13 years ago, but I know that they've been around for 20 years. So that's the only thing I'm saying. Oh, okay, got you. Well,
Lisa, can Cyrus go real quick? Because he's been coming. Cyrus, go ahead.
Well, no, I wasn't done. I wasn't done.
BT, pop the Cyrus.
I don't need Cyrus. It's serious. Here beside me.
Oh, yeah, there's an eye in front of there. Good looking out.
But yeah, let me finish here, please, sir. And then y'all can have fun. Please take notes, guys. As Lisa asked me to do this, I'm doing it. But I am finna go in the gym, and I'll still be here, but I won't be able to do this. So just let me land, please. So Disney is reportedly laying off 1,000 employees due to AI. And the CEO of Disney says that the most of the visual effects in the new Avengers movie Doomsday will be AI powered, and that audiences need to accept it. So of course the nerd world is up in arms because they're like, you're just gonna tell us we just have to accept this? We don't want this. It's too fake. All this and that. Disney is they're doubling down, and they said they don't care. I found that interesting because I'm not with that. I like real movies. I don't even like the green screen how they don't go on site and fly to locations and do movies no more. That's one thing. This one's really good, y'all, but it's scary. So, a family in Shandong province, which is in China, used artificial intelligence to protect their elderly mother from the shock of losing her only son in a car accident. Instead of telling her the truth, they created a digital version of him using old photos, videos, and voice recordings. The AI was built by developer Zhang Zhiwei and is able to speak and interact like a real person. Now the mother regularly talks to this AI version of her son through video calls like Zoom, FaceTime, and etc., believing her son is still alive. Now that is cool, but it's scary as hell. They need to tell that woman her son is dead. And so that is
Hold on, Ashton. Let him laugh. Go ahead.
now that is bad. But take your notes, guys, because I'm not done, and these are good. But I don't want y'all to talk about each one. I just want to get them out the way because I got to go in the gym. Even as tantalizing as they are, so please write down things. All right, so this is a good one. Well, I don't know what this is either. I don't know if this shit is good or bad, y'all. You know, I'm open arms. So this one says an AI school with no teachers is set to open in Chicago this year, where students will learn core subjects like science, math, and reading from AI-powered robots. Um, we all know how bad this can get, but anyway, I'll read the last one, which is pretty good as well. And if you're ready for it, well, there's two more. I'm sorry, because I gotta read this. An AI generated song, which I don't know if y'all know, it's a lot of people who are making AI songs on this app now in real time. And they were trying to do laws against this, but they haven't worked. So an AI generated song called Celebrate Me reached the #1 spot on the US and global iTunes charts last week, marking the first time this has ever happened that a virtual artist has topped the rankings. Now, any of us can download the app Suno and create a virtual song, an AI song. Hint, hint. So, if y'all niggas want to make some money, I'm just telling y'all, the AI might be, before they get a law to make this shit illegal. Now, that being said, the last one, this is scary as well. Someone actually connected living human brain cells to an LLM, that's a computer chip. Cortical Labs grew 200,000 neurons on a computer chip, taught them to play the video game Doom, and now they are wiring them into the token selection process of an AI. These are actual brain cells on a computer chip learning in real time with the computer chip. I don't even know how to fathom and explain this to y'all because when I read it an hour ago, I'm still trying to figure this shit out. But this shit is crazy. And for the last one, a former OpenAI executive has said that they are building portals to contact aliens by using AI, and he claims these systems are already in existence in the U.S. and China. And I don't know if y'all know about all them murderings that have been happening with the people who were trying to do whistleblowing on aliens. But it's a lot of them. It's like 11 that have died, and they're all qualified people. For if that helps y'all, and I will land there.
Thank you, thank you. That was great news. Give this man a clap and a series. Go ahead, brother, man. That was good.
Thank you, PT. Appreciate it. I'm in the gym here, so I'll keep it quick and sweet. First of all, how you doing, Lisa, Michael, PT, and everybody in the mob? Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about quickly about one. I don't know if you guys talked about the labor secretary got fired. That's a third woman in a row in Trump administration got fired. Huge scandals behind her. I guess I did not know about. Maybe I don't know if you guys talked about it in the past or not, but this has just happened today, I believe. The second part is what BT was talking about earlier, and Lisa basically
This is with the AI thing. This is related to all knowledge workers, whether doctors, engineers, finance, lawyers, or even musicians. This is all related to a knowledge worker. And what happened right now is the public have access to this knowledge, and there's a curve basically. So you can get an access to this knowledge fairly quick, but you probably will not be able to get the diagnosis or the analysis or the experience that you have to gain the system, right? Like you still have to go to school, you still have to practice, you still have to pass your exams and everything else. So rather than be afraid of this knowledge is now spread out to the population, I'm more a freedom type of person where it's like, oh, let knowledge be accessible to everybody. Let everybody have be able to make their decisions. I'm a heavy cloud user. I use it to work every day, and you know what? Made my life a little bit easier. I don't have to remember formulas, or I don't have to remember anything else. But then this is the analysis when it comes in, the details and the experience. This is where you make a mark, and this is how. So when I hear people say, "Oh, they laying off, software developers," yeah, you can write the code, total code right away, but you need people to do the debugging, the testing, right? Because the code is not going to come perfect. So you still need these people, and this is what the software companies are doing. So these are the two things I just wanted to chime on earlier, and just wanted to thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Welcome to the 420. Today is the 420. So it's kind of like ironic that you find yourself in 420 on the date on April 20th, our year, Lord 2026. So shout out to Misa, aka Lisa, aka Pizza, for having this room. Lisa, Misa, Pizza. I have the clip of homeboy named Cash Patel, the FBI director, explaining himself. That was kind of top news.
Can we finish with our breaking news before we go into clips? Somebody said something about the lady being fired. That is one of the breaking news. And then the other breaking news is that I'm driving, but I need to go to this one area of my phone real quick. Because during the day I try to.
Unless AI is in that car, you need to stop.
It's a Tesla. It drives itself.
Oh, okay. I'm actually about to buy one because I be tired, like Kelly Plant said. Well, no one says the road was long, but
They're gonna start. A lot of people go to sleep and they're driving a Tesla. But anyway, Trump's family. I don't know. I heard this over in Gary Bumgarner's room, but I didn't know. I knew that they were profiting off the war, and a lot of Trump's friends are profiting off of this war. And I asked a question on, I believe it was Saturday in PC. Yeah, it had to be Saturday about Trump playing with the stock market. Like, so somebody don't like.
That's Jay. Jay, you off mic? No, you don't know. I got you. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, so you notice how it's Friday. The gas prices are going sky high. There is a gas station, and somebody verified it. It wasn't you, Amari, that by LAX in Southern California, that gas is selling for $10 and change a gallon, which is unimaginable. But anywho, Friday, he announced that the Strait of Hormuz was open and it was flowing freely, and everybody was, everything was good. Cruise ships, we listened to your buddy over there, Tucker Carlson, talk about how cruise ships had gone through that had been anchored off for a month, and everything was just wonderful, that Iran surrendered. So, of course, what happened? The stock market started rallying, gas prices went down, and no later than and so people made a lot of money that day on the stock market. It wasn't you, it wasn't me, it wasn't even our crypto heirs in here, all our millionaires and billionaires on Clubhouse. So Sunday, what happened? 2 miles. Or is on the right. I want you guys to know my whereabouts. So anywho, so what happened? It closed up again. Come to find out from I was in Gary Baumgartner's room, I'm repeating. Trump, the sons, Eric and Mo and Harry, made a lot of money because they invested in what? Drones. Drones, and more drones. Okay. This is a joke here. I think we're being played in so many ways with this war with the Trump family. And I thought Trump was an idiot. He's proven me wrong on a couple of situations. So that's one. Anybody want to add to that conversation? On with the mic.
I see a problem with that. Hold on, I'll let Michael go because Michael always has better things to say than I do.
What they were reporting, there was 700. They shorted oil by $706 million. Right now, that's under this presidency. 30 minutes. A lot of money in or take money out of the market. So it is point to the like to the point that you're saying about his funds. Majority again, and everybody in the world every around the world what's going on with the market. And the drones and back before the war was the other problem. Right. Exactly, Lisa. They started investing in the drones in 2024, from my understanding, because I started hearing these stories, and so my curious self went and just took a look, and I was like, okay, when did they really start and investing in this company? I think the company starts with a P or something like that. I'm trying to find the name of it because I
had it. I have to look at when I stop because I got it from, like I said, I'm giving them credit for finding out in Gary Baumgartner's room, critical thinking. But I got the name. I actually typed it into my phone. I'm not trying to say that they went and that's because of the war. I'm just saying they're making a lot, bottom line, regardless of when they open the company or not, they're making a lot of money on this war, point blank and period.
The company's called Power Us. That's what it is. Okay, let me if I can get on this. I mean, I don't see anything surprising about all this. I mean, drones have been out since drones are really 1980s technology. Okay, they've been out since the 1980s. They used them in they used drone swarms in the first Gulf War. Okay, in 1991. So they're nothing new. Okay, this is nothing. There's nothing new about drones. People been investing in drones for decades since I've been alive.
Nothing new, sir. We just made a point of fact that even if I had money in drones, I would say, "Hey, y'all, I'm making a shitload of money off of this war." That's all I would say. We're just letting everyone know that that the poor busted Trumps that went into office broke as fuck are now up in the 1% echelon as millionaire.
They were broke.
They were millionaires, sir. Let him land. I'm sorry, I interrupted someone. Let him land. I apologize.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think it was my understanding that I don't think Trump ever was a billionaire. I think he was definitely a real estate mogul. I think he was definitely a millionaire.
I don't think he was ever a billionaire in the first place. That being said, um, it's nothing. I mean, anyone could invest in. I'm in the stock market. Okay, I'm potentially making money off of it. So it's not like Trump is the only one. It's not like you have to be rich to be in the stock market. You could open up a public account or what's that other company, Robinhood account for free with no money, and you can just buy. You don't even have to buy whole stocks on there. You just buy a little small percentage. You can buy $2 or $3 of a stock. You can buy a little small fraction percent of a stock. Now, because you can. My goodness.
So, just to get in real quick. So, Mister, everybody in here understands that. So, the problem is that when you're the president, you were the president of the United States and you got your money in the stock, and you know that, like, your word, like you saying that you're going to close a strait, or that you're going to blockade a strait, or that you're going to take tariffs off, you're going to put tariffs on. If you know that that would make the market like drop or do different things and manipulate the market, that shit is illegal. So I'm saying, yeah, everybody. No, it's not. Like manipulating the market with its work because there's nothing illegal like that. The reason why it looks like that is because people are making moves before he makes the announcement. 20 before he makes the announcement, people having crystal balls on what the president is going to do, and they're playing off that. That's what it looks like.
First off, you can't talk about the Trump family without also talking about Nancy Pelosi. Okay, and all the money she made in the stock market. At this point, they've already passed laws. Can I land? Can I land? Why are you talking over me? I wasn't talking over you. I was quiet when you were interrupting me. All right. So my thing is this: is that they okay, look, Nancy Pelosi has made a whole bunch of money off stock market. People saying that Trump is doing it now. Okay, whatever. But it's not just him. This is a global thing. People all over the world and what it is that over the weekend, especially the announcement about the strait kept on changing. First they said it was open, then they said it was closed, then Trump said it was open, and really what's really going on is it's open, and there are some ships that are ships that are going in and out of it. Okay, the Iranians have given the green light for certain ships to go in and out, but they've also attacked other ships, such as that Indian ship that they attacked because they picked up oil in Iraq before they went into the strait. So the Iranians got mad and they attacked them because of that. It's just a back and forth thing. Is really what this is. It's a volatile part of the world right now. Okay, and that's what's going on. And you waking up and controlling all this. Okay, Michael, you're up. You're next, Michael. Please finish your statement. Your thought.
And I'm not saying whether Mr. Good, it's ignorant to say that Donald Trump, what he's doing is not affecting the president of the United States word period. Wait, like when he said the thing about killing a whole civilization, we were literally on a world war about nuclear war. The man definitely looking at during his presidency, like they say, the 10 best days in the history of the market have occurred during his presidency. So I'm saying we can't even, if we can't see out on that, I'm just saying you got it. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you.
Well, no, I'm gonna push back. He don't got it with me.
Wait,
I don't
hold up, sir. Hold up, sir. We're gonna let we have a lot of people on the stage. Well, what the heck is going on right now? So a lot of us would like to respond to what both of you guys just said. First of all, let's backtrack.
Welcome to the 420. This is not the romper room, it's not Reading Rainbow, and it's not Jeffrey the Giraffe. All of us in here know what's going on. We talk about the war, we talk about politics, we talk about science, we talk about math every day, and English every freaking day. So you can talk to us like we know what's going on. The As far as Nancy Pelosi playing the stock market,
You started first, second, and third.
said on her. That's the only one name that you know to use as an example. But everybody, so you say, play the stock market. That's not the problem. The problem is when you have president in front of your name and you start manipulating the stock market by putting information out Friday at 4:55 so the stock market can just go crazy. Nancy Pelosi has never put anything out as speaker of the house, nor she that would affect the stock market. Thank you, and I land. Who's the next speaker?
So it can't be at 4:55 because the stock market closes at 1. So it had to be earlier than that, just for the record. Go ahead, who's next?
The stock market closes at 4.
The stock market doesn't close at 1. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, 1 o'clock my time.
In
California.
No, especially on the East Coast, it closes at 4 our market, but that's not important. That's real time trading.
Wait. What time is
Intraday trading versus extra day?
well, no one is talking about that. They're talking about Wall Street, about when the closing bell goes. Like y'all playing me like I'm Willie Lump Lump. Don't do that.
You are Willie. You are Willie.
I'm not Willie Lump Lump.
You're investing. We tried to glaze over that, but
don't be glazing on nothing about when it comes to me. Glaze on these ladies. Don't glaze on your boy. All of them.
Let's move forward.
Okay, do we have any other breaking news before Maury starts playing clips? I had one more.
I thought we were doing responses. Did y'all take
Go ahead, sir. Go respond. I thought you were done.
News that I had, Lisa, to answer your question was pray for the family of those kids. They were all killed. 8
Yeah,
kids.
that's on my list. That's on the list to talk about. Thank you for reminding me. But let this go ahead and tell us, Ashton, and then let that gentleman respond to the same question we've been talking about.
Okay, so who's supposed to go?
Oh, I thought that was. Okay, so a few things. And Mr. That drone thing. Again, we're talking about rapid advancing technology, not no basic 80s drone, which they did have better, but back then than we knew. We're talking about that. The materials are better, the stuff is quicker, it can move in different ways, different directions, and lighter, carry heavier stuff, etc. That's one. Another thing, when we talk about stock market manipulation, I'm someone in this room, and you can tell everybody who I didn't lose money, but my girl lost money in the Trump market. I made money in his manipulation in real time. Trump came out with the Trump coin, and when Trump came out with the Trump coin, he literally
I'm not having what you're saying, Grim, is you're almost like saying, well, the best way, I mean, you're not saying that what you are saying is the best way to move up in America is through education. Why aren't Black people following that prescription? And, I realism. You with that framing?
You guys should look into race realism if that's a serious question. That'll answer all your questions.
Give me a second, guys. I'm in my backyard now, and I'm gonna start working out. I'm gonna try to talk to you at the same time, but JL, I like to use very plain language when I talk, and I like to boil things down to their very essence. This is one of the things I like to do. And education, basically, the more education you have, the more power you have. Because when you're more educated, you'll be more articulate. You'll have a bigger vocabulary. You'll have more sophisticated, complex, higher level problem solving ability. Um, you'll have the discipline and endurance to be able to work through problems for a longer period before you get exhausted. Uh, you know, all of these things, it will help you to be a leader among people. And so, I mean, if you're not equipped with these qualities, then you wouldn't have what it takes to be at the top of whatever field that you're in. So education is really important. Able to be a leader when you are most move it toward the direction that you want. Right? For example, if you are very small victim, fly me to the moon.
You're saying, and what I think I'm trying to say is, it's a really good thing that your parents prescribed that thesis to you. And so, therefore, you kind of had that North Star of how the world works, how power works, how success works. You were prescribed that earlier, and then you followed that guideline. What I'm saying is, again, and me, I'm Nigerian, so I had that as well. But my black friends, they might not have had that. They were not told anything. They were just told to get a job. They weren't told, you know, what types of jobs. You know, they probably don't know what investment banking is, or some of these like more lucrative careers, because they just weren't prescribed that. And I think that that kind of goes back to slavery and just not really understanding. Mr. J, yeah.
You said I'm African American. I'm actually Black American. So this is what you gathered from just being around your friends. Like this is just like what this is like a perception that you created for yourself, just like being around them.
I grew up in Louisiana, a really poor state, but I went to college, and I have all black folks are not a monolith.
Don't talk to me about like don't say like black people. Listen, but you're saying rhetoric to me. I'm actually black, dude. So don't tell me rhetoric that you know about black people. That's not true. Like black people's not a monolith. Like don't tell me about black people. I said black. So you got your vocabulary. So JL, what tribe are you from?
Don't worry about it.
What's the matter? You upset that someone can talk to you in an intelligent way?
Sounds like interrogating. You're in no position to do this.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to engage this dude intellectually, and then he got upset because he wants to spew rhetoric.
Well, look, like, you know, going back to that king and queen analogy, we're all kings or queens of our own castle. We all came together to sit at the same table to talk to one another. I assume everyone who comes to sit at the table are kings and queens until proven otherwise. So
what his problem is? He was talking about Black Americans. I'm actually Black American. So.
Yeah, I'm Black American too, and I gotta say, I don't think it was rhetoric. I just think he was voicing his opinion like such.
Yeah, which is fine.
Alistair's not black, he's white.
No, I'm black. I'm a black female, and I'm a lesbian. I've decided to change my pronoun to they, she, or her.
That's what I'm talking about. Like you got.
That's what I'm talking about. That you actually ain't got nothing to say. You got no point to make. You just wanted to interrupt JL. That's my point. Hello?
But you're a troll. So
Oh, I ain't a troll. I'm a man with a cell phone in his hand. It's just your opinion that I'm a troll. And when Pepper says that I'm a white man and I am, I'm not. I'm a black woman and I'm a lesbian and I'm complete.
Okay, so you just said that you was a man, but I mean, I think I recognize your voice.
I think I recognize your voice, Night King. You're very difficult to kill on the battlefield.
Here we go. And see, Grim, this is to your point when, like, you expect. That was. Just click my profile, you'll be all right.
Man, Grim is working out in the backyard. We're just providing him content at this point. Everybody needs to go to the gym and work out like Grim because otherwise he's more supreme than us. He's more powerful. He's stronger.
click on Night King's profile and read his bio. It's very sweet.
Okay, that's cute. All right.
Hey, just to let you guys know, you're in.
What you doing?
And I'm black too, and I don't appreciate your content or your submission. There's no point to this room anymore. Hello?
Yeah.
Point is when all the dust settles.
Hello? Can I get my shit off? Or do I got a big mic? I guess I got a big mic.
Nah, you ain't got a big mic. Grim was talking about something. Go ahead, Grim.
Night King, you got it. I just want to quickly say that after the whole talk session, it will be clear who are the better people and who are just, obnoxious and don't know how to conduct themselves in a conversation.
Exactly. And so what I'm trying to say is there's no such thing as black supremacy. There's just low IQ people that are low IQ, and so they think that they're better than you because they want political appropriation. I am complete. Thank you.
That's what you're doing,
Wait, are you talking over me? Or am I talking over you? I can't tell. Do you have a point to make? I don't think you do. Say something intelligent and worthwhile to listen to. Thank you very little.
Cool, that's cool. That's cool.
Why not?
That's cool. Yeah, I'm just like it's pros and clubhouse, and I'ma just wait. Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait too all night long until somebody on the stage actually says something intelligent that I can think about and say, you know what? That was pretty intelligent. Hello?
You keep cutting. He's got something amazing in his bio. I know that's cool.
What does it say in his profile? I looked at it, but it don't really say nothing intelligent. It's just like some gibberish. Hello?
Alistair, come on. All right.
And both of the trolls are Jewish.
Oh, if you were one.
Both of the trolls are Jewish. What does that got to do with trolling or being Jewish? Othello is actually gay. I'm 100% sure that this man is gay. And LGBTQ's okay. I don't care how you want to orgasm. That's your choice. Ain't no such thing as a troll. You the troll. If you call somebody else a troll, you the troll. You the troll. That's called troll projection 101. Troll projection 101.
Hold on.
Yas here.
I'm learning more and more every day I'm on this. Now, Alistair, I want to let you know that I really try not to mute or kick people out. Like that's I try to act like a guest.
Because you're being a dirty kike, Alistair, is what he's saying.
I try to act like a guest like everyone else in the room. But if you get me to have to silence you, that's pretty shameful. Because I really don't do that. So, okay, Night King,
do you gotta have a normal conversation.
Say this, and I'm gonna land quickly because we got some dumbasses in here.
everybody's version of what a smart intellectual, all that, it looks different depending on where you at.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're trying to make excuses why you sound dumb, but you're actually smart.
No, bitch.
No, that's what you
smarter than you.
See, that's what you did.
Put your miss card. Okay, cool.
141.
Cool. Okay, cool. You ain't proved it yet.
I know.
Well, since I am I've been accused of being a dumbass and being a troll. That's just not true. Actually, hello?
Yes, hello.
I missed Night King's point. I didn't expect it to.
Oh, he said some people express themselves differently and are actually intelligent, even though they say he was trying to fucking say that he sounds because he sounds dumb. He's actually
you know what?
He was trying to slip that in while you were passing.
I just want to quickly share something. So you reminded me, or you made me think of something. I am just blown away by some freestyle rappers. Like if there's one thing that I envy them, a lot is their ability to freestyle.
Funny with the money, you got me mistaken, honey. I don't want to rape you. I just want the papers. The visa, capisha, I'm out like the papers. Who's the head honcho? Slick like Rumacho, cool like Cumacho. That's my notorious B.I.G. impersonation. What'd you think about that, Grim? Hello?
Look, yeah. I have... Does this in that last word. This is my... Okay, so like I set the room to where anyone is free to come up to the stage and talk, but if you have it set that way, I can't take you right. Exactly. So I really don't want to do that.
That's fine. That's cool. Grim, if you want to talk to an actual black supremacist, Yah's servant down here is a black Hebrew Israelite. He's who you want to talk to. Okay. Yah came through transatlantic chattel slavery as people did, and they were brought over here on ships, and then they were enslaved, and then they were impregnated by the white man, and now they're part white, but they believe that they're actually indigenous to the Americas. And that they're the real Israelites, and Jews aren't.
Hey, you had a question, right? Well,
yeah, go ahead, Yah.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, weirdo.
Yahashua Luingway.
Yeah, your mama. Anyway, Grim, so what didn't you know black supremacy? What didn't you know? What didn't you know about it? You didn't know it was a thing.
In the past week, I've been in a number of predominantly or like solely black rooms where I was.
No, they were ghetto hood rooms.
I was enlightened by quite a number of the way some black people think. I wish I had a list, but I do recall some.
So he was in rooms where they were claiming that they're superior.
Why are you speaking for him? Like, shut up.
Let's try to tell the thing. What happened?
Let him speak for himself. Let him ask.
I know, but Grim's too white to say that.
No, he's not. He's a whole Korean.
I'm the one who opened this room.
Yeah, he opened this room. Stupid.
He's not a rooftop. He's not a rooftop Korean.
They trying to show respect you.
Talk over these homo neurotics, man.
Yeah, talk over the Edomites. Yeah, brother.
Homo neurotic?
Yeah, that's. Oh yeah.
Why you got the co-sign of that like it's a real?
What Grim is trying to say is he's not impressed with the black rooms here on Clubhouse, and especially the black supremacists. He finds them to be low IQ and just audaciously stupid. Racist, and they're low IQ because they go hand in hand together. If you were racist, you're obviously low IQ and not very well learned. You didn't read enough books about the Holy Spirit, and you haven't transcended above your racial identity. It's called your persona. It's not black. You a spirit. You a soul. Something special about you. But what's special about you is not that you black. What's special about you is that you got a soul. Hello?
Trump. Glyphs in your fucking book are all white.
I think that you are under pressure.
Oh, Jesus, Peter's back.
Peter, pumpkin eater, how much longer till Iran falls completely and we get that sweet crude oil? Delicious.
You know,
Go ahead, Grim. Kick me if you want. You're just gonna waste your time listening to Othello, motherfucking white wizard. Wasting all your night talking to a bunch of fucking dummies. Go ahead, do it. I don't care. I'll just listen to music and enjoy my night. Hello?
I think he's made his last hurrah. I hope.
Again,
no, he has.
This is all culture.
Hey, Graham, what?
I'm
from California.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Where are the Asian mayors? Where are the Asian attorney generals? Where are the Asian lawyers? Where are you know what I'm saying? So
they're out there. They're interspersed, but compared to everyone else, they're far and few in between. Like I cited, there are only 15 million Asians in America. So,
and just like your entrepreneurship, right? Cambodians, what do they open? Donut shops, right? The Chinese, they tend to open up nail salons. And
Koreans own the nail salons, but
so it's man, it's cultural.
Okay. I was
the weave shops are the fucking Koreans. The nail salons are the Vietnamese. The restaurants are the Chinese. Including restaurants are all owned by fucking people from like Fuzhou and shit.
All right, you switched the N and the M in Vietnam, but to respond, you said Vietnamese.
I said Vietnam. Vietnamese, yeah, Vietnamese.
All right, you got to switch the letters there.
Vietnamese.
Yeah. To respond to your question, I'm trying to recall some of the things I was told. Well, there was one girl who said that I need to thank. I forget how. Oh, she said black people saved Asian people.
Right. Where?
Here in America, or she was basically saying that black Americans helped, like they paved the way to.
They tried to burn LA down.
You benefited off of the civil rights movement?
Something like that, and just like rubbing it in my face.
Yeah, that's everybody. I mean, that's just do some basic.
But I'm not doing it justice. It's just the way that they were saying it was, pretty abrasive.
Yeah. Nicely. Like, I don't know you. I mean, I don't have to say it abrasively to you. I mean, it's just because it's true doesn't mean I have to say it abrasively.
It's just like your opinion that it's true, though. Everybody got to know it's not a fact. It's just like your opinion.
All right, I just remembered the irony that I pointed out about the way she was saying it to me was, if she wants me to respect that, the way that she was delivering,
you gotta suck her toes.
But the way she was saying it wouldn't make me want to respect it. You see?
Yeah, of course not. But I mean, you would have to. Person in you that knows that you should have respect for that would have to step up.
You gotta find your inner cuck. That's what he's saying.
Also, and I know this, it's a bit of a gray area, but she herself did not cause the civil rights movement. It was her ancestors.
Right, but there's no such thing as inheritance, right?
And she might be fucking tether, and she might be from the West Indies, and she had nothing to fucking do with it too. The last generation or two, and she had nothing to do with it.
Okay, but if you believe in it,
there's like the black man thing. It was certain black days. James people sold Othello and Yas people.
If you believe in inheritance, why shouldn't your black ass be a slave? And shouldn't we inherit you as a people?
Hey, all right. I want to say something. All right. Look,
Shut the fuck up, you fucking Jew.
look, as a Korean, I have a slight grudge against the Japanese because of the history. The Japanese had enslaved the Korean people for around 40 years, from like 1890 to 19. But the subsequent generations of Japanese people, they didn't have anything to do with it. But yet, I still have a bit of a gripe, right? So I can sort of relate in that way, in terms of how like the history has some continuity.
But Grim, you are actually way more intelligent than these people, because you recognize that none of the people today did this to you or people relatively close to you in the history. So they're making a supernormal claim of black tax reparations based on former crimes, not crimes that have happened during their lifetimes or their parents' lifetimes. They're making a supernormal claim and statement, and it's greedy and it's traitorous and it's a tax. It's nothing but tax. These people are taxologists, Grim. Don't let them confuse you with their bullshit race hustling. They're fucking taxologists. They want to tax you. They want to censor you. They want to make you feel guilty. They're nothing but taxologists. I rest my case. Hello?
Graduated from the Citadel. Also was in the CIA.
Really? They let gay people in?
He's the truth.
CIA. I was. Listen, technically my ex.
Maybe you're a fucking retard. You're a drunk fucking British fucking
What?
Iranian.
Yeah. Well, that's what. So when you're fucking, you're American supremacist. Supremacist, which is about fucking time. It's like, when are we gonna find those? Or you're fucking Jewish, but we had this for, or the Persian is fucking about. Or Chinese. It's like, who gives a fuck about these fucking old, like, fucking cunts? Like, what are they called? Oh, Republic of China. No, we want Chinese fucking supremacist.
He's Korean.
Real
not even Chinese.
We want the youth. We want the youth of China. We want the youth of what the youth.
He doesn't live in fucking Reading.
No.
Eventually, someone's gonna get tired. I'll have to find my house. That's what a wrap up.
There's a... They kicked me.
CEO. Oh, okay.
8 years of age today?
No. You don't know what age means.
It's I'm not sure the swastika and happy birthday. I didn't know it. I don't think that birthday today.
I just changed it.
Was it Hitler's birthday today?
Yes. It's against the king's birthday.
I thought they put that on.
Don't give a fuck what you are, but you have a fucking responsibility. So it's like, okay, I'm you got like Pepe. He's like, John's back. I'm like fucking, I'm a racist. And then you'll have Grim who'll be like, I don't know where he's from, but I definitely know.
Al's back. He's in the universe. Yeah.
Gina, stop antagonizing her.
Stop
it, bro. Stop it.
It's country. Tiger loves China, and Tiger loves progress.
Oh, he is.
So what? So whether you're fighting Mongolia.
Baby, would you shut up, girl? Like, shut all the way up. Be quiet. Close your mouth. Be quiet.
Wait, look. I don't mind people saying what they want to say, but BB, you didn't even know. Wait. But what I don't
maybe only has one account, so if you
Well, you know who it is. Hold on. My husband doesn't even come on the app. And he knows that you're drunk. And he overhears you. He knows you're drunk. Like, this is crazy. BB.
Drink be black, but you're half to it.
I love the Chinese. I fucking love the Chinese. Why are we being put against the fucking Chinese when the Chinese and the rest of us, the Chinese, the Persians, the fucking Israelis, and the Americans,
I'm sorry.
together. Why are we being against each other? I hate that.
You're gonna have No, she already muted her a bunch of times.
We'll put her in audio.
No, because they're fucking better.
All right, I didn't do anything to her, but you can't just come in and totally change the direction of the conversation.
That's what she does.
All right,
And just move it down. He has to turn the hand raising on and down.
All right.
Damn.
No, you kicked her down.
No, you can't kick people down. But he has to say
you have to turn on hand raising.
We get all that. We rather her be gone anyways. So can we please? Oh, fella, hold on. Can we please just have Universe play the Broncos again?
She was in the audience, but anyway.
First, can you play the bongo drums, please? Alice Trump is back.
And I know it's the same guy. And John, if you keep doing that, I'm just gonna remove you without hesitation.
Got it. Well, let's just get back to the topic then.
Your content.
Now I don't even know where I left off.
Let's get back to the topic. I didn't know black supremacy was a thing. Is it a thing?
I gave him 100,000 accounts.
Thinks he's connected to AWS. He thinks he's like a reincarnation of Alice Republican, not AWS. Never been to Egypt. Not happening. Stop it. Grim.
Let's get back on topic here, Othello. I don't know what you're talking about, but I didn't know black supremacy was a thing until Clubhouse when I heard black racists. Then we have a black racist mayor here in Chicago named Brandon Johnson. But it turns out that blacks are the worst racists because they're the nastiest when they get racist. They are so despicable, so obnoxious, so ungrateful, so unpatriotic. They're nothing but traitors. And, you know, they turn on everybody and they turn on themselves. They turn on their own families. They shoot their own communities up. They kill each other. They're horrible, awful people. Terrible. I just want to quote Acek on that. Hello?
The reason why the group gave you so much with the organization, right? Without really even studying the culture, connecting culture, or having friends with the culture. So she's gonna give you that attitude, and you have to be compassionate.
The BB girl?
No, the girl where you said the black girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you give it over, you go there and marginalize. You know what I mean?
The way it happened was I joined the room. I just stumbled into the room, random room, and they checked out my profile and they saw that my username was at Asian Power, and then they were like, "Oh, Asian Power. Okay, let's bring him up and see what he's about." That's how I was brought up the stage. I was coaxed up the stage, and then from there,
you know, even if they're talking about ancestors, right there, that's part of black culture. A lot of those people are still alive that marched and whatnot. You know, songs like East was around during that time. So,
I'm recalling.
So you're talking about right now. You're talking about why don't black people act more like Asian cultures? So I think it's okay for her to bring up some rights that are happening. How you guys benefit if we're all talking about cultures.
Okay, now it's coming back to me. So then she said, like, why are you trying to have Asians take over the country? It should be black people because they were the most oppressed group. And she said some really even more extreme things. She said the only people who should be congressionally recognized as citizens of the United States are white and black people. And that all other races of Americans should not be in the same like standing in terms of citizenry or citizenship.
Anybody want to attack that? Maybe Adams.
Are terrible.
No, actually, it's just low IQ. It's racism, really, and it's stupidity. And you witnessed it, Grim. You heard it firsthand how ignorant it is. They are so hypocritical and so stupid. The people on this app, I'm not saying the black monolith that doesn't exist. I'm saying the stupid fucking left wokest, the black left woke on this app are dumb as fuck. Hello?
So far as to say that all other races should be kicked out of the country and sent back to wherever they came from.
Well, if they're illegal, you know.
No. I mean, she meant straight up all, like, anyone who's not white or black, basically.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. If they're illegal, Othello, come on, let's be honest. You'd be happy to have more left voters here in this country to support your cause, right? You don't care if they're illegal aliens.
A lot of white people say the same thing. They even
and another thing, sorry, I'm just kind of saying as I recall. They were clearly saying that, they explicitly said that they think that the black race is the superior race, and they were under the impression that I was all about saying that Asians are superior. I wasn't. Like, that's not what I'm about.
Well, they probably looked at your name and they assumed.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
And my intent is not to take over the country, but they said that their intention was. That was another thing. They want to take over the country.
You find a lot of black people adopting these extremist ideas. A lot of them are actually turning right wing. A lot of them, foundational black Americans, are actually in alignment with white Americans, white right wingers. It's going.
In Othello's opinion. Remember, there's no data to back up what he's saying. It's just his opinion, everybody. Let's see some data on that, Othello. Let's see a link or something other than one man's opinion to claim that black people are becoming right-wing extremists when it's actually just the exact opposite. They're all left-wing extremists. And when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, if you went to politically correct, you could hear all the left wokeists led by gay black men screaming, "Oh, thank God that Charlie Kirk is dead! Thank God that white boy racist is dead!" You should hear the gay black men on this app. You want to talk about sociopaths and psychopaths? All you got to do is listen to a gay black man on this app for 20 to 30 minutes, and you will realize they are psychotic, they are neurotic, and they're homicidal, and sometimes they're suicidal, but generally they're just low IQ. I rest my case. Hello? And again, they're left woke Democrats. They're not right wing conservatives. They are left wing, woke, racist, hypocritical, gay Democrats. That's what they are. Not what Othello says. Everything Othello says is a propaganda. Hello?
Wait, hold on. Let me let the Jewish guy finish. Rich, let me ask you a question. Isn't Sig right wing? Isn't people like Anthony and a lot of these people that are popping up with these right wing ideologies popping up here and left and right? You have a lot of black people that voted for Trump, and a lot of black people are now siding with ICE because they feel like if you kick the immigrants out, then that'll open up housing, that'll open up jobs. Yeah, you do have black people embracing right wing ideologies.
Yeah, you got one guy called Sig who leads a room with a bunch of white people and a bunch of Jews. One big black man. That's it, Othello. If Sig is your data or your evidence, again, it's just your stupid opinion. Get some fucking links in the chat. Hello?
That's fine. You know I'm right.
No, they don't know you're right. They know I'm right and that you're just a fucking propagandist, misinformationist, dumbass. You spread stupid information because you're stupid. You're fucking stupid. That's what you are. And this is your roast, stupid.
You're LARPing as
Okay, you're LARPing. You're LARPing as a white wizard from Lord of the Rings, you fucking idiot.
in Egypt. You don't even know who that is. You're just skimming the surface and going with like the mainstream fucking magician. Shut the fuck up.
Going with the mainstream magician. Oh, okay. Sig is your evidence that blacks are all turning towards Trump and are conservatives. Oh, it's called poetry, you stupid fucking moron. I'm complete and I'm done talking to you, you fucking loser.
So, how do you feel, Othello?
About what?
The whole thing about America.
I think that when black foundational Americans and white Americans, when we unite, you'll see the golden age in the United States.
Really? Wait. So you're excluding all other races, only white and black?
No, I'm not excluding. You guys can be here. What I'm saying is like
you guys can be here. I like the phrasing.
Yeah. What I'm saying,
that's what I was trying to tell you earlier. From like black Americans, you remember how I told you they kind of look at like white Americans are kind of people they look at. Often it's because they all white Americans and black Americans, at least a lot of them, largely they've been here for like 400 years. So they look at each other as countrymen, even though they're of a different race. They look at you guys as all
yeah, like siblings who fight at times but still got each other's back because they got that long.
They'll look at but they look at Asians, who obviously they
as like the adopted child.
Well, that came much later, and so they don't look at it. They basically have a nativist image or view of this country. So
okay, I got to give you my little spiel, Othello. Is that all right?
Well, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I see you guys as evil, but I'm just.
But the way that you said that, though, the way you worded that, though, was
tumultuous history, white and black people, right?
But the way you said you guys can be here.
Yeah.
No, but the way you said it gave me the impression that you already established the positioning that you're the default and I'm the one who's just kind of the new kid on the block.
No, I'm just separating you into individual categories.
All right. If you didn't mean any, okay, you didn't have any connotation to that sentence.
Citizen, you're a fucking
All right.
American citizen.
All right. Just the way you said that, though.
I'm saying that blacks and whites have a long, tumultuous history with each other, and we got to make that shit right. When we make the shit right, we don't have to live with each other.
Okay. I took you the wrong way. I thought you meant that only by having white and blacks cooperate and collaborate will the nation be better off. I thought that's what you
said. And it's the elephant in the room. And because we unite, they'll see white people will see the golden age that they want, and the black people will see the golden age, and the rest of America.
Yeah, we all gotta pay the black tax to make it right. They want the free money. They want to tax you and get that tax money with the black tax.
Hey, come on. That's freaking.
This is fucking This is the same guy you kicked out earlier. This.
Okay, yeah, come on. I'm
has a similar view. So most people, like including myself, what think that like the 1965 Immigration Act was the worst thing to happen to our country. And I'm not being hyperbolic there. I literally believe it. I want the country to remain overwhelmingly white. That's a view that there quite a few of us have, and while acknowledging that, we may have a problem with blacks and their behaviors and their demands, but we don't look at them as non-Americans.
But we had this discussion before, right, Pepe? And it's up to your racial group, the white people, to maintain that that majority by making sure that you guys have enough children with each and every next generation.
But see, Grim, that's how everybody else thinks. It's just in group, out group, and what you're seeing. This is what white people do not do. They don't do what you just said because that's like dissolved. That's like thinking in the past. And nowadays, every white person is a fucking Democrat, and they're all liberal. So that type of perspective will never ever occur, no matter how hard or how fascist or how crazy the situation gets with wars or famine or currency. White people in this country just don't act that way. They've completely dissolved into the network. It's only black people and Asian people that want to call themselves out and say, we want special identity politic privilege and we want to tax the white people. You know how fucking stupid that is?
I'll say this. There is like a double standard, right? Whereas I look at black and white and the primary, to be like blooded, not quite blooded soil, but we're like the original Americans. A lot of whites, including myself, we do kind of contradict ourselves. Like I would date an Asian or Hispanic woman, but not a black woman. Like I don't really, I fuck would rather, we do kind. A lot of us do kind of have. We do kind of have like an order, a ranked order of what's like. It generally find more appealing. Most of us are going to find Hispanic people and Asian people much more tolerable than black people, despite us looking at blacks as our fellow countrymen. There you go.
How do you not date beautiful women? Is that why you were accusing me of being gay earlier? Because you're actually a bisexual? If you don't think all women are beautiful and beauty is beauty, then again, I'll just say you're low IQ and stupid.
Nobody said you can't find a black woman attractive. Nobody said that.
You're thinking about the quality of the conversation, please.
When I was growing up, black parents, they would let us be friends with their sons and stuff and go to each other's houses and all of that stuff. But it's kind of known by the time you're in high school that, like, yeah, dude, they don't want you, sure as fuck don't want you talking to their daughter, though. I mean, they had a preference.
Okay.
That's that.
Refresh me on the last thing you said, Othello, because it was very compelling. You said America should be such and such way. All right.
Why is this
Peter? Come on, stop. So Othello, you said something along the lines of that America should be this way in terms of race. I just don't remember exactly what you said.
Oh, I was saying that, like, okay, for example, there's a white community, I think in North Carolina, right? And they only want to live amongst white people. Like, if you're a JD Vance type of thing where you have an Indian wife, you're not allowed in this community. And I'm okay with that. Like, I don't think that, I think that everyone can have their own community.
Something you said triggered me. If you could just get right to the jugular, and you said it would be better for America to be like X, Y, and Z in terms of race. I just don't remember exactly what it was you said.
When I said that blacks and whites needed need to fix this kind of age old curse that we have with each other.
No, no. I think it was something like you were saying. Black people have something that some position or quality that makes them special in a way.
Okay. Well, I was just talking about industry. If blacks and whites came together and we knew how much power that we have, like in industry, in culture, in entertainment, you know what I mean? And like if you see Turning Point USA, right? They're going through a whole rebranding of white people, whereas they're like, okay, it's okay to be white, right? But they're struggling to galvanize the youth, and they're struggling to get to kind of like bring in that cool factor to get people really on board. You know what I mean? So what if white? What if that
wasn't it?
Hold on. Let me just get this out because you can. Let me get one idea out. So if their whole shtick is to you know running like a "it's okay to be white" kind of revival, you know what I mean? I think that's limiting. Why don't you just unite on an American thing and get unite more so unite blacks and whites, since we control all these major industries and and have this influence, all over the world. Why don't we just unite as Americans and unite under one banner and really get this shit popping and really have a golden age? I think people are limiting themselves when they only focused on their specific community.
Okay, but there was definitely something that you said that tipped me off that you were like very much pro-black. There was something that you said, but never mind. We have it on replay anyway. But this is I have a response to both you guys, Pepe and you. So America, I'm probably just saying things you already know, but as time went on, the Constitution and other key documents of the nation were reinterpreted to mean something different. They were reinterpreted to apply broadly to all people, and the Constitution was held up to a more idealistic standard of like moral values, human rights. It became more of it entered a more abstract realm or space, and pulled more away from being like an ethnic based sort of philosophy. So now you have people of all different races in America: white, black, Asian, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, and so on, who have the same rights, right, as a citizen. So theoretically, any individual is with enough ambition can achieve any sort of position in America. And so this is how the rules of the game have been established now. And what that has allowed is for anyone to vie for these positions, as long as they, are determined and, ingenious enough to maneuver, jockey, strategize into getting into these positions.
And Grim, that's very true, Grim. I like the way you phrase some of these things, but I think for me, from my perspective, I had to learn game by myself. Nobody was teaching me the game, right? I had to go explore it. I had to go find it. I feel like in America, if you have somebody teaching you the game that's actually going to lead to prosperity, you're lucky. And Yas and I got into it earlier, but one thing we agree on is like being black is not a monolith. But just in general, there's some Asian people in America who would do really well, but they have poor guidance. The stuff that you're saying, you're clearly well informed, and that's either from your own doing or from your family's doing. But not all people have that. That's kind of like actually a little bit of a liberty, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. You know the difference between a native-born American and an immigrant? One is in a state of peace, while the other is in a warlike soldier mindset. I don't want to be complacent and feel like I'm waddling in a peaceful vibe like such a hippo in the mud. Uh, you know, I am definitely thinking that every second that passes, it's war. It's wartime for me, and that's the kind of mindset that I have. Not that I'm like just against everybody around me or anything like that, but just the ferocity of wanting to be the most that I can be. Just the level of ambition and drive to just achieve as much as I can. I feel that it's different between an immigrant and a native born. So, what can I say? I think that may be part of the reason why Americans with numerous generations having been in America have become somewhat complacent. And that has definitely weakened their competitiveness in this very competitive country. When you got all different races in a single country, you're going to have a shit ton of cutthroat competition. But the silver lining is that with such intense competition, you'll have excellence. I compare this with the Olympics. The Olympics is where you get the best of the best, the world-class athletes to compete against each other to see who's best, right? So it's kind of the same idea here.
Grim, in 1861 to 65, Grim, you got to realize this country had a civil war.
You're to dominate, Othello.
He's a dominator, Othello. But what you don't understand is in 1861 to 1865, 1 million Americans killed themselves, and there were 1.5 million casualties in the Civil War. This country tore itself apart over slavery, and the reparations were paid then by the people that died, or any other benefits derived thereof. But to make claims that a black tax and reparations is the only way to solve this rift between white and black man in America is so stupid and so ignorant. It shows no spirituality. It shows no logic. No philosophical understanding or legal or law comprehension whatsoever. It's purely political. It's Marxist and communist and socialist and stupid. And anybody here who makes that argument, if Othello thinks he's entitled to money or he knows people that are entitled to money, I gotta say, you should all just read a fucking book, jerk off, smoke a drink, have a tequila, and realize you got what you got, and there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And the more you complain, the more you're just gonna get put into a complaint department. It's pointless. Hello?
I really want to tell you something though.
What, okay, I just want I just.
All right, go ahead.
Did anybody say anything about reparations like this whole time? Like, did I see?
Not yet. No. We have.
Okay, so universe is just kind of like making false claims and kind of like projecting. Seems like. But anyway.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
No, I'm playing 3D chess. I'm 3 moves ahead of you. And I live in Chicago, where our mayor is constantly reminding us that white people have to pay black people in the city reparations, a black tax, a reparations tax. So don't tell me that I'm projecting. I'm witnessing and observing your race's bullshit, your race's traitorship. It's all criminality, fraud, and taxation. Taxation is theft. I rest my case.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
But what he just what he just said might slightly counter what I was about to say, which is when a person, any person of any background, vies for a leadership position in American society, whether that's mayor, governor, or even president of the country. The when they're campaigning to get people to follow them, they wouldn't use rhetoric like I am doing this for the Asian people or for the white people. That would be a quick way to not be not get to that position, right? The rhetoric is always they are doing their if you elect me, if you vote for me, I will do what's best for all the people. And the point here is that there's a strategy to getting to that top leadership position. There's a sort of way that you maneuver into it. And there are ways that you convey certain messages. And, any race of person can do that, is my point. An Asian person can do that. A black person can do that. A Middle Eastern person can do that. And so that is how people, reach leadership positions, is they know how to play the game in a way. So if white people have been doing this, and the vast majority of high-level, powerful, and influential positions in American society are occupied by white Americans, they've been left mostly unchallenged in these positions that usually multiple people would be vying for. So I do think that part of a big part of why I'm even starting this Asian American empowerment movement, which I'm planning on making a YouTube channel for, and obviously here's my house for it. And it's
where'd they go? Oh damn, they left. My bad.
So what I'm really trying to do is to eradicate racism against Asians. And I figured that in order to do so, I would have to accomplish two big things, which wouldn't happen in my lifetime, but still, I would try to contribute all that I can to make my small dent in the matter. One is population, and I haven't figured out how to do it, but we definitely need more population of Asians in America. Secondly, it's like what I just said, the more occupation of powerful positions in the country. And I feel like with these two things and other things too, it can change the image of how people see Asians, particularly Asian Americans. See, and I'll give you one example of what I mean. Still to this day, not many the majority of Americans are still not used to seeing an Asian person speaking with a more or less perfect English accent. And that's just because there aren't that many of us in the first place. And okay. Sure. Safe, yeah.
And being the other
Grim, you're way off.
People say ching chong and pull the sides of their eyes.
Grim, your data's way off.
There aren't enough of us to show them that we too can be just as American. Speak.
Grim, your data is way off. You need to post a link to your data that actually confirms what you're saying, because my high school, and I'm white, supposedly white, my high school is 60% Asian, majority Indian, tons of South Koreans, few Chinese, but mostly Indian. The Indians have invaded America for 40, 50 years now to a very high degree. And again, it's only because there's 1.3 billion of them. And with China too, there's 1.3 billion people in China. If you wonder why there's so many engineers, it's because of the law of large numbers, and there are so many Indians and so many Chinese. That's why you have so many engineers that come from those countries. I rest my case.
High schools by the amount of Asians, high schools only. We're talking about roads.
Yo, Grim.
There's actually a lot more than that. It's just misidentified Asian.
Overt racism?
No, because the bro was talking about, my high school has got more Asians than fucking Pakistanis. All right, it's the Indians. Are the Indians?
I'm talking about the whole range of racism, Othello.
Yeah. Well,
are you specifically talking about like East Asians when you say like Asian American empowerment, or does that apply all over the board?
No, it doesn't apply. So I have a simple, what I call the Asian test. It's very simple. If you look like you could be on the receiving end of like that crude Asian joke or humor that I kind of mentioned about pulling eyes and making fun of the way Chinese people sound.
He said no. He
or saying,
15 million Asians and 6 million South Asians, which include Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, countries like that. 6 million of those.
Night King, would you make fun of these Chinese people with your nigger chicken loving lips?
No, I wouldn't, you fucking gook, fucking Italian drag queen looking dumb bitch. So him, like Pepe here is like a narcissist, fake Italian, fake Mexican, fake Chinese person sometimes too. I just gave you a new character. Take it. I actually grew up in a community next to Asians and stuff like that. So there's a predominantly like Hmong population far as just like our Asian community where I'm at.
No, but he's asking with
And out of 45 million black, 65 million Hispanic, and 200 million white.
I can see like how they're scattered amongst like the population, right? And so when we talk about like specific type of Asian, that's why I specify like, hey, which Asians are you talking about? And you actually specify like, East Asians and stuff like that. Yeah. But
Disappearance.
qualifies Indians, percentage. So how about you relax? Hey, because I know what I'm talking about. I grew up next to Laotians and Hmongs and Koreans and all that kind of stuff, and I'm an Asian practitioner. So what I'm saying is, I learned like a long time ago, like as a little kid, like to have like a lot of respect for different communities and stuff like that. And I actually had a lot of Asian friends. So the people that you talking about that made fun of them and shit like that, I used to beat they ass. I used to kick they fucking ass. We used to kill them on the playground. Not literally, but like beat they fucking ass.
School.
But Grim, what you're talking about is more so like stereotypes.
This is
You know what I mean? And you create lots of great stereotypes. Asian, black people are like so that's more so stereotypes. I would say the racism that you find, I would say don't try and fight racism. Like, yeah, you can, but I would spend more time like.
I just asked because
hold on. I would more so try and fight the covert, subtle racism that you can find in Asian communities against other people. So I know for a fact that your parents. Don't bring a black person.
He said no. He said he beats them up.
Yeah. I'm not talking about that. Give me a second. So I know that your parents and whatnot, they have subtle racism towards black people and people of different races, where they say, "Don't bring a black person to this house. Don't date a black person." You know, but doesn't that go on?
Yes, you're right. I think generally, my parents are pretty cool, so they weren't
That's
like that.
actually like detrimental racism.
No. He's from a good place. He's from a good place, but like
Go on.
he's not from a good place.
All right, I don't think he's gonna.
Who's a Sikh?
I think I need to remove him because.
No, sorry, you like to cheat. I meant, sorry, I meant like you like to speak. Sorry.
You know what? I need to set a standard for a certain level of English proficiency. Purple, you're blurting out too much. Hey, I want to say something to rest my case while I have you guys here. Why?
Why? You?
No. Look, I got
away.
Okay. So this is actually I wish Pepe could hear me. This is more for him, I think, than anyone. So I came to America when I was 4 in 1994, and I'm so thankful that I feel so lucky and fortunate that I got to grow up here in America because I grew up in this great environment of such freedom. I've become the kind of person that I have, outspoken, bold, brave, and free thinking. Had I grown up, what is that the right? Uh, uh, yeah, had I lived in Korea all my life, I'm definitely sure that I wouldn't have turned out the way that I did. I would have been just another Korean guy among the crowd, nameless, you know, just another nobody. But here, I was able to develop this personality and attitude that's larger than life, and it's thanks to America. The growing up here. So my point is that I developed this way because I grew up here, and I'm Asian. So it's possible for more Asians to also be like me. So the point is that the biggest reason why the biggest thing you'll get out of growing up in America is being as free of a human being that any society the world has seen yet could offer.
And that's because of the law. There's only one thing that gives us that joy. It's the law. And when you break the law, you have to suffer the consequences. But in this country, there are no consequences for breaking the law anymore. You're released on an ankle monitor, and then you go commit the crime again on the train. And you go light some girl on fire, or slice her throat, or you kidnap some white kid and abuse him in your house for weeks on end. There's no consequences in this country. It's because of woke Democrat judges. I rest my case.
I think Pepe wants to say something. One more thing, just last follow up comment there is for all those who were born and raised here or born here, well, lucky for you. You consider yourself lucky as hell. And for all of us, the rest of us who claw our way to, start a new life in America, good on you if you succeed. Okay, once we're all here, native born or immigrant, it's go time. It's competition. So the last words I would say is let the best.
So I think even when it's mostly white people, we still make racist jokes. Like you see how I was talking. I mean, Knight knows me. Knows I'm playing. I don't talk to him like that. Seriously. like we all do kind of make fun of each other. That is like what men have always done. We make like race jokes towards each other, and that includes accents, and we just make fun of each other. It's like I think kind of normal, and whites do it amongst each other in terms of whatever sub ethnicity they are of European descent. And I would say it's kind of interesting because like I went to a Catholic schools. Now my elementary Catholic school, that was one of the churches that had a Korean mass. It had masses in Korean, and so we had Korean nuns and stuff. They didn't. You had a few Korean kids, but I mean, my experience is you said you're of Korean descent. Is Koreans are perhaps the most westernized in a weird way than all of the other Asians, and for whatever reason they don't see. You have little Korean towns, but it's like who hangs out there? It's like the old ladies and the old men from the old country, and that's like really all you see. The kids are the first generation are almost completely different with the Chinese. Some of them do similar, but I would say often they're far more likely to remain in their little ethnic enclaves, and you would kind of see it. You saw it for a generation or two when it came to even the Vietnamese and Laotians and Cambodians and stuff. But um, yeah, it's weird. I don't really. Do you live in a place where there's even a Korean community? Or are you just one of the Koreans that, like the few that's sprinkled in amongst a bunch of other people?
Someone way earlier asked me where in California am I from. I grew up in Santa Cruz as a kid, and then starting in middle school. Sorry for huffing and puffing. I'm almost done with my workout. I moved to Monterey and did middle and high school there. But I'm over here in New York now. But anyway, where I grew up in Santa Cruz, Monterey area, they were nice areas. And
no, I've been there. I've been to them. Yeah.
But yeah, there were Korean.
I knew you were. I knew you were Northern Cali. I knew it. I would have bet my bank account.
But I mean, I'm just curious though. So you didn't pick up like the whites and Mexicans making fun of each other quite a bit?
No. That didn't happen so much in the schools I went to. I grew up. I lived in a small town next to Monterey called Pacific Grove. Maybe. And
holy shit! Really?
Some of you guys may.
My brother and my brother, his wife and niece. That is so crazy. You brought it up.
It's a very nice.
Grove.
Yeah. More people will know about Pebble Beach, which is next to that too.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, I had a pretty good. What I tell people is I only really started to face way more racism. In fact, almost like, well, I mean, I did get little pokes and prods when I was growing up as a kid, but barely anything compared to once I became an adult. Because people aren't going to really pick on kids in a racist way, but once you're all grown up, you'll face more of it. And also, there are softer ways that I'm affected, like dating. Try being an Asian guy on a dating app. You won't fare very. I'm 5'6".
5'6". All right. Well, I mean,
5'6" and a half. Of course, I'll round down.
But I would say, world. I think the biggest problem with them is that in the West have like Western standards for like height and that kind of shit.
Yeah, what do I know?
Whereas obviously the Asians are on average a few inches shorter than us, and so yeah, Koreans are kind of they tend to be a little bit taller.
Yeah, I think after my.
I've been busy.
But you compare. I can only imagine to like American Samoa.
Ready?
And trying to date there, all of it would be like first of all, I'd have to find women that are taller than me, and it'd probably be rough.
Oh man, you're a handsome gentleman, man. Go downtown to Soho. You know what I mean? Get you a bag of cocaine. Get you a section. I got it. Talk to you.
Yeah, can do. So that is nuts. Yo, why you telling them?
Again, you saying that you all that changes the game for me. Dude, honestly, were there any black people near you when you were growing up? Like what percent of your
No, not in my school, but then you go to the next city over, and it's Seaside, and then you'll have
But then also, just culturally speaking, from what I know about that area around San Francisco, from a perspective of like the American dream and education, it is probably one of like top 2 or 3 most competitive areas in the country for that kind of stuff. So I'm starting to kind of follow just geographically and culturally, like, what part of California you're from, and kind of some of the stuff you're saying and why it's making more sense to
it's like one of the best areas in California.
I'm aware. I went to University of Chicago, and we had a lot of kids. I hired a lot of kids from there, actually. So one other thing though, man, that you're kind of saying, like, you're giving your vision of, like, this room, your YouTube channel, this and that. And I don't want to correct you because I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong.
So go ahead.
Yeah, but there's some big factors that you're kind of missing, because to me, the way I'm framing what you're saying is, I think that um you're not content with the power dynamics and the influence dynamics of Asian American men in this country.
No, actually, I said it earlier. It's not even that. I'm not disgruntled by the low representation of Asians in powerful positions. It's about the racism that Asians get, and I thought a solution to that, one of the solutions, is to have more Asians in powerful positions.
Sure, but wait, look, black people, we get racism. Hispanic people get racism. What's so special about you? I'm confused.
Because the way we get made fun of, it's like nails on a chalkboard. I've as far back as I can remember, I always detested it, and I always was so enraged by it. Which it's going to be part of my material, part of my content. That was my natural reaction. Therefore, I believe that is the correct reaction to have.
I mean, respectfully, I feel like to experience racism is to be American, or to be foreign, or to be not of the original people. It's not exclusive to you, and I don't want to be insensitive, but it just sounds like you're maybe hypersensitive, or you're trying to launch more of a public campaign on how it feels, which I can understand that.
Let me make one little distinction. So for black Americans, they get made fun of, by being called the N-word and being called, like, slummy and things like that. But it's all in the context of being in America. They don't. Whereas Asian people, they get made fun of for how Asians are in Asia. You see the distinction? African American, black. But generally though,
No,
what
we make fun of Asians for having a small penis.
You understood what I meant.
Yeah.
I've hardly seen any black Americans get made fun of, saying like, "Oh, look at, like, you're like Kalahari Bushman click clack language."
Yeah, and the black Americans,
Can I say something?
fun of black people, and we will compare them to Africans and monkeys and apes. And what I think is kind of different about the Asian racism is, at the end of the day, white people have a respect for Asians because they're hardworking, they tend to be intelligent, and there's no real bad. Okay. We criticize and we do it in both the maybe like friendly ways. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Let me finish.
I my pet is she's right towards the
But when it comes to black people,
It's not even a real white dude. Stop it.
it can be like us just kind of making fun of something like, oh, they like chicken, nothing too bad.
Anyways, let's talk about the fact you're not white. You're not white. Stop coping. You're not black. You're not brown than me.
Bro, he's
Okay, let's let him finish, and then Vel can
see clapping his dick suckers like a little bitch.
Yeah. Go ahead and put those, black booty cheeks pounded.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Just let him in, y'all, and we gonna got this shit smacked out. You can finish, but just hurry up.
Okay. Zip chimp. Now, all I'm trying to say is, but we will use the most belittling and like dehumanizing language to them, and then like when we end up doing it to black people, though, we can point out to how black people are doing all over the world. We literally compare them to monkeys and say how they're fucking stupid and they're born lesser than. Like, that is the difference, I think, between the racism blacks get and Asians get. Asians, we compare you to people from East Asia and go ching chong ha ha ha, like that kind of stuff. I get it. It's annoying, but it's
all right. Can I go now? Because I've been listening for a while, and I've been patiently waiting. Thank you. I've been listening for a while, and Grim, we absolutely do not need to change the aesthetic of America to look like you. That would be very depressing.
Oh man. Well, thanks for confirming the room and our theory about black supremacy. Thank you very much, Val.
Let that black just let him.
All right. Can I finish speaking? Grim. So absolutely not. I think you guys deserve your own enclave so that you guys can be our worker class. I do believe that you are our worker supply class that we need.
You hear this shit?
I know that, but they have to work.
Yeah, what, you take it, you should get your own enclave and be a worker class.
Do that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them spending the best years of their life slaving for the American system. Pepe, what do you want? Go ahead. Did I miss what?
Did you miss the part when I said that because I grew up here for the majority of my life since I was 4 years old, I developed the personality that I have, the attitude that I have, the ambition, the worldview that I have. Had I grown up in Korea, I would definitely not have been the same person.
Yeah, I mean, you probably would have been some fried chicken. Probably would have been a half African American, half Korean mutt baby from wars. It's a lot of different realities you could have landed in. We know that a lot of your Southern Korean women are easy licks, and unfortunately, a lot of Black American men populate your population over there. So, I mean, I guess you missed that by a little bit of a slingshot. But Grim, I'm just from listening to you for the last hour, and I've been very patient. We absolutely don't need you here. I heard you try to pronounce a couple words and you couldn't really do it. It's really embarrassing because I heard you in another room talking about the Black American accent.
What? My response. Look, this is my response. It's real quick and simple. Is go ahead and try and stop us.
You're gonna stop yourself.
Oh, geez.
You're coping. Chinese people don't even see you as an equal. You're coping right now.
Wait, hold on. I want to get in here.
You are the lesser class. Excuse me, can I finish? You are the lesser class of Asians. Like Chinese people, do not look at you as
they're the higher class of Asians.
And the fact
that they're known for looking down on the Chinese.
why
The
are
only
we
people who look down on
this mixed race? Why are we listening to this mixed race? He's a mixed race.
They are one of the higher echelon of Asians. He's from the Samsung culture, right? The Sony culture, right? The music, the K-pop, BTS culture, right?
I don't listen. I don't listen.
Because a lot of them over there own the masters of the people that you know, grew up listening to. One being Michael Jackson, right? Not
they still have
directly,
music.
but they got it. No matter how they got it, they got it.
They stole our fried chicken.
Right here, where y'all sit.
That was a nice
She's a black American woman. She regular. All I'm saying is, where they sit though, far as like the hierarchy of Asians, would be more closer to the top than the bottom. Especially him. You're South Korean, right?
They're at the top with the Japanese.
We got specifications. Grim, you're from a South Korean culture, right?
I'll tell you like this.
He wouldn't be North Korean. Hello.
From.
Oh, what you said? So hold on.
I didn't come from the country.
Wait, who came from where? My Aikido teacher and my Taekwondo teacher was also from that. So you're actually in the more middle line. You're shit, nigga, you damn near. Wait, so 19, are you foreign? Wait, are you foreign? Wait, are you foreign? 19? Because he said.
Let's not forget what Vel said here, which was incredibly racist. She said she wants you South Koreans to live in an enclave and to be the worker class. She doesn't like you and she wants you to serve her and you have to live separately. She believes in Jim Crow laws and slavery servitude to serve her. You heard it, I heard it, and I didn't know black supremacy was a thing.
Those Thai boys.
Context.
That's just
are more attractive than women. I say Thai boys are more attractive. You're still a. I don't need to be attracted to them.
Than you, Pepper.
Order in the
I got my final response.
Shit like that. We actually were closer in culture, working together, right? Fighting together when it come to wars and all sorts of other shit. So that's why you can see what you mentioned, right? With the fried chicken recipe and all that shit. That shit was more than just.
Over there. It ain't no damn war.
I say go to the front line and fight with the streets because they're bullshit. But the reason why is because we got a lot of confused much like and the reason why is because they were afraid that the white people, the white troops would end up shooting the blacks. That's actually what that's would never. Yeah, we know this. It's well admitted. Wait, you had to learn. It's literally it's talking about. It's part of our history.
It's part of our history.
White troops. Only troops that can fight on the front line by themselves. They were never allowed to go with white troops.
Southern.
But when it comes to Hispanics, Native Americans, and Asians, they fought on the first lines with whites.
And who did you fight with? Because your ass ain't you.
No, we're talking about the history of the United States. He's trying to say no, because like we didn't always fight together. I mean, let's just be real.
Aren't you from Corsica?
No, I was born here.
Stop lying, nigga. You said you.
I was
nigga.
He's actually from there. We know Pepe.
You was born in Corsica. Why are you lying? People don't remember.
I don't even speak French. Like, what the fuck?
You're from Corsica, my dude.
Oh,
Stop your fucking lies. Stop your fucking lies.
Grim, I think they have a.
You look like a license.
Great speech. I kind of put together in my mind. I don't know if it'll come out right, but if you'll allow me, maybe it'll be a couple to a few minutes. I don't know. Okay, so the first thing I would say to you, Vel, is we're not going to stop coming. We're going to keep trying to come. And so
support them out.
And people
for your whole ass.
For you to tell me that me and my people should stop coming here and should go back, that actually causes the opposite of what you want. You know, by hearing that, I want to defy you even more. And let's see. Let me say one more thing. You know, I don't know how much you know about Korean history, but we are a proud people with a long, noble history, a history filled with royalty, nobility, kingdoms, kings, emperors.
You I'm from none of that though.
And fast forward to, I'm full-blooded Korean.
You came from a bunch of nappy ancestors. And we're literally spamsy. So you come from, so shut the fuck up. You want to let shut the fuck up.
I know. I know y'all like lady boys and shit.
Oh yeah, Pepe loves lady boys. That's why he's excited.
Asian dude, just so you could get some Asian.
The rocket launcher, right? So let me let you know something. Those are only certain Asians and certain Koreans, right? There's some that's been decimated, like the Silla culture, right? Here, hold on, bro.
I don't give a shit about none of that.
Look. We can't overlook because contextually,
some
right?
niggas wearing makeup and shit. Nobody cares.
Yeah, the men too. That's true, and that's.
I don't want to hear about them. I don't give a fuck.
Hold on. But you in the room, so you gotta hear about.
We here to talk about black supremacy.
Yeah.
Not white, not Asian supremacy.
It's a superior. Asians are superior to your black monkey ass. That's the problem.
Right. Look, Grim, how do you feel about? I'm almost done. How do you feel about those Korean men dyeing their hair, painting their nails, putting on makeup?
Right, that's
real.
Right. Just
that's true.
Group of men has the highest participation rate in the LGBTQ community. It is literally black males. I represented it, and I was sad. Black
Fuck right.
Go ahead, girl. You want to?
Bless all, folks. Shut up.
Yeah, go ahead. Let this nappy-headed sister speak.
Yeah. Because she talking shit to me, and I'm trying to take over her.
Wow. 5'6", like think about this. Imagine if every man in this country was like 5'4", like.
You know, technically every war is actually just a spear chucker war. And if we were to compare kingdoms and kings and nobility from large architecturally based cities to mud huts in the Senegal, What's important to know is that you have witnessed on this stage a female acting like a black supremacist, telling a Korean that he can have an enclave and that he'll have to serve her. Looks like we've done this science experiment, we've proven our hypothesis. Congratulations, Grim.
Fully and properly calling someone else below 70 IQ.
That's how short men are. They just start rambling. They just angry little people.
Right. And for Pepe, Pepe, you let a Jew cook you on stage about Iranian conflict.
Which one?
So, some little Jewish dude, that was like 3 weeks ago. That was
I never got cooked. There was one Jew from convert. He didn't cook.
He still cooked you. He still embarrassed you. He embarrassed you. You went home and for a teacher. You sounded like you actually sound and he's son you. You look like not really.
Pepe like darker than six. Pepe, he looks like he's darker than me.
I know, I'm a quadroon.
Yes. Oh, now you quadroon.
Where does this white, has like a lot of these white qualities, but then he chimps out all the time and crashes out all the time. It's I inherited some of your guys' DNA. That's why.
Yo, Grim.
So
yeah, like I said, it's a little disingenuous, man, for you to trip over those stereotypes. Like I said, when you are respected, at the same time, if you find a black person dating an Asian person, right, the black family is not going to ostracize or kick out that family member just for bringing an Asian person around. But if you flip that, right, you find a lot of Asian people are leaving their families if they end up with a black man or a black woman and what. So at the same time, you're mad because you said imagine an Asian person on a dating website, and so you're saying that now westernized Asian women, these women, because of the racism, they see you guys as weak, as docile, and like I said, that's cultural because you guys are not on like the independent vibe. You guys think more as a unison. And so what I find, I see a lot of Asian men, they're turning into incels because they feel like the women don't want them because in the Western world, the women, they want audacity. They want a leader. They want someone that's outspoken. You know what I mean? They want someone that's innovative, right? And so in the Asian culture, you don't really find that. Why? Because you guys are more so following the blueprint.
But I think that's partially true, though, because like what women want, and this is where I'm going to be realistic and compare the Asian men to white men. I won't compare them to blacks because that would be mean. But women do heavily.
Wait, question. So you said women have the best pussy. What about white women? White women aren't good enough for you anymore? Have they expired?
Yeah.
White women out of style?
They have expired, and I don't really, I don't really respect white women. I think that like just because they were existing in the false reality that white men have created, and they were just tagging along, and they were more so buying it.
So you blame white women because of white men? What?
Shut the fuck up, Kitover. Go ahead.
Hold on. And just for so long, they weren't thinking for themselves. I don't know. I don't find them attractive anymore. I'm sorry. I don't find white women attractive.
Well, at least you can admit that you don't find them attractive.
See, because that guy, buddy. I just have a question. Who was saying what right before that?
Whoa.
I don't know.
Whoa.
Yeah, let's just move this conversation forward. Let's not go back to things Pepe can't even remember.
But anyway, like we're gonna keep coming. and try like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna try and
Nobody shares their patient. I was gonna say so that guy was saying how like Othello was saying how there's all of these traits that like white Western men or Western men, I don't know what he was referring to, have that are different in comparison to Asians that women find attractive. But in reality, though, what women also find attractive is like when it comes to like marriage material, it's like stability, financial security. Of course, like if you want a woman that's not like retarded, but maybe she's educated herself, they're gonna care like okay, well, like how intelligent are you? What have you achieved academically? And of course, their income and all of that shit. You're gonna have a level of stability, and I guess like you're gonna have a lot of the things that make you suitable for marriage that they'll have in comparison to white men at a higher degree.
Would it be fair if I didn't follow up with another addition to that list? So there are among the Asian population, there are Chad-looking, masculine, good-looking, handsome Asian men. They're just not promoted. They're not shown in the media enough. And so we've been, for the longest time, we've been stuck with this stereotypical image of Asian men as being, weak.
If I was to go to San Francisco, for example, or just the Bay Area in general, and look at and encounter every Asian male I saw, the amount of Asian males we would see from a Western white male's perspective that would have like an imposing, athletic, large. Oh, you're rambling. So yeah, shut with you. Okay, go get your chocolate chip slap. Okay, you want some white icing on those black buns. Oh, that's all you are. Shut up. Counter on any given day, the likelihood you would end up shut your fucking horn mouth. Shut up. Going to hell, sodomite. Shut up.
You gotta realize South Asians need protection against the sun. They can't get that with a pig.
South Asians are dark.
Yes, they're dark, but they want to keep that darkness going. Breeding with a pork skin mutant like you would not.
Nobody's talking about I'm not talking about us mating with them. What the fuck are you talking about?
I want to highlight.
Talking about. Shut up.
You're a queer. You're
so what Grim, I'm trying to get back to what Grim was saying, because like this is so we're getting derailed so much over these petty insults. Now
like a fucking
when it comes to can't stop himself. Now, when it comes to Asian males, as I was saying, Grim, like if you were to go around the San Francisco Bay Area and you were to encounter and you were to like take a note on every Asian male you saw, you're going to encounter far more people. Shut your fucking mouth. You're going to encounter far more. Shut your like do something. He's not. You're not letting the conversation happen.
You seemed hesitant to say it, so I said,
"Shut up."
I was saying the vast majority of those Asian men are butt ugly, is what you were.
No. I didn't say no. I didn't say ugly. What I was gonna say. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Voices. All of you have high pitched voices. Muscle on this nigga. You all have high pitched voices.
All right, dude. He's just trolling. I can't talk while he's talking. He's not even staying on topic. This is fucking retarded. Okay, we're talking about. Let me finish my point. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, I want to hear this since I got it wrong. What is it?
Sure. So if you were to look at, for example, all of the Asians you encounter in the Bay Area and all of the whites, that you could probably count on a very short list of the number of Asians you saw that would have like a big, athletic, imposing figure. But you would see men, even white men that don't work out. The same goes with black men. We're roughly comparable in size, and you would see there is like on average there is this real difference between Asians and for example sub-Saharan West Africans and whites, and and so I think that's what holds. That is one of the selection biases that Western women have, and unfortunately, even some Asian women. But it's not necessarily because of like the facial symmetry or the behavior, or because you guys aren't good enough. By most, if you're looking for somebody who's like marriage material, generally Asians are outbeat us whites.
But that's not why Asian women. That's not why Asian women go for whites. When you actually talk to them, because I actually get this from them, it's really because they think y'all are rich. They think you have. You're going to give them access to wealth and resources, and sometimes it's true. A lot of times it's not. But when it comes to looks, athletic ability, they're going for black.
Asians have higher incomes than
their parents states on average are fucking Asians. What are you talking about?
But that doesn't mean anything.
Jesus. No, but like Southeast Asians, like the Vietnamese that did not usually do very well, they actually outperformed.
Why y'all being obtuse? Yes, Asian women like white men. We know that.
Yeah, we know that. And so, Pippin, what you're missing is none of that matters. So Grim, like, let's just say Grim makes 500,000 a year, right? But he's saying because of the stereotypes, and he's also blaming the racism, which I don't think that's there. He's saying that even his own women, right, are choosing the black and the white man over him.
Well, they overwhelmingly choose white men. I don't know that they choose black men.
No, now they're going black, and they are noticing this. And you can, and even if you go to Instagram, right, and you see these black and Asian couples, you go into the comments.
He's shitting his pants.
The Asian men are doing the same thing that the white men used to do when they see black and white men. They're like, oh my God, mud shark. Oh, you're messing up the bloodline. They're turning into the incels.
Well, why shouldn't they be allowed to do that?
Look, I mean, do what you want. What I'm saying is, you're missing this part. Is that the Asian?
You don't believe them. That's not your daughter.
Yes, the Asian woman in the West, and even now going into Asia, because they're choosing the white and the black man.
Well, no, they're. First of all, I can look at the interracial marriage data, which doesn't show necessarily who's fucking, but the vast majority of interracial marriages, we can see who's marrying who, and the white women. I mean, excuse me, the Asian women. I don't even know if it registers as 1% are marrying black men, but they are marrying white men.
White women outnumber the Asian men.
That was true in the early 2000s, but now what you find?
Well, no, this came out like 2 months ago. The latest data on that. Like white women are actually now. This latest shows that white women are actually the most race loyal.
All right.
Shows that when it comes to marriage.
Yeah, like you just take over the stage, Pepe. So to the black men on the stage, right? And then you only have one Asian in the room. He's quiet. Like, are y'all not embarrassed by like how y'all act?
Yeah,
like what are y'all over here talking about? No, they date us too. They date us too. Put us in the category. I just always like to sit back and listen to black men when they're trying to include themselves in another person's racial category so bad. So bad.
I think you meant the context.
I think the stats show very clearly that overwhelmingly Asian women are dating white men. They're not overwhelmingly.
No, I think majority is still Asian.
Like, what are you arguing about over here? No, they date us too. They date us too.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, you missed it.
Like there's Asian men that date black
You missed
women,
the
but the
context.
numbers. Okay, can I fucking finish, bro? But the numbers don't. It still doesn't add up.
You're missing the context.
Let's wake something else up.
It's not fucking.
But I think we should wake something else up. There's one group of women that do worse. So if we flip the category, so men versus women, there's one group that is the most stigmatized and avoided when it comes to dating, and that is black women. In fact, they have less prospects than at least
that's never been my reality. I think
that's fine.
I know. Like I hear this. Like, hold on. I hear a lot of this rhetoric on.
No, that the data has shown that. There's actually been several. When it comes to
just take a break.
They literally trying to come up with strategies in order to make the experiences better for black women on there.
Listen, I heard you. And I know that's what the stats say. And it's usually black women are least likely to date out. They just are.
No, they're least liked by everybody.
They're least likely to date out of their race.
No, white women are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. Yes.
Average are fucking these other groups of men. They come.
You guys are very race loyal. You guys are very race loyal. White women
black
barely black women.
You can't.
Yes.
You can actually go to certain. Matter of fact,
the latest statistics show that.
Pepe, let somebody. If you go to the room, you can literally see the dynamic of so many biracial fucking mutt kids from black men and white women.
So
like it's a fucking epidemic in certain parts of the country. Yes. Whole notion of white women are not race loyal. What?
It's motherfuckers that get out of jail and just go to a white woman and shit like that. Overwhelmingly, you can see it's like even with the interracial couples and shit like that, it's a black man and a white woman. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Yeah.
Shit like that, you will have to actually know where them polls are at the vote. And I don't think like people is just online searching for these polls and shit and saying like, hey, I'm a motherfucking goddamn white woman dating a black man. You don't see them doing all of that shit.
Okay, but this is also why the data start to become very they start to become very crucial, because of course the people that like I think Match.com now
are dating.
Hold on.
You're a fucking loser on dating.
No, you're stupid. You're stupid like you. Shut the fuck up.
You fucking swine.
You low IQ fucking. Go back to wearing a bullet. Doing something useful like jerking off into a chimp's mouth and chucking a spear at I don't know, the chimp afterward. I don't know. Like this is low IQ chimp energy. Shut your
jerking off in a
low IQ baboon mouth.
Backing off, and
you are a dirty.
You're exposing yourself. I don't give a fuck.
I know. Just shut the fuck up and let people talk.
Speak.
You like to, yeah. But you'll just disrupt me whenever I speak, because that's what you do. You have nothing intelligent to say. But when it comes to these dating apps,
do you have a speech?
Okay, they do absolutely. They want everybody to see. So shut up while I'm talking. That's all you can do, because you can't say anything intelligent.
You whine like a little.
And you are a little bitch, faggot. Now bend over and spread those chocolate cheeks.
Yeah, you see,
that's right. You want to get laced by some white shit. Goddamn butt talks. That's what you have. Shake that booty.
I am gay.
Yeah, you're gay ass nigga. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Grim, is this how y'all get down?
Well, no, wait, they don't have niggas in their community. That's it for you.
This is the Asian room. This is Grim's room.
Yeah, but a bunch of niggas here fucked it up, didn't they?
No.
Yeah, that's everywhere you guys go. You fuck.
I've been in here listening very quietly for like almost an hour before I spoke.
When it comes to like Match.com owns most of these apps now, like OkCupid, Tinder. All of these are. It's basically under one conglomerate. They have, and this has been released. They do have basically they get together, they try to find how can we make the app more positive for Black women. They do have this consistent problem with Latinos, whites, Asians, everybody not liking. Yes, I'm sure there's a few that men like. Amazing. Yeah. That's why they get discriminated. And the reason why you can say that's not real life or that's not marriage, that does show when people can see that nobody is looking, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Fuck up for us. Let me finish. Damn, nigga. No, let me finish. Fucking mic down. No, I'm going to finish. You have to shut the fuck up for 1 minute. Now, when it comes to he's the women in the room. Yeah, when it comes to shut fucking queer Negro, shut the fuck up. So was weak. Yeah, so when people are swiping, they think privately, and nobody can tell who they're attracted to, like on an app. They're not swiping on Black women. That's just a fact.
Wait, but Pepe. How much on the national average of the population is actually on dating apps, right? Right? And so the data that I got.
And how many Black women are on? It's not a lot.
It's roughly 18 to 23%.
But it's a lot.
Yeah, but these are 18 to 23% when you adjust only the single population.
No comparison to like real world data, right?
18 to 23? Are you serious? That is a huge fucking size.
Most of them are men. Can you add that in there?
Yeah, a lot of them are men,
and yes, and they were seeing that men in general, okay, even your own men. This is the funny part. Even Black men, okay, like white and Asian women and Hispanic women more than they like Black women.
Never.
Every race of men, every race of men likes other women besides Black women.
Okay, you saying shit. So let me say this, right? Never had that fucking problem. And this is why I believe a lot of those stats screwed to the amount of Black women that are actually on these apps. I've never had a problem with an Asian, a white, Black, Hispanic man coming towards me and trying to date me or spend money on me or do whatever with me. Never had the problem.
Bullshit.
So I've never. If I would have showed you when I went on Hinge, how many white men in my area wanted to date me, and I live in a very nice area, you'll be surprised, Pepe, because y'all push these stereotypes, and I think a lot of this stuff is to deter Black women from wanting to date out. You know, like I don't know, it's kind of weird where y'all come from this place, but
yeah, because you guys end up at the end of the day have children at the end of the day. They're not white. They're so white.
A little fucking lady boy, calm down. So when you look
at linebacker, you bitch.
See, Val, what you don't understand is these gentlemen are actually statisticians, and they're all just arguing and debating statistics. And I don't think you have actually done any statistical research like Dr. Pepe here, who is a bona fide and certified statistician. Thank you very little. I am complete.
Like, what the fuck? Anyways, most of these apps are dominated by men. So first off, men are not getting actual dates off these apps on average any fucking way.
What does that even mean, not getting dates on average? I'm very confused. What are you trying to say? What's your point? Are you offering different sample sizes? Are you a statistician? Do you have a point? Is this just personal?
Are fucking lonely as shit. They're not getting no date. They're like you. They're just like you. That fucking pizza shit. At night.
Well, here we are all together, lonely on a conference call app. Val, are you projecting? You could be projecting, Val. Val, try to record yourself or listen to the replays and then think about yourself and say, was I projecting? Or was I statistically accurate? It's something to consider, Val.
Team are white women. All are white women, right? And so those are huge because they bad and they alcohol.
Most men on these apps are you if right on. Okay, so whether dates, they swipe, they women. Well, that's what you don't like. That's what you don't like. You guys are the least desired women in the fucking country. No, it's the real. That is the truth.
It's so stupid. Listen, this is Pepe at his finest. Let's be honest. See, what Pepe is saying is not controversial, and in fact, it's the consensus. But some people just don't like the truth because the truth hurts. And I didn't know black supremacy was a thing here on Clubhouse until I heard Val say that she thinks all Asians ought to live in a conclave. And in that conclave, they should be worker bees for her. Val is actually a black supremacist, and any man that swipes right on her on Hinge or Bumble will live to regret it. I am complete. Thank you all very little.
Talking about how much good sucks. Okay, who's that? How much sucks? Almost literally, it's literally black women. Bitching about we can't do that. It sucks. It sucks. You don't see women.
That's why he's spiraling.
Strike, square back built, linebacker built bitches. Fucking glue on weaves. Talking about how they can't get any goddamn dates. They can't get women. That's all you guys do.
You see him? He's chipping up.
Yeah, well, I chipped out. I'm amongst a bunch of chips. I have to speak in your language. I have to chip out. I'm having to chip out. I'm having a loud light. I'm having to do all that shit. Because you guys are chipping out. Shut the fuck up. You got goddamn. You got nothing but faggot. All you do is
That's my amusement.
your amusement. It's funny to talk over you because you're chipping out.
You are a mixed race baby.
I'm not mixed race, you stupid bitch. I'm 100% European.
Never be white.
I'm 100% European, you dumb whore.
You're way darker than me.
I'm darker than you.
Yeah, you are. Talking.
Also.
Oh, sure.
I think you tan too much. Stay out the fucking sunbed, idiot.
Oh, amazing.
Like a fucking.
What do you think about these data statistics and all of that kind of shit that you heard? He looks like a rotten tomato.
Put your picture up, you dirty nigger.
For like a
like Ladyboy.
See the movie where the guy's starting to hear voices in his head? That's
So why do you want to come to this country and this is how we act? Like this is every day in America. You know that we're chaotic, we're scared.
Yeah, why would you want to take
You want to come over here with us rednecks?
Because once all the dust settles, I feel that we can come to a much better resolution this way than to be in a country where they oppress the people's freedom of speech.
I mean, so
No.
that ain't gonna work. And then earlier you was like talking about like
Than to have control from above.
Speak more to that. Speak more to that. Yeah, speak more to that. What do you think about that?
Words. Freedom of speech.
Okay. But you think that's absolute?
He doesn't even have it. People are getting arrested and put in jail for social media posts.
Absolutely. You can go to jail for cussing in Trinidad. So like there's a lot of places.
This is how a human ought to be.
Okay, so you think like this with the type of environment, the different races and stuff like that, that's vying for power, that you, right, at your Asian position, right, that far east mountain Manchurian shit, you think that shit finna work here?
We're not trying to bring that Asian culture here. When we get here, we should assimilate and become more American. In fact, I'm disappointed. I'm shaking my head at them. That's not the way to do it.
You're not finna attack the Chinatowns that got that good karaoke and shit like that. I'll fuck you up over them Chinatowns, man.
Hey, I'll look at it. Every a conqueror of sorts. Everyone comes to this country to carve out their little slices of pie.
And you know what? Taxes to us. To carve out their little slice of pie when China tried to actually establish an Asian town where I'm at and shit like that, and they wanted all the Koreans, all the Filipinos, all that had their own little projects, community and shit like that. You want to know what stopped them? Legislation. So how the fuck you think you finna conquer that?
Right, and Grim, you're paying taxes to us, so what if you actually conquered?
Owning property, owning our own home, state.
But a lot of we've done it already.
Yeah,
well,
we've done it already. There's actually foundation. There's FBA Asians, foundational Asians. And we can look up the motherfucking goddamn data and see that some of those families are still here. I actually know some that's actually in Oklahoma. They stay by the reses and shit like that. They some cool motherfuckers. They grow weed and shit like that. But guess what? When they try to push their legislation and vie for power and shit like that, and those are people that probably was fucking 10 generations strong. What the fuck you think you finna do?
So wait, Grim, do you know the Wynn family? The Wynn family, you know it? And I'm asking because there's a lot of Wynn's where I'm at in my area.
Oh yeah.
A bunch of Vietnamese.
The Vietnamese. Those are closely related to the Liu family, which is actually fucking a foundational Asian family that I'm speaking about.
No.
See, you ain't got enough data to actually accomplish what the fuck you trying to do.
Well,
these are Vietnamese.
Yeah, these are Vietnamese.
The 15 million Asian population, we're a long ways to go to be able to get to the types of numbers of that Black, Hispanic, and white people have.
So who's your example? Who's your blueprint? Who's your blueprint? Who's your blueprint, though?
Who is my blueprint? What do you mean? Who?
How shit go? Watch this show. And you know, who's been like whenever you try to push the lines,
yeah,
of legislation, establishment, and all the above, who do you look at as an example of what can be successful?
Like black people look at Martin Luther King, they look at like all kinds of stuff. Like,
come on! Don't give them no answers. Let them help them out. Yeah, we didn't have that conversation. Yeah, who do you look at as who to be?
All the people.
All these stuff. Specifically, you got to get specific. Get to the minutia.
You don't have to answer that. You don't have to.
Yes. Say it again.
The Union of the United States.
Who did you?
Can I ask you a question real quick? Do you have a child with a black woman?
She smiled and
Why? Someone told you that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not judging. You're not my race. I'm not going to judge you for it. I'm just like curious.
Yeah,
basically, I don't know whether or not this person's. All right, stop.
You are
a race mixer too. Stop. I know. Hold on, guys. Okay. I'm asking. Answer the question. I'm just trying to answer the question. I'm waiting for him to answer.
Question too. And guess what? You answer for him.
Okay, hold on.
No. Hey, ask him a question. I don't need you.
You have a black child, damn it.
Night King, what race is your daughter?
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up.
Quiet.
I asked Grandma fucking question. You fucking spurg. Shut up.
She's black and in college.
What? So what?
Wow.
Okay, so Grim, do you have a?
And you sleep in you sleep in the next room. Yeah, but you sleep in the car. Go ahead.
That's fine. That's fine.
Women over there. Like black women.
Yeah, you got to taste some chocolate.
No. We didn't even get to answer the question because you guys are spurging out. Shut the fuck up and let him answer the question.
The darkies are
okay. All right. Okay. See, you stupid goddamn autists don't know how to shut the fuck up. Let me answer the fucking question. I'll leave. I will leave as soon as I'm done. As soon as he answers the question, I'll leave. Holy shit.
Liche, why are you spiraling, bro?
So Grim, do you have one, or is that a rumor?
Yeah.
Okay, you do. Okay.
Oh,
I got Rich.
so Pepe.
That was rich.
I thought you said that black is
Baby, you know how to keep the feelings?
collard greens and shit.
I don't give a fuck. Look, my neighbors. I had my neighbors. You know, they had white fathers. They turned out good looking.
Pepe, you sound.
That's good. No.
I don't like black men.
Yeah, I think you be hating on black women because we don't.
I think no.
My wife on here is a black woman.
Yeah, and she was raised.
Yeah, Mon is my honey, and no, everybody knows this. Everybody's known this for years. We are each other's. we absolutely will tap anybody who attacks one of us. And so I personally, she's vicious, so I don't tell her when people insult me. So I almost always avoid that. Okay. So, no. I don't. Everybody knows I'm hooking up with or have been with a black woman. I'm just curious if you are also like have been with a black woman, or is that too personal?
I've been with black, white, Mexican, Asian.
Yes, smash the rainbow, bro.
Yeah, one late night. Was it a couple nights ago? I forget. Yeah, I had a drawn out conversation where
you fucked a black chick. Okay, shut up. He's telling us. He's telling us about the women. He's saying, shut the fuck up, you monkeys. What? To a black woman. Jesus.
Twin fraternal daughters, and they're half black.
Your wife, don't. No, look at that. Okay. My wife. There you go. So these blatant, so actually a woman I was actually friends with, her name is Stacey, and she had a black husband. Yeah, and when I say had, he was killed serving our country. She has I believe two boys with him, and no, it happens, and she's a good. Yeah, she got. And she was obviously not with the Tyrone. She was with an actually. You know about that? He was an officer. So which obviously there's a lot of these goes through that.
God bless the Mesas.
No, you don't. You fucking it's not. You tiny. Shut up. Wait, but why are you telling that to others? Honestly, you fucking I just got on Pepe old feminine ass about that. Why are you telling that to others? Is that how you? He's partial. He's a sassy bottom bitch. He's just trying to show his power from the bottom. That's all he wants to. Yeah, I know you're not my type. I'm never desperate enough for your black bunch. Entertain just Sean. That's just Sean that moves on that team. Entertain just Sean. Okay.
My wife with my big dick. How am I on that team? I said my wife's 4'9" and
shit, you pack. What you gotta ask real Rich?
Oh, Pepe always crash out leaves.
Oh shit. Well, Grim. Okay, I just want to dial back to an earlier point because I think you did a little bit of Germanic conflation, as I'll call it, right? When it comes to what you consider racist, with some racist points and markers that you were saying, I think what you were trying to do is equate hard racism to hard banter, and that's not the same thing. Hard banter, right, has no actual economic effect and doesn't limit your progress. As you can see, that your Asian community, especially your type, from the damn thumb, right? Shout out to Samsung.
Oh, I'm using Samsung headphones. Shout out to you.
Hey man, look, and all the shit that they create, don't think
was invented by a Jew. Just remember that.
All right, that's cool.
Steve Wozniak.
Yeah, but they losing to Samsung. But all I'm saying, yeah, they losing. Speaker wise, electronic wise, better product. They have a hierarchy. If I was to measure and take the type of Asian that you are and try to fit it into that, it doesn't. You don't fit into that conglomerate. So that makes you mid tier, mid low level.
Wait, somebody bring Shot. Shot is a.
Yeah, but Night King, I don't think you're listening to what Grim is saying. He's saying that he's gonna keep coming, and even if it's your opinion that he's mid-tier, he keeps coming, and he keeps coming, and he keeps coming, and he keeps coming, and he lifts weights, and he does squats, and he debates you mediocre debaters, and he keeps coming. And then he creates another room and he starts lifting some more weights and he starts doing some more squats and he starts jogging around a track and he's still talking to you degenerates. And he keeps coming. And he keeps coming. And he keeps coming. Even though you think Samsung is better than Apple, Grim will keep coming. Grim will come and he will fight you and your terrible opinions and your terrible supremacy over and over. And he will keep coming. And he will keep coming. And you degenerates will decide eventually that it was not worth it. And then you'll know the truth of the earth from your birth until your death. Death, I am complete.
Sound like that, you don't relate to the people in your area that sound like hillbillies and whitewash and all that kind of shit. That's why you didn't win the election.
You told them kids sleep because you little loud.
Oh,
I mean, he's right, but yeah,
They gonna wake up all that damn noise you make.
baby girl.
What way did you say that?
It's not my opinion. It's actually the United States categorical opinion. Don't listen to that retard because he's new to this country. So let's just break this down, right? Okay. So you're from Korea, right? And you know there's two Koreas, right? One is an ally.
I think it's from America.
He's already specified. One is an ally. One is an enemy. One has a hierarchy, right, that has been established in the global trade market and shit.
We get it. There's a hierarchy, but you fail to understand that Grim is gonna keep coming. Grim is gonna fight you in your supremacist ways. You think you should serve him? Grim is gonna keep coming. He will not stop. Your opinions and your arguments, you're making no points, and it's a total waste of time.
Want to do this? This is what he does. Anyway, I'm gonna just ignore him. All I'm saying is, right? One is heavily scrutinized and pushed back against the demonized. As far as this culture, how it operates, right? Sits on the board of the global, right, UN elites, far as being in the in and being in the out. I want to give you a word. I just want you to recognize Asian hierarchy according to the United States. That's all. I see the difference, right? Because anybody that hasn't subjugated my people and are just as marginalized as me are potential allies. So listen here.
Los Angeles, other cities that are
I'm still not
how that comes. Because where you sit as an Asian, right? There's other Asians too. Top tier, right? Of being Chinese, specifically Hong Kong, Japanese, right? Singaporean, right? Then remember, there's other specific Asian ethnicities that some of this. Black American. We can. Right. And I'm saying, look, like, so
way that we dissect Korea.
I'm out of here, gentlemen. Have a good night. Maybe I'll be back, but I can't take listening to this anymore. This is so stupid. Good night, y'all.
There is no data.
There is
no
a
data.
book that documents very well.
They
with all
that
this.
No, it's not.
No, look, this is economics. No, it's just called economics. Every person's out of. Let me tell you something. I'll let you go.
There are no economics. There are no economics that show that immigration adversely affects black people who are black Americans here. It doesn't exist. And I'm going to tell you why it doesn't exist. One, because there are a bunch of other factors that go into that. Number one, education level. It does not affect black American education. We still have the same opportunities to pay.
If you go to an HBC, the level most of the graduating class is Nigerian anyway. Like y'all don't even own the HBC. No, don't get Atlanta. And guess what? It's full. Guess what?
So the point is this, right? What you're saying is very empty, like you said, platitudes, but there's no data to support that. I'll give you an example. My family's been here for hundreds of years. Bro, when I'm going for jobs, I'm not competing with immigrants coming off the boat and trying to make it. Every job is six-figure jobs. That's true. People are kidding. They don't have resources. No, Drew. The reason why you feel like they're not competing with you is because you have a gap in perception. So there's two classes of immigrants. You have the uneducated and the educated. The legal immigrants, like my parents, the legal immigrants are mostly educated. Both legal immigrants compete for American labor, and they have an effect on the job market. The reason why legal immigration is typically better is because you control the amount that comes in, and also you're also controlling what industries you're going for. So normally, legal immigration is more strategic, and it has the same type of bad outcomes as unregulated election that we saw in the last 4 years of the Biden administration. Now, even with legal immigration, even with legal immigration, even this does, you don't need a degree in economics. Really, all you need to do is take economics, an intro course of economics undergrad the first year, and you're good. You don't even really need supply and demand. The more supply you have of something, the cheaper it is. So if you have more people on the job market, the price of labor goes down. It doesn't matter what market you're talking about. Now, because the legal immigrants are coming in small numbers, and typically the State Department is picking them strategically, given their skill set. The amount of workplace disruption isn't that much, but they're still kind of lowering wages anyway, just because those legal immigrants still are cheaper. They're educated, but they're still going at cheaper rates than an American would, even though they're educated. That's true. So that is I'm about to land, and I'm true, but I'm saying something that's I'm saying something that's kind of nuanced. I'm not gonna let it. Legal immigration is a net benefit. Even this immigration is the biggest thing the black community ever believe. No, because the first thing that illegal immigration does is illegal immigration takes away look at Los Angeles funding from local programs. We're talking about programs that are Los Angeles based property taxes in your city. They're not paid by the national government. What happens is that a lot of local resources are spent on people who've never paid into the system, and they end up going to the poorest neighborhoods. So all of the programs that are supposed to go to our own poor people, we end up robbing Peter to pay Paul, and that's all that's happening. And these are happening in black communities. It's not. I don't. Well, it happened in New York. It happened in New York. No evidence. We work in Chicago. This is the reason. There's a reason why Trump won the popular vote, and there's a reason why he won more minorities than ever before. Because what minorities have to deal with in the last election cycle were illegal immigrants being bused to their cities, and for some reason, I couldn't believe it. Black people didn't like after school programs being shut down because migrants had to stay there. They didn't like it. Black single mothers didn't like the fact that a person who just got here is getting guaranteed housing, and she still has to have 3 jobs to bring me housing guaranteed. Well, by law in New York, they have to give them guarantee. Like you always. My thing is this: I don't have a problem disagreeing, but what you're saying isn't real. There isn't one thing that I've said. I'm about to be quiet for a moment. There isn't one thing that I've said in the last 15 minutes. There isn't one. No. True. Wait. PT. Let's see if it's even possible. True. It's still one thing that I've said in the last 2 minutes that's true. One thing. Yeah, that undocumented people were being bused to major cities. Do you know why they were being bused to major cities? Because the governors of those or of the other states where they originally from was controlling. You were trafficked. Yes, I guess appreciate this, but no, like I said,
Future boss. It's wise not to call him out. I'm calling Chicago a hellhole.
To back it up.
Communication.
That's why it's nuanced. That's why I said that illegal immigration is mostly negative. Like you're not even representing what I'm saying. I didn't even say
Positive dialectics only.
This is where it's positive. This is where it's
He's the future boss. It's wise not to call him out and call it a hellhole. All communication, positive dialectic only.
Yearly, somewhere around $100 billion in taxes. They largely do not benefit from. They pay into our taxes and get this. So now we get rid of them. We have to find a way to recoup those funds and find out where that money is coming from. So just on an economic,
if they weren't here, if we had account 200 million people here, now it's 350.
330 million people.
If all these motherfuckers weren't here, would we need as much taxes, Drew?
Yes.
We wouldn't. We wouldn't need as much housing. If we have a housing crisis, homeland, we would need all them damn homes.
Yes, we do. We still have people here who don't have houses. You must have a.
Sorry. So Drew, I would like for you to answer his question. If we did not have, listen to the term, illegal aliens currently in the United States, and do you currently know the actual number? Do you know a number? What's the actual number you believe that is illegal in the U.S.?
It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
Oh, it's
I don't.
Million. So Drew, listen to you. You cannot say that when someone asks you a question, it's irrelevant because you're making a. Okay, all right, Drew. I want you to. Okay, I got it, Drew.
What is your educational background, Edward? If I may ask, what's your degree?
Okay, Drew.
Okay, that's what.
Do you guys want to let anyone else talk, or you guys just want to go back and forth a while?
I'm sorry, Shy. I'm sorry. I appreciate you.
Mike.
Right? Started speaking, Scott.
What's that?
I just started.
You know, I think that Scott. Yeah, I think he wants to stop it from being a phone booth because honestly, I don't think that this is going to go anywhere. I think that he's kind of setting it to where he wants it.
I'm just trying to get a foundation, okay? Because what I did not hear from Drew is any responsibility to the ethnically Black American. He gave us no responsibility of the individual people. So I would like to ask again, okay? Could you please, Drew, tell me where do you believe
that the Black community have been responsible outside of government for themselves.
In every facet, we've been responsible for ourselves. We raise families. We have education. We have a growing demographic of Black women, but also Black men as well. We start businesses. We are in industries, particularly in government industries, obviously law enforcement, other parts of government, even postal working as well.
Do you want to move us all down?
Keep the conversation with you guys.
I'm sorry. No, we can all just move down. We can all just move down.
One mic.
But I'm saying is, I'm just gonna say this.
One mic.
There is no evidence.
One mic, you fat ass. One mic.
So there is no evidence that the Black community has not been responsible. There is evidence that human communities have been irresponsible and responsible in different ways, but there is nothing unique about Black people being irresponsible. That is just not supported by any data whatsoever.
It's so interesting. I never said about being irresponsible, but you decided. Drew, I did not say that, Drew.
You said that. You said
John, can you move us all down and just leave these guys on, and you guys just talk, and we'll just go to the other.
Yeah, I got to debunk some anti-black stuff, but y'all be blessed. I appreciate you, Scott. Much love, respect to you. I apologize for you know.
Drew, keep being you. People like you are going to get Trump elected for third term. Wait, let me see. Scott, this is one of the things I try to do is to stay away from ethnicity, because the platform that he came on first and foremost is to talk about the bombings of Black communities and all these other things. So I don't know if you know the conversation that people who talk like this are anti-America and anti-white. That's fine, because at the end of the day, like, we can argue him down all we want, but like, even when he wins, he loses, because it doesn't really matter.
He's still controlling the conversation, which is fun. So let's keep talking about him. No, please go on. Please keep talking about him.
How tall is he?
Yeah, what's his blood type?
Scott, we were just giving you an explanation.
Scott, let me help you move this conversation forward. I just had a spicy mango. So, oh, you want to keep talking about it? Oh, sorry, Edward. Go ahead.
That's everything. I'm going to say it over and over. The person that's responsible for all of us individually is you. Okay, that's it. I let it.
Look at Los Angeles, I bet. Howard Coffin, my dear friend. Would you like to share anything on your mind tonight, Howard? A different voice for the first time in 45 minutes?
No, certainly a very interesting conversation, everyone, and a lot of learning there for sure. But Trump's not going to resign, so you know what? Elections matter, and he's our president. Let's support him, and see what happens. Right? That's where we're at.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Hey, just elections. We have the midterms, and then and then maybe things will change. Let's go to Aleister Crowley, which I think is really my man, John Kitover. John, tell me what's happening, buddy.
Well, I had an incredible Colombian dinner with some incredible rotisserie chicken, plantains, potatoes, and then some thin crust cheese pizza and a spicy mango margarita. But anyways, this room is really cooking, Scott. I mean, I think if we look at the total statistics and analytics in the room, we're looking in the thousands of people that have touched down here, and 10,000 plus. Incredible. Well, it's really the hard work of NPC and all the Adderall that his psychiatrist, I believe, prescribes to him, because I would never, ever in my life be able to say as much as NPC can. NPC, you seem to know everything. And I gotta say, knowing everything must be quite a burden. To be able to have opinions on everything, to know everything, Jesus Christ, man, you really are just a brain full of knowledge and such insightful opinion, NPC. Thank you so much for helping 10,000 people get enlightened today with your supreme wisdom. I am complete.
That's a matter of Jesus Christ. All right, the entire Christian know exactly how Jesus Christ looks. I don't want to spoil that. God.
That's a buzzkill. That's a buzzkill.
And Donald Trump didn't look. And I'm like, oh shit. This motherfucker.
Alistair, we can always print more money.
To fight another Middle Eastern war.
You're right, it is autistic game TV.
You guys know public service here. Summer, I'm gonna mute you for a sec. I'm just gonna give you guys a little public service announcement. This is from the comedian Michelle Wolf, and it's a critique of my party.
Republicans, love or hate Republicans, you got to admit, those guys are planners. They see a problem and they will chisel away at it until it's a swastika. They've been trying to overturn Roe v. Wade since it became a thing. They've been playing the short game, the long game, and they finally got it done. Now, Democrats also had a strategy to make sure Roe v. Wade wouldn't be overturned. And Democrats' strategy was, don't worry, it's not going to happen. Democrats' strategy is the same reason you need an abortion. You know what Democrats remind me of? Democrats remind me of that old guy who started Jurassic Park. Because I think we can all agree a dinosaur park is a fantastic idea. We would all love a dinosaur park. We would love that. But this guy didn't plan for anything. He wasn't like, what if there's a storm? And my dinosaur island in the middle of the ocean.
There you go, friends. Just a little public service announcement about my party. It's not worth.
See, Scott, I kind of resent that as a Republican / Libertarian, because when I went to Springfield, Illinois to file for Congress, I saw African Americans there looking at me, and they're there because of the Republicans, because of the 1 million dead soldiers and the 2 million injured dead soldiers. So to make light of it and then to say, oh, they're Nazis and they want to stop women and doctors from murdering babies, I just got to say, you might want to go read your Bible and reconfirm with Christ Jesus just exactly what it is that you believe in. I am complete.
Say 2 million.
Well, that clip has looking. Yeah.
2 million.
Well, gang, look at this. This is died down. I'm gonna play one more clip, just to enlighten you guys a little.
Like, see, too. It's like there's a lot of women out there that don't think they're good enough or smart enough or pretty enough, and I'm here to tell you that you are. Well, I'm here to tell you that you aren't. You're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you're not pretty enough, but do it anyway, you stupid idiot. What are you waiting for? What is good enough? Men are asking themselves these questions. There's no firefighter standing outside of a building being like, today I'll be my best self. No leader, no CEO, no conqueror. Genghis Khan wasn't looking in the mirror being like, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, my beard is fun and flirty.
Yeah, you're probably not good enough, but just do it anyway. Yeah, don't worry if your beard is fun and flirty. Mine is my beard is.
How long has it been since she's had a show?
She does show. She does I mean, I follow her on Facebook and Instagram and stuff, and she's doing shows all the time. She hasn't had a special in a while, but she's.
No, I mean like because that sounded like because you remember she used to have her own show.
I didn't see Michelle Wolf's show. No, I didn't.
I thought that was a clip from her show.
No, it's just
Oh,
look at Los Angeles. It is.
yeah, how much at least Sarah Silverman is slightly more attractive because really like she and Sarah Silverman are like in the same universe. But Sarah Silverman to me has more sex appeal than Michelle.
I don't. I think she's. I don't. Her humor doesn't depend on her sex appeal for me. I think she's really funny.
Oh no, but neither of them are funny. So I'm just looking at what else they could offer the universe.
I think they're both really funny. But thank you. Yes. Yes, I
didn't laugh. No, you think Michelle Wolf is really funny?
Yes, yes. I think a lot of her stuff.
I mean, Sarah Silverman, okay, here and there, but
we have different tastes at PC. You don't have to. It's okay.
no. Like I just genuinely.
I don't indict her. She's funny. Yeah, I think
no. Like I've never met.
I'm sure that you think are funny than I know. People, people have different tastes. You don't need.
No, but I've never met a person who thought Michelle. I thought you were playing her ironically.
Well, you know what? There are lots of people that buy tickets and are fans. So NPC, it's shocking, right? But people are diverse, and they have really different tastes. That PB says she's funny down there in the chat. So it's shocking that we have different tastes.
NPC, do you think you're funny? Like, have you ever tried to do comedy, NPC, to make people laugh by doing voices or jokes or skits or singing? I mean, have you ever made anybody laugh? Hello?
I think you think you're funny.
No, he's fucking. I think Kitover is funny in a kind of impish, sort of clown jester way. Court jester.
The guy is annoying. Jesus Christ.
He does not annoy me.
No, he has the voice of a person who sounds like they're trying to be funny.
Norm, you are uncharacteristically silent. I see you talking in the chat, but what is your Norm? You've been here basically all day. What is your assessment of this marathon 10,000 person room?
I think it's remarkable. I think we may be reassured that people actually want intelligent conversation and good content. No?
We're a content creating machine here in this room. It's unbelievable.
I mean, is that normal to have 10,000 people come through? It's staggering to me.
Yeah, it's a little over. I mean, we've been here for 12 hours, 23 minutes. So, 900 some people an hour coming through the room.
Scott, Al, you guys might be some seniors or other seniors in this room, maybe Matt. There are laws of nature like motion and laws. Do you think there's any laws of human behavior that you've detected on Clubhouse that maybe you didn't detect in the real world prior to having so many conversations? Because honestly, I'm 43, and when I think about it, there's never been a time when blacks and whites and so many people can have just completely open and profane conversations in the public square in America. I've never seen it on the radio or television like this, and I'm talking vulgar, complete and total profanity, hate speech, etc. I'm not like at 43, I'm like, this has never existed before. And now, I'm just wondering, like, have you noticed any laws of communication or laws of behavior? Hello?
I mean, there's Muhammad Ali, Michael Jackson, so. Alistair, that's a pretty stupid insight.
What was interesting? I was interested earlier in the room. There was a talk about natural law, which I think is morality natural. I do think that is a fascinating topic.
I would say, with all due respect, I mean, your perspective is no bueno.
Perspective on what?
Well, I think, as somebody who understands, I think your perspective is no bueno, but that's fine.
Well, my perspective on what?
Well, you're being aggressive.
I don't think I'm being. I mean, I think you were saying you think my.
Okay, calm down.
I'm just okay. I'm just curious what my perspective on what issue or what matter.
I think he's taking the back door, and I think he's waving the white flag, Scott.
Being violent, Scott. You're being violent.
David has had too much tequila. This 12-hour session has overwhelmed him. But back to, communication or human behavior, because there's also a neurotransmitter dopamine creation that's happening in this room. 900 people an hour are creating dopamine. And so I'm just wondering, what if you just create dopamine, but there's no doing outside of Clubhouse, what was the real purpose and was it worth it?
What's the real doing, man? Like, what should I do outside of Clubhouse?
Wait, there's outside?
Yeah, you need to, with all due respect, you need to calm down. Calm down.
Yeah, so Scott, the question that you're kind of floating over, but I thought it was. I don't even think that question is that sort of question. I think that question is an interesting question, like intro to philosophy. That's an interesting question for like 45 minutes. And
Speaking of philosophy, NPC.
Like the objective versus is morality objective or subjective? Well, I mean, I think what's interesting. We treat it like it's subjective. I mean, I know we all, most people that are reflective would say it's subjective, but when I feel transgressed, right, I immediately shift in my temperament and disposition to as if you've done something we all know and was a violation, and it is transcendent and objective. Now, when we talk about it,
allegedly,
when it's not directly involving us or something we care about, I think we generally are more detached, and we realize the subjectivity and the contextuality of things. But I think when we're violated morally, people are not. It's not like your preference is like pepperoni pizza, and mine is pineapple, and that's just the way it goes. I mean, we act like there's transcendent moral standards because otherwise we can't be incensed.
we can't even have. So you actually answered the question. You can't even have a functioning society without objective morality. And just because,
yeah,
you can't even have a stable society without objective morality.
No, it's actually subjective morality, which gives us a stable society based on law. And until you start talking about the law, I think everybody, when you graduate high school, everybody should just be made an attorney at this point or a lawyer and get right to the law because your whole life, every transaction, everything ultimately comes down to the law. It's the joy of the world.
And Alistair, should they spend like a week in Springfield?
Never Springfield.
Well, NPC, this is where I think as a young man you're still developing in the sense that if I were to ask you to give us your definition of economics, or if you were to explain to us how inflation occurs, I bet you can't even do that.
I can't explain how. You mean I mean, if inflation means increasing the money supply, I can explain that.
All right, well, you got that one correct. And, we're at 40 trillion paying trillion dollars a year in interest on a $40 trillion mortgage. If you were the president of America, what would your top 3 priorities be for we the people?
To print more money.
I do everything in my power to make sure that the country fails. I whatever Trump is doing, I'd like up that times 3 because we need to just hit the wall like monetarily. Like I'll pull us out of all the foreign wars.
Wait, let's just confirm so everybody heard what you said. If you were the president, you would want to make sure the country failed. So you want to destroy the country. You're a revolutionary. You believe in chaos. You're an anarchist.
Accelerationist. So what I think is I think that America is heading towards a brick wall. And I believe in hitting the gas pedal as fast as possible so we can crash, look at the wreckage, call insurance, and get a new car, I'm waiting for the reset. I think things are going to get worse before they get better.
But Alistair, can't we just continue to print more money?
That what's up?
Yeah, we can, but I would just say that I saw somebody at the bar the other day that had a t-shirt on, and the back of it said, "There is no political solution." And I would say it's the exact opposite of that t-shirt, that there only is political solutions, and politicians and bankers, they're going to have to work together to do, uh, just if you can make debt with a pen, you can delete it with a wand, is essentially what I've come to the conclusion of. But NPC, I think that you should probably read the Tao Te Ching and realize that a great country is like cooking a small fish. You do too much, you ruin it. So the point is, as an accelerationist, as you've declared yourself to be, you're just a low IQ anarchist, and you should probably read more books, go to the gym, get a girlfriend, stop doing so much Adderall, and stop spending 12 hours a day debating every single person that comes into this room as if you know every single thing. But you didn't even spend 1 minute reading a book today.
Shire's feedback for some reason. But I guess he was going to tell me something about like talking and being on Clubhouse just like everybody else, but whatever.
Where did Alistair go?
No, somebody did. There's only 3 people up here. Yeah, you can bring him back. You can bring him back up.
Yeah, maybe we stay down Alistair.
So Scott, were you the one talking about the laws of nature, nature's God, or someone else?
Yeah, I find that stuff interesting. Nature's God.
Do you think that there is a clear right and wrong for each individual?
I think morality. So I think it depends. It depends if you're asking me philosophically or theologically.
Give me both sides of the coin, theologically and philosophically.
There's tons of stuff. There's tons of stuff I believe theologically that I can't justify philosophically. So if you ask me theologically, do I believe in objective morality? Probably more or less something akin to it or closer to it. But if you ask me philosophically, could I defend it? No, not philosophically.
Personally, your own personal life. Objectively, do you lean toward more of God intervention with the laws of nature, nature's God, or do you do this over philosophy?
Look, I think I probably. I mean, I'm a Christian. And I try to. I try to be guided, but I think what norms in the Christian tradition would say are moral. But I mean that's complex, right? Because the tradition is super complex and diverse, and so it's not like it drops from heaven or anything. But philosophically, I'm definitely a Nietzschean. I mean, probably most days, but that's where foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of the narrow mind, right?
Yeah, but right.
Public consumers for inefficient government.
It always reminds me. I always hack that quote up.
So, so Scott, if I would say, based on your foundational belief system, based on what you said, would you say you lean more to following the principles of the Word of God versus our natural emotions and how we feel about something?
Well, I mean, I don't know that I think in general.
Howard. John is intelligent, a financially great analyst, believes in liberty and common sense. Narrow proclamation, Joe, will reduce property taxes.
This is what I don't. I don't know how I make moral decisions. I mean, I could give you a story about how I make them, right? I could tell you a narrative about it, and it might correspond somewhat to what actually is. But I think we're all telling ourselves stories all the time to make ourselves be able to live with ourselves and live with, the things we care about. And so and oftentimes those stories are shaded at best, right? So I'd like to say I try to live.
By the way, do you believe in God?
I do.
Christian, like just a mainly theist, or like
Christian.
Hey, yeah, Killer Op, how are you? What's going on? Nothing. What is this shit? Trump resigned to be. What's the chat about?
You could read the article from The Hill, which was published today. It's an article by William Becker, and he's a guy who's a decent political career. And I don't know that he's ever been an elected official. He's been a Justice Department official in Wisconsin or something, and I think been in other political appointed offices. And he is saying that resignation is Trump's last chance at redemption.
Well, I don't really think he'll resign. He's already started the war. He's already covered up the Epstein files, so I don't think it's really gonna no comeback for that. Resign for what? What was he gonna resign for? He has like what, 3 more years?
Phil, I have to for you. Okay. You said that he started a war. Okay. Do you think that the president of the United States alone goes and starts a war? And then the other thing is, you said he personally covered up the files. So could you please explain to me, based on your understanding, how did those things happen in our republic?
He did. Look at it. Look what's going on in the world. Look at the gas. Look how many files he was in, even all the files that they uploaded and let you read. Look how many things he was involved in. Just not even him, just even the Clintons and all of them. Trump is the most corrupt person in Palm Beach County in America.
Okay, hold on. So you still did not give me.
I did. It's back. It's online.
Yeah. Bill, could you please give me facts that you believe you have, not online information, because you made a couple statements. Number one, the President of the United States does not declare war in the United States. You know that, correct?
So I know who declares war.
You tell me. I want you to tell me, because you just made it.
That's the people that's over the government, the military. That's the people that's over the government, and also him. He also has a say so in that as well.
No, I know, but who declares war in the U.S.?
Just to prove whatever the man is in general. Great food. Wait. He declared war? No. All these people.
The president is
by design, so that they don't go starting wars. Okay, no, you know what? I'm gonna ask you a problem. Hang on. The president is the commander in chief. Have you ever heard that? Yes, he's the commander in chief. I see. So that's why he declares war.
Well, Norm, he doesn't. Technically, Congress is supposed to declare war, but we've forgone that in the Constitution. That doesn't.
Congress is supposed to approve it, but the commander is.
No. Congress is supposed to declare it. Congress is supposed to declare it.
Scott, listen, guys.
We haven't done that since World War II. I mean, it's just
exactly.
Because Congress doesn't want I think, especially after Iraq too. People don't want to be on the record voting for wars, right? And people would rather let the executive do it, right? So we've shifted Article 2 power to Article 1 without a constitutional amendment. We've just said functionally. No, the War Powers Act is allegedly a way to rein this in, right? So, and I was watching a video today where Barry Goldwater was saying the War Powers Act is unconstitutional, which is just fascinating, right? But basically, the War Powers Act says, I think it was 72, right? It basically said that if the president sends the military somewhere, within 60 days, Congress can repeal it. So, but that's even a concession. I mean, it's the president. I mean, what the founders intended, I think it's actually a pretty brilliant structurally. Is that the people who wage the war don't control whether we go to war, right? Because this is a military dictatorship, right? So they wanted the person, then they knew you can't run a war by committee. So when the war is declared, but the idea was that the people that declare it are the most deliberative representative body, and then it's run by the committee of one, the president. But we've just decided screw that.
I feel like in America, no American should struggle. Period. And I feel like what Trump is doing in America, every American is struggling in the world, even myself. I'm 25. That should tell you something.
So, Gil, let me explain one thing to you, Gil. I'm 62, and I'm not struggling in America. You know,
I don't know. You see problems.
Just ask him. That's what I'm asking.
If he speak, let me finish it. I'm gonna let you go after you get asked from why. So, Kill, I asked you one question. I'm gonna ask you another question. Why do you believe
I think
government is responsible for the outcome of your life?
Bro, the outcome of my life. I tried to sign up for food stamps. Can't get food stamps. They barely want to give you food stamps. Then when it do come to con for them to try to give you food stamps, they want you to send this. They want you to say how much you making, this and that. If I'm struggling, only making so much to make that work, and I got to pay my bills and try to pay NIMO, whatever the case it has to be, then you should be able to let me buzz on something. But when you let Americans and all these fucking foreigners just use my language and all these other people come over, you give them food stamps like it ain't shit. I go to work every day and I get 30 to 40 hours a week. I make maybe $600 something, bro. Out of food, me, my girlfriend, getting on the bus, phone bill every month, even other expenses I got going on. I can't live. I can't save no damn money, dude. I can't save a little bit of cheese and because I'm gonna go shopping tomorrow or plan a day to go. I can't save no money in this economy. You can't save nothing in this world. I'm 25, gang, and I'm struggling. Prime example, what you just said, you're 62. You ain't struggling at all. That's the same thing I tell my grandma. You're 71. House paid off, car paid off, other car paid off. You have no bills or expenses. Only thing you pay what is a water bill and a light bill and your phone bill. That should be nothing to you guys. And most of you guys, no disrespect, get Social Security or some type of pension or retirement check. I'm 25. I don't get nothing after work every day, Monday through Friday, and try to make a living out of myself. And still don't get nothing out of it. Okay. And got to pay for free insurance. I have to work. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I'm 27, and I'm also relatively poor. I'm not as broke as you, but I'm not too far away.
And prison.
Oh, congratulations. But yeah, I think
That's not a congratulations.
Well, yeah, not but
no, but he has increased points, so it's
like I you feel what I'm saying? It's hard for me to find a job. Like when people look at me, it's like, oh yeah, like bro, come on now.
But you can find a woman. But you can find a girlfriend easy. So, but I don't understand how any of those is the president's fault.
President's fault because maybe he can do something for the people and people that's in low.
But no, but you complain about you didn't complain about just you complained about having to do the paperwork to even qualify for food stamps.
Bro, if you not listen, you're not understanding what I'm saying. If you can let a fucking foreigner come over here and get some fucking food stamps that fucking easy, but
Donald Trump is trying to get rid of those niggas.
He got rid of the motherfuckers, yeah, and they still get.
Weren't they just complaining about getting rid of them last year?
They still ain't gone. They still here. I work with them every day.
Yeah, I know. So earlier in the conversation, I was trying to tell another person about how unregulated illegal immigration, how it affects black people with no. Do you have a college degree?
Bro, I've been to prison, gang. I have.
Oh, I already knew the answer to that question. So
Okay. Okay. Let's
With all due respect, David Bobadilla has had too much to drink. He drinks too much tequila or whiskey or vodka or rum. David Bobadilla.
Tell us about your drinks today.
Okay, with all due respect, I mean, let's be nice.
We are very nice, but David prefers tequila.
I witnessed the first time.
Chicken fried steak.
I mean,
This is true.
that is true. I
You'd never had it before, and we're sitting there.
You're singing that song.
I'm gonna get
Go
for it, dude. It's pretty good.
It ends where the women flee from the tomb, scared.
Al and good prosperity. Records and airlines. Fucking intolerable.
Quantum computing, like there's banks and payment processors with trillions and trillions of dollars that would be hacked first. But for that's number one. Number two is that if there's World War III, bro, we have bigger problems than Bitcoin.
Exactly.
Well, we have way bigger problems.
So, what would it? Yeah, be of values, actual assets and commodities and things, tangible things. Again,
That's likely. Then, like, yeah, get some gold.
You remember that story?
yes. With all due respect,
With all due respect, David Bobadilla loves to drink tequila.
I never worked a corner before. I
Danny, I don't know about the David's dad.
Yeah, Danny, have a baby with David's dad.
There you go.
I don't think
Sugar. Oh.
need a sibling.
Wait, Danny. I thought you and I were going to have a child, Danny, and we were going to make the most annoying person who's ever lived in human history.
We'd have a small at least. At least the baby would be small.
you should apologize.
I don't want a baby with a tall person. It's more to push out.
Hey, Gabby, are you still doing your singing rooms? Can you sing a song for us?
Yeah. Can you do the Shema? Can you do the Shema?
Okay, with all due respect.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. With all due respect, David.
I am having money hotel and I can't afford to live there. I can afford to live. I can afford to live. I'm a spoiled brat, right? I'm a spoiled fucking brat, right?
Whoa, don't use the F word.
Tommy, will you buy my hotel room? Like, help me out.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Whoa.
I don't know. You're trying to put me in jail, Tommy. I don't know. Okay.
Nobody's trying to put you in jail. I think you need help.
That you're trying to put me in jail. J-Lo's definitely trying to put me in jail. Y'all are trying to put me in jail.
Shit, you're gonna put yourself in jail with the way you're talking. Whoa.
I mean,
Danny, don't believe him. That's just part of the psyop, Danny.
what should have time to put me in jail because I haven't done anything wrong for people to have time to
I think you need professional help.
I mean,
It's not even a joke, or you're rage baiting. Rage baiting, you're a liar. Okay. You're a fucking liar.
I don't know what anyone thinks I did that's so bad that we were
Wrapped around your finger with this. Oh my god, Danny's fucking crazy. I love it, dude. You're just a fucking rage baiter. Yeah, calm down. Calm down. 3 months every day is weird. Go to a fucking site, go get help.
Yasmin, I tagged you on X. Yasmin, I tagged you on X. Big Bird. Bird honk. Bird honk. Bird honk. Yasmin, I tagged you on X. If you could please retweet, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Bird honk. Bird honk.
No.
Take control. Give me more, Danny.
Wait, no, I'm in Hicksville. What do I do now?
Read more and go get yourself checked in.
No, I need to find an Indian to give me a place to live. They might like my look. They all think I'm Indian.
All right, go buy McGuire. Go.
Danny, I can send you $300 so you can get a nice hotel room tonight.
Hey.
Danny, do you want me to send you $300 for the hotel?
Yeah, send me 300 too, because I want to be a fucking retard.
Honestly, I would feel bad unless you made that $300 off of my content.
Well, we're working as fast as we can to try to monetize. Yael isn't helping. Yael has a Powerhouse X account and she's not helping us. She's intentionally wasting our time.
I did.
Okay, for the record,
What? You lost your what? Oh, you lost your passion. You lost your passion. I love that.
What's on the menu?
Oh, I want to get drunk.
No, Danny. Leave your parents' house.
I want to get drunk and have sex.
No, you're not allowed. Go to your parents' house.
Oh my gosh, I'm in trouble.
Like what kind of alcohol and what kind of sex?
Oh. Start slow and see where we go from there.
Men wearing plaid.
Jasmine, she's
fine. Jesus apologize. Is that am I hot or cold?
I can have sex with a Muslim man. That would be fun.
What? Let's not get crazy now.
Danny.
Danny, if you have sex with a Muslim man, he'll make you his bride slave. You'll never escape. You'll become his property. Good. Rethink about it. You got to learn Mohammedan law.
So fucking ragey. Such a fucking liar.
White guy energy? Are you looking for a chick? Like,
Danny, first of all, are you using Hinge?
Woman? No, it's not. It's really not. Everyone's telling me to have sex with a woman. Honestly,
yeah.
I don't even think that will happen if you guys send me to jail. Like, I used to joke around and be like, oh, as long.
Why did you do that just now?
Yeah, that's fucked up. Why are you joking about his friend dying?
I'm not joking. I'm just letting you know.
Oh my god, there's a Tommy and there's a Thomas.
Oh.
Hey girls, hey girls, hey girls.
I told y'all that. See, because I'm the only person. I told her that.
What did you tell Carmelito, Chino?
About 7 of my friends died.
Oh no. That was in the news?
Where if 3 of y'all left, 4 or 5, 6. Oh yeah. But
You better watch your motherfucking mouth. Don't play with me. You hear me? You hear me, girl? Don't fucking play with me.
you stop trauma dumping on us. We don't want the dump. Please stop.
But she keep fucking with me though. I ain't fuck with her.
No, we don't want the dump, baby. Stop.
I want Michelle's dump on my mouth.
Well, oh my God.
I'm just trying to make a joke right now.
He wants you to take a shit in his mouth.
When you like white people in the room, they just take it 2 times.
Why would you all of a sudden?
Right. So it's a
Yeah, but You just told her to take a shit in you. I don't want her to in my face. You yeah. No, you said this is better when you shower. Let me see. Do they look alike? Is this the same person? No. No, they do not. That's the ones with them hard ass eyebrow humps.
Grim, my man.
That boy. You ugly.
You're jealous of them. Inside. Beautiful, beautiful. Ashanti, Ashanti.
Ashanti.
I said, yeah. Does anybody want to fix the leak in my shower? No,
We don't. Dina will for free.
Thomas, will you?
Get to work, slave.
Get it.
Who the fuck you calling a slave? I know you ain't calling me no motherfucking slave. Better watch your motherfucking mouth. I don't play that shit.
Sorry?
If you ever call me a slave again, hey, work fast. Y'all been.
All right, I want to dedicate this next song to all of Chino's homies who had their last breath today from life to death. God bless. I hope they learn the truth of the earth. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
This bitch ass nigga. Why you stop, fam?
Hold on, dude. It's beautiful. Is that a
Well, thank you, Alistair Crowley, for alleviating some of the stress in the room. I don't know where it came from, but you did a fantastic job.
to be honest, I love Tony.
Hey fam, it was good till you stop. Why you stop with that bitch ass shit? Why you stop? It was and damn. Then you stop. You need a shower, slave.
Thanks.
Cornbread. Don't you ever call me a slave. Forehead life. You hear me? Cornbread? Don't you ever.
Anybody else's city having the weirdest like weather drops at nighttime? It's getting down to like 30 and 40 degrees, or
Yeah, it's getting cold as hell in this area.
I just wonder.
No, fuck that. Why y'all trying to change the subject? Cornbread keep fucking with me, and I'ma smack.
Everybody worked on the plantation for Alistair. Oh Lord.
Y'all keep trying to take up for cornbread, keep fucking with me, right? That bitch said something against me. I don't like that. Hey, cornbread. Cornbread, say it again. Say it one more motherfucking time. Keep fucking with me. Oh,
Slave, how you doing, Slave?
but let's say it again. I don't see shit funny, yo. You keep fucking. Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all see her? She fucking with me, right?
Eat your cornflakes.
You need to go drink your. You need to go drink your Ensure.
You need to.
Boy.
Yeah, boy.
Y'all let comments to say anything to me. I can't say shit back. That's all good.
Hey, red boy.
Okay, it's all good.
It's him being really mad and calling you by the wrong name and mad nobody responded.
That shit hurt my feelings. I can't say no joke back. Look, I mean,
Yes, you can, Slave. I mean, Cena.
Call me that again. Call me that again. I'm not no fucking slave.
What are ya?
I'm a black man.
And what did black men used to be?
He set himself up for that one.
Yeah, you got me right there. Slaves.
No,
Right.
they black men. You
Quiet, Slave. Work.
Can't stand this bitch.
Michigan needs her shower replaced.
I do.
And
Gino, don't lower yourself to these transsexuals. They're not worth it. Don't let these transsexuals fool you, Gino. They ain't worth it. For my next magic trick, I'm gonna play my space drums. Never had one lesson. Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
Play that song, brother. Play that song, brother.
He's playing the slave music.
Shut the fuck up. Now, shut up. Go ahead, brother.
Man, what? Tell me the names of your friends who passed on. Let's play a song for 'em.
He got no. Hey, please stop.
Believes
Don't you?
that sap. You will drink that sap with all your invigorous.
White woman, if you don't shut the fuck up, white lady.
Drink that fucking sap, bitch.
You don't shut the fuck up, white lady.
That passed away. He passed away. Can you play a song for my cat that passed away?
His name is Chitlins.
Her name was Chicken. Could you play a song for my cat that passed away? Her name was Chicken.
Okay, the name of this song is dedicated to Chicken. The song is called Chicken My Cat.
Gee Willikers, that was fantastic. Okay, I'm going to bed now. Good night.
All right, love.
Good night, boy.
The white lady going to sleep. The white lady going to sleep. All right. Okay, the white lady going to sleep, man.
That was the black lady slave.
Gino, don't waste your time talking to these transsexuals. Just a bunch of gay men pretending to be a bunch of women. It's pathetic.
Would you shut the fuck up before I shove that flute up your ass? I hope you choke on that fucking flute.
Say it again, brother. What you say?
You know, it's not funny, you slave.
It's funny.
His name is Gino.
Slave bitch.
You Hey, hey, Brad, why you upset, gang? Huh?
Yo, Gino, dog, stop talking to these transsexuals. Just a bunch of gay men pretending to be women.
Make me fucking want to. Now shove that flute up your ass.
Shit. Hey, you cannot get mad at that game. You get
Yo, Chino, you keep falling for it, man. It's just a bunch of gay men pretending to be women hypnotizing you.
You know, nigga, he stay drunk, man.
Hey, who is you, family? Who is you?
Hey, who you from, nigga?
But who is you? I don't know you. Who's you?
Memphis, nigga.
Okay, where that's from? I don't know. I don't know.
Oh man, chill out, Lusher. Stop talking to me.
Watch your motherfucker. Chance, nigga. What I tell you, bitch? Don't like that. Bitch ass nigga. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut up.
Greens or something, you dumbass country. What are you talking about, nigga? I ain't talking to you. I smack this shit. I smack this shit right now. Oh, dumb country, nigga.
I bet you won't, bitch.
Stupid country. Where you at?
Chicago.
You ain't in Chicago. Country ass nigga. You ain't from Chicago.
In Chicago, you don't want to come?
So you from Chicago?
I'm in Chicago, bitch.
Well, you from
want to come?
Yes, point me to your mother's house, nigga.
Right, your ass scared.
I'm in Chicago right there.
You're not. No, you're not.
I'm gonna say that's what we do.
No, you're not. No,
Nigga,
you're
I'm
not.
gonna piece of there.
No, you're not. You're not over there either, bitch.
Hey, but why y'all kick my boy?
You're not over there either, bitch.
Hey, one more word and you gay.
Bitch.
You gay. Gay. Stop.
No, they scared of me. They scared of me because they can't control me. You bitch, and your mom. Hello.
Well, looking at your mother back. Shut up, talking to me, bitch ass.
I bet you won't, bitch. I bet you won't.
Bitch, I will.
You won't.
Mm-hmm.
Your mom, what your mama look like? An ugly bitch. Have about family.
Juicy booty.
An ugly bitch. What your mama look like, ho?
Don't worry about my mother look like.
Right. Nigga.
Nigga.
Fuck you talking to? You ain't talking to me. Yeah, big G. Yes, I am.
G.
Yes, I am, nigga.
Yes, I am, nigga. Bitch, you lit.
I'm from 53rd.
53rd what? You said 53rd what?
Danville.
What's that? What that's at? What side of the city that's on?
Danville, nigga.
Well, what side of the city that's on? Fuck, nigga.
Oh, you ain't no shit. You don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
But if you in Chicago, why you give me the suburbs? Stupid.
I ain't never get no suburb, nigga. I gave you the lip, nigga.
What side of the city you from though? Like I
told you, I just told you, nigga.
Crying, man, yeah, hey, listen, hold it down, man. I don't want to know what. Chill out. Ain't no doing that.
I said Danville.
You say, well, I'm finna pull up, bro. Send that, bro.
Danville, come on, bro.
Hey, bro, can I come kill you, bro? Oh my God, no killing. You gonna kill this country nigga?
You can try to kill me.
Some country nigga. It ain't hard to kill you niggas. You put a plate of neck bones out there in the street, you'll run and go get it. Now, I'm done, man. Done.
Right now.
Oh, I'm about to pull up. Right now, fuck, nigga.
Yeah, right.
You know how easy it is. Them back doing each other so bad.
You ain't gonna take it with me, bitch. White boys.
Yeah, she is a white girl and she got jumped. Just say you don't call my phone like that.
She told you how not to call her phone. Like, you don't call this motherfucker like that. You're fucking weird. Dang, like, white person thinks for real. Like, bro, I ain't trying to hear that shit. I live in a fucking gated community. I'm not.
Okay, boom. This the
Didn't I just say that?
I'm about to pull up, man.
This is downtown. This is 10. I'm going in. Here I go on a new trip. Here I go, I get too lit. Here I go, I get too rich. Here I go with a new chick. And I know what the truth is. Still playing after 2 kids. It's a lot to digest. When your life was moving, off the catch digest.
Hello?
$60 million home. Even went home doing things.
Hello? Hello?
Cartilage. I don't believe that. I think it's like relative to like what was that shit called? Fucking I forgot those pills that people used to take for cartilage, and all it was like collagen. No, I forgot what it's called, dude. But like all of this like crab shell or something like that. What you talking about? What you talking about?
Shit, sound like some shit they got. What you call that shit?
There's no world you want to do without you. Let him beware of abstinence from action. For the curse of his greatest that he must speak. Truth that the falsehood thereof may enslave the souls of men. Let him then utter that without fear, that the Lamb may be fulfilled. And according to his original nature will that law be shaped, so that one may declare gentleness and quietness, being an Hindu, and another fierceness and civility, being a Jew. Now the great magistrate's shed. And the great is the mystery of change. And this is the mystery selflessness. 16. Let the magus then contemplate each in turn, raising it to the ultimate power of infinity, wherein sorrow is joy, and change is stability, and selflessness is self. For the interplay of the parts hath no action upon the whole, and this contemplation shall be performed not by simple meditation, how much less than by reason, but by the method which shall have been given unto him in his initiation to the great. 17. Following which method, it shall be easy for him to combine the Trinity from its elements, further to combine section and also 3 by 3 into 9. Generation success shall be that which was first adumbrated to him in the grade of practicus and libertexit. Here is nothing under its 3 forms. And this is the opening of the day. Success, but upon his face near us. Yeah. 7 times begins the break. To him that refuses the curse of grace. And in the word chaos, let the book be sealed. Yeah, let the book be sealed. Let him beware of abstinence from action, for the curse of his grade is that he must speak truth, that the falsehood thereof may enslave the souls of men. Let him then utter that without fear, that the law may be fulfilled, and according to his original nature will that law be shapen, so that one may declare gentleness and quietness, being an Hindu, and another fierceness and servility, being a Jew, and yet another ardor and manliness, being an Arab. Yet this matter toucheth the mystery of incarnation, and is not here to be declared. 15. Now the grade of a magister teacheth the mystery of sorrow, and the grade of a magus the mystery of change, and the grade of ipsissimus the mystery of selflessness, which is called also the mystery of Pan. 16. Let the magus then contemplate each in turn, raising it to the ultimate power of infinity, wherein sorrow is joy, and change is stability, and selflessness is self. For the interplay of the parts has no action upon the whole. Its contemplation shall be performed not by simple meditation, not by words, but by reason, by the method which shall have been given unto him in his initiation to the grave. 17. Now the for him to provide from its elements. Here's nothing under three. And this is the opening of the grave of Absissinus. And by the Buddhists, it is called the cleanse. Nero, Samapat. Sometimes he is the creature, but not his own. 20. And will also be the birth and the morning of the prophets. And and in the word chaos, let the book be sealed. Yeah, let the book be sealed.
Deep, the deepest breath of the day. Breathe in and build like a wave that never breaks. Count slow. You whisper numbers in my ear. 10 beats of thunder, holding every track.
Life is good.
Shoulders soften, tiny tremor in your hand. You stare at nothing till the every second, stretching wide the sky. 10 rings of silence from the center of your eyes. No,